Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was raised by mystical snow leopard? Harry X Dupont. It's the season 2 of Mystical Tribe, so if you haven't watched that, I will recommend you to WTAHC that first. Also join Patreon to see all season 2 at once. Also for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Hello guys. The last part ended with the students having returned to the school and poor Tom having just woke up to find that his wand is destroyed. Now the story will be getting darker as time passes. We have seen the Light faction having taken all the advantage it could when the Dark Lord did not know what the Light was up to. Now that he is enlightened, there will be battles It would test the auras and there will be blood and gore. I left a lot of open ends in the last part, now I will be closing them one by one. One thing that is obvious is that there will be deaths now. People will die and those left would have to move on. Shall we get on with this then? The Muggle Prime Minister was in his office working on his rebuttals for question time tomorrow when someone called. General Longbottom of the Ministry of Magic wishes an audience. The Muggle Prime Minister of course knew that since there was no one else in his office, it was the wizard in the portrait who had spoken. It was a voice that he never wanted to hear but had been hearing it with increasing frequency in the last 6 months since there was a new minister in the wizarding world. Of course he used T.O. scoff whenever someone talked about things like magic with him calling it a fiction and never believed it, but his perceptions had changed soon after he had assumed office. On the day he had assumed office, a man had stepped out of his fireplace wearing a pinstriped cloak and a lime green bowler hat on his head. The man came out of the fire and told him that magic existed and witches and wizards still lived in secrecy all over Wizarding Britain. When he had not believed his claims, the man had simply transfigured his teacup into a gerbil. The other minister, as he liked to call him, told him that they never bothered the Muggles, whatever that meant, but it was his duty to inform every new occupant of that office that wizards and witches existed and that magic was real. When he asked why his predecessor had not told him anything about it, the other minister had smirked and asked, "Would anyone believe you if you told them what I have just told you?" He realized he would have been locked in a mental asylum if he went around saying things like that. Someone clearing his throat brought him out of his musings, General Longbottom asking for an audience. He realized what the frog-like wizard with the silver wig in the painting was saying and asked, "General Longbottom, is he any relation to the new Minister for Magic, Frank Longbottom?" There was an awkward pause before the man in the painting replied, "You might say that. I will leave it to him to explain." He nodded. "Very well, please tell him that I will meet him now." Frank Longbottom stepped out of the fireplace, brushing soot from his robes and extended a hand towards him. "Prime Minister, how are you?" The man shook his hand warmly. "I am fine. Will General Longbottom be joining us soon?" Frank grimaced. "Yes, about that. There have been some changes. I still retain the title of Minister for Magic, but under the current circumstances, I am also General Longbottom." He remembered the day when the other man had owned to his office with another man who was so old that he had wondered how he was still able to walk. The man had introduced himself as Albus, too many names Dumbledore. He had so many names that it was hard to remember. The older wizard had told him that Fudge had lost a non-confidence motion against him at some place called the Wizengamot, though he had no idea what it was, and this man Frank Longbottom was the new minister. In a way, this new minister was an improvement over Fudge, who was a politician and a loud mouth. This man Frank Longbottom had the build of a warrior, the aura of someone who radiated power. He spoke after he weighed his words and his voice inspired confidence in a way that Fudge lacked. Frank had treated him like a fellow human being and had been very patient with him, unlike Fudge. Since then Frank had appeared from time to time in his fire and told him about what was going on in the wizarding world. He had come when someone called Vold, what was his name, had attacked the Ministry of Magic. The man was supposed to have died 14 years ago, but was somehow alive and leading an attack on the Ministry of Magic at that. How a dead man could live again was not something that he could understand, but Frank had told him that the wizarding world had declared war against the resurrected wizard and his followers. There was also mention of a boy called Harold Peveril, though he was sure Frank had addressed him with too many names as well, and of some place called Azkaban. He was brought back to the present with the sound of his office door locking. He turned to find Frank pointing his wand at the door. He mumbled, "If it is all the same to you, I will have the door unlocked." Frank, who was pointing his wand at the windows and closing the curtains now, said, "I would rather that we are not disturbed or spied upon. The Death Eater attacks are increasing every day. I am very busy at this time. I could barely make time to come and update you about the situation." The minister sat in his chair and offered one to Frank. He sat in one of his own. As he waved his wand, he conjured a bottle of mead and 2 glasses. "Can I offer you some of the finest oak-matured mead?" Frank had asked while pouring some for him. The minister sampled the golden beverage out of curiosity. He found that it was better than most of the alcohol he was used to. It was soothing and had a calming effect upon him. "Minister, I have some news for you," Frank was saying. 30 giants have entered Britain. We are looking for them. The Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is trying to find them as we speak." The minister almost choked on his mead. Giants. Surely they are not real." Frank nodded his head somberly. "I am afraid they are very real. They range from 18 to 25 feet in height. They are terribly strong, and I am sorry to say that their nature is to be quite violent and destructive. We are working to round them up as we speak. Now the next issue is that of your security." The minister protested, "I am satisfied with the security as it is." Frank shook his head. "If they got at you, it will be a blow to the morale of Wizarding Britain. Now the man in your outer office, Kingsley Shaw." The minister cut him off. "I am not getting rid of Kingsley Shacklebolt, if that is what you are asking. He is a very competent person who has come with sterling recommendations." Frank smirked. "Of course, because he is a highly trained Auror. He is assigned to you for your protection. Another thing which is essential for you to know is that we dread that there will almost certainly be open war soon. As such, the Ministry of Magic has invoked the Emergency War Measures Act. They have also named me as the general to lead their forces. A lot of bloodshed will follow. I would appreciate it if you did not put Muggle law enforcement officers at risk by sending them to investigate any suspicious occurrence unless we said so." Ministry of Magic. Moody was briefing the Aurors who were standing before him. They were led by Proudfoot, who had volunteered for the task when Alistair had asked. The task was simple. They had to go to Italy to find the Death Eaters led by Fenrir Greyback. They were to attempt to subdue and arrest them if they could. If, however, they declined the opportunity to accept the hospitality of the Ministry dungeons, they were to be disposed of in the most efficient way possible. Proudfoot had been selected because other senior Aurors were already engaged with other assignments. Sirius Black was needed in Avalon because his son was the leader of the Light. If Harry ever heeded anyone, it was Sirius Black. Gawain Robards was the Ministry investigator. He was busy almost every day processing Death Eaters to be presented before the War Tribunal. Williamson and Nymphadora were posted in Hogsmeade with 5 Aurors looking after the village. Rufus was the head of the Wizarding Patrol, and as such, he could not be expected to go offshore when they needed him here at home. Dawlish was on the Hogwarts outpost with 3 Aurors being in charge of the security at the school. He was a senior Auror who was experienced and battle-hardened. He could even withstand a crowd of students. Hestia Jones and Emmeline Vance were in Diagon Alley tasked with keeping the alley safe and secure. Since the Leaky Cauldron archway was open, the threat of Death Eaters was still there. Kingsley Shacklebolt was assigned to the Muggle Prime Minister after he had been apprised of the threat to him at the hands of the Death Eaters. A handful of the Prime Minister's senior staff had been replaced with Aurors under Kingsley's command. They had all been carefully trained to pass for Muggle bureaucrats. Alice Longbottom was in charge of the Auror FL. Since with all the senior Aurors in the field, they needed someone at their base who could act swiftly, would not bend before challenges and answer brutality with brutality. After them, Proudfoot was the one with the most experience, and he was a leader of sorts. He had 4 Aurors with him, and right now, he was standing before the head of Aurors, Alistair Moody, who had been busy torturing Death Eaters they had in the Ministry holding cells in his spare time. He addressed the men. "Do you understand your mission, Proudfoot? You were to capture and bring them back. If they resist arrest or use hostile force, do not hesitate to use lethal force against them. I have already written a letter to Giuseppe Bianchi, who is the head of DMLE there, and he has promised his cooperation. As far as our information goes, they are trying to capture the wand maker Mazarin. Proudfoot clicked his heels and saluted, "Yes, sir," and walked out of Moody's office to take the port key to Italy. Mazarin's shop was out in a rural area just outside of the wizarding section of the city. Unlike Diagon Alley, the shop was pretty isolated, so there was no place for Ors to hide. Fenrir Greyback had been scouting the place for 2 days before he decided to make the strike. Time was of the essence. They needed to make haste. The Dark Lord had been clear about his orders. They were to capture the wand maker and bring him to the castle at any cost. If they failed, their heads would roll. After ensuring that there was no threat to them, they had decided to make their move. Fenrir Greyback had taken 2 werewolves under his command when he arrived in Italy. Now he had 5 Death Eaters and 2 werewolves with him. He was briefing them at the moment. 3 of you will go in to take the wand maker hostage. 2 of you will cover their exit. Act swiftly, stun him and disapparate to our hideout. We must act quickly. The Italian Ors will be after our hides after we have taken him captive. Remember to collect as many wands as you can and do not harm him. If I see so much as a single bruise on his body, it will be your end." 3 of them walked forward, looking around them to ensure that they were not walking into a trap. They all had heard how the British Ors had killed every single one of them in Diagon Alley and the Ministry Atrium in Wizarding Britain, and this had visible effect on their psychology. Mazarin's shop was unprotected. It had no wards whatsoever, so there was little to fear for them. His shop was grandiose in appearance compared to Ollivander's. There was a big display window where a wand was visible in a box on a velvet cushion. The front door was big enough for someone like Hagrid to walk through comfortably. The interior was well lit. The shelves were lined with wands. Mazarin himself was old, stooping and bald, with a grayish beard turning white at the edges. He had a sharp nose and brown eyes which looked hollow, devoid of feelings. "Welcome, signore," he exclaimed when the 3 wizards entered the shop. "How can I be of assistance?" The 3 had planned to enter and start throwing curses before he could be any wiser about them or their intentions, but his welcoming demeanor had thrown them off. One of them hastily said, "I want to be fitted with a wand." Mazarin jovially replied, "Of course, signor. Your previous wand, what was it?" The Death Eater took some time to reply, "Apple wood. Dragon heartstring. 10 inches, unyielding." Mazarin was immediately suspicious. Unknown to them, he had tapped a rune carved on a drawer in his table with his wand, which he kept in the drawer, just in case. His demeanor towards them, however, was not changed. "Ollivander's work, I presume. I wonder what made you come so far to get a wand when you have one of the best wand makers in your home country." The Death Eaters were not ready to answer any questions. They had not thought that things would go this way. Before one of them could say anything more, the back door to the wand maker's shop flew open. A stunner took out one of the Death Eaters. There were 2 Ors framed in the door, dressed in the maroon robes of the Italian Ors. The wand maker took advantage of the distraction to fire a bombarda at one of the Death Eaters before he made a dive behind the counter. "Thought I would not know you, Death Eater scum." The Ors in the shop fightin' with the Death Eaters were not the Ors from Britain but local Ors who were not used to the rigors of combat as their British counterparts were forced to learn. They were not using any lethal spells either. Fenrir Greyback could see from outside that spells were being exchanged. He sent the 2 reserves in. "Go and help them. I want the wand maker or I will have your lives." Left with no option, the Death Eaters rushed forward only to be confronted by 2 wizards wearing the red robes with the insignia of the Ministry of Magic in Great Britain. They had waited because the Italians did not need their help, but now it was imperative for them to step in. The Death Eaters knew they were no match for these Ors in straight combat, even if they were using non-lethal spells. All they could do was to defend and retreat. Greyback was growling, "Do not leave any of them alive." He rushed forward to help his companions only to be thrown back by a banishing charm. There was Proudfoot, standing before him with his wand leveled at the werewolf. "Leave them be, Greyback. Let me entertain you for a bit." Growling, Greyback ran forward to tear the wizard limb from limb. The Auror stood nonchalantly. Greyback was confident that the wizard was a dead man standing. But when he was mid-lunge, Proudfoot conjured a silver dagger and banished it at him. Twisting in midair, the werewolf manag ed to only get nicked by the silver blade, but the wound burned like acid had been poured in it. He tumbled over a garden wall to avoid the next dagger. Another of the werewolves was still twitching the oot. His head had parted company with his body thanks to a dark cutter from the other British Auror. While Proudfoot kept Greyback pinned down, the last werewolf charged into the shop to make a grab for the wand maker. With Italian Aurors in front of him and British Aurors behind him, he changed his plan. Scooping up as many wands as he could from a nearby shelf, he waited for an opening. When the Italian Aurors showed his face around the end of the shelf, the werewolf lunged at him and nearly tore his wand arm off. Outside, Greyback was not a wand-wielding wizard himself. All he could do was to keep his head down and wait for a break in the spell casting. When it came, that wizard was going to find himself short one windpipe. If this had been full moon, he would have already transformed and got the job done. He simply could not move as quickly in his human form. When the lull in the casting came, Greyback went for Proudfoot's throat. Proudfoot cast a cutter that should have taken the werewolf's head off, but again, he twisted away from the deadly attack and it only wounded his shoulder. He fell to the ground howling with pain, rage and frustration. The Auror conjured the whip ignitus flagellum and swung it to snare Greyback into it. He had to roll away to save himself. The Auror started sending a rapid-fire barrage of bone breakers at him. He could do nothing except dodge. The Auror knew that if he gave a single chance to Greyback that it may very well be the last mistake of his life. He was keeping him occupied, casting relentlessly. He had been humiliated. Hen Harold Peverell had defeated him in the ministry and he was determined to prove himself this time. There was a lull in casting. Greyback took the chance to run forward to reach the Auror. He had to dodge a brilliant violet curse. Before he could reach his target, the Auror dissipated. Several things happened at that moment. The second werewolf rushed out of the wand maker's shop clutching several boxes and being pursued by an Auror. Proudfoot, who had appeared at his back, had just banished a silver javelin at Greyback. Taking this as his cue to retreat, Greyback followed his fellow werewolf and they disappeared into the night. The fight was over everywhere. In the shop, Mazarine was assessing the damage to his shop. 2 of the Death Eaters had been subdued and captured. A third one dead with a silver dagger through his heart which had been meant for the werewolf who escaped with the wands. When Mazarine took inventory, he found that 40 wands had been stolen. 6 more had been destroyed along with a piece of shelving, damage from his own bombarda. It was to the credit of the Italian Aurors that nothing else had been damaged inside the shop. Outside, one werewolf lay dead, his head a few feet from the rest of his body, still wearing a surprised look on his face. 2 of the British Aurors under Proudfoot's command were already cleaning up the mess. The third one policed the area, repairing spell damage and picking up the silver weapons. Mazarine was grumbling, "These scum would use my creations for evil now." Proudfoot, who had been uninjured, was taking stock of the situation. One of the Italian Aurors had been bitten, but since it was not full moon, he would not be turned. He would have some scars and that was all. The 3 British Aurors who had come with him were safe. He turned to Mazarine. "What made you suspicious of them?" He grumbled, "They were uncomfortable with my questions. They could not even tell about their wand composition at once. No good wizard forgets his wand composition." The only sore point for Proudfoot was that 2 of the Death Eaters had disappeared by their portkeys while Greyback had slipped through his fingers. He vowed to even the score next time. Proudfoot turned to the supervisor of the Italian Aurors. "Signor, these are your guests until we can make arrangements to take them to Britain. I am obliged for your help. Unknown place, Italy." Greyback was grumbling about getting his hands on a wand maker when the other surviving werewolf asked him, "What do you want a wand maker for?" Greyback told him that they needed one to outfit the Dark Lord's followers. The werewolf thought it over for some time before he said, "I know a wand maker. Not very famous but good work. I can take you to him if you want." Greyback nodded. Something was better than nothing. At least this way, the Death Eaters would not be without wands. 2 days later, They had reached an agreement with the wand maker. He was already a practitioner of dark magics, so he readily agreed to join them. 4 days after they had failed to capture Mazarine, Fenrir Greyback and the wand maker were in the unknown castle. Hogwarts. Harry was at the Gryffindor table with the usual posse of friends, waiting for the Daily Prophet. There was something in the newspaper which would turn a lot of heads. At the usual time, a barn owl landed before him. Harry took the paper, relieving it of its burden. There on the first page was the story which he had asked for Croker to publish. Muggle-born. Are we spurning our own people? Elphia's Ralph Stone. Yesterday, his reporter came across some groundbreaking research which has been hidden from the wizarding world for too long. This report had the seal of the Department of Mysteries and was indeed genuine. It states that Muggle-born are not entirely Muggles but born of squibs. Yes, dear reader, the report cites studies undertaken in the past, data gathered through genealogies and reports of many heritage tests. Collectively it all suggests that those called Muggle-born are born of squibs on one or both sides of the family. A little-known fact which has been forgotten about in antiquity is the classification of a wizard or witch is a pure blood, half-blood or Muggle-born. Of these, the term which is the most controversial is Muggle-born since no apt definition of it has been found so far. Muggle-born, as far as common understanding goes, refers to witches or wizards born of Muggles, but the truth is something deeper than this simple misconception. Since magic has to come from somewhere, this lends credence to the theory that the Muggle-born are descended from squibs. The ancient system of classification of blood states that if someone has ascended from a squib on one side of the family and is within 5 generations of the last magical ancestor, he is considered a half-blood. However, if one were to be born after 5 generations of the last magical ancestor, they would be considered Muggle-born. In that sense, there are only a very few Muggle-born out there. In fact, recently one Miss Hermione Granger, a 5th-year student and Gryffindor prefect at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has been declared to be a half-blood for having descended from Hector Dagworth Granger, the founder of the Extraordinary Society of Potioneers. When the Unspeakables were contacted about the research, one of the Unspeakables, on condition of anonymity, told the Daily Prophet that the research is genuine and has been suppressed for ages because the previous administrations did not want this fact to come to light. This reporter reached out to the head of Department of Family Relations, Lady Roxanne Greengrass, who confirmed having received a decree from the goblins regarding investment of Miss He. RMI1 Granger is the head of the previously defunct House of Granger. The ministry, on being apprised of the fact, committed to look into the genuineness of the report and to take steps to ensure justice for the Muggle-born who had to face persecution and bias despite being descended from magical families. We could not reach Miss Granger for comment before this went to print. Harry finished reading the paper and started looking around to notice the expressions of the students around him. Many of the Muggle-born looked incensed that the report had been hidden for so long from them, while some of them looked lost in thought. A few of them were smirking, perhaps imagining how this change would affect their lives. Many of the half-bloods and pure-bloods were trying to get a look at Hermione, who appeared to be sitting nonchalantly. Harry knew she was controlling her emotions and doing all she could to not run away from all the ogling. Colin, who was sitting near him, asked him wistfully, "Is it true, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Yes, it is true that Hermione is a half-blood. You also may be half-blood or a full-blood or a Muggle-born as per the classification in the paper. You need to go to Gringotts and get an inheritance test done to be sure of this. However, it is by no means certain that every Muggle-born will get a positive result on their test." Justin, who was sitting near him, asked, "Why the uncertainty? Are there any suspicions about the credibility of this research?" Harry shook his head. "No, Justin, but the thing is that Gringotts in England contains only a record of the Wizarding families in England since it was established. However, if someone's father or mother who was a squib moved in here from, say, Germany, then there would be no information available about that family here. In that case, any wizard or witch born to that person would have to go to their native land to find out about their ancestry. Maybe the goblins can help one get the test done here, in England, and ascertain their ancestry. I really don't know much about it." He turned to Creevy then. "Colin, you should go to Gringotts to get an inheritance test done. Ginny can get you a letter for Cord, the A nagger for House of Weasley and House of Pruitt from Arthur Weasley, and he can undertake to pay for the test. There is only one catch to the situation, however. If it is revealed that you have any magical ancestry, then your house would be a vassal to the house which sponsored your test. You can decide upon it by talking to Dennis and let me know later. Clear. Colin nodded. Of course, Harry. Ry had thought he would ask why Harry would not sponsor him, but when the other boy did not ask, he was relieved. He had enough vassals without taking on any more. Justin was looking at him expectantly and Harry looked at him warily. Mate. Last I checked you had a beautiful girlfriend named Isabel McDougal who belongs to the McDougal clan, and her grandfather Elder McDougal can sponsor you. However, if you are still bent on asking me to sponsor you, then I will do it. First, think over everything I have just said and try to find out what being a vassal means in the magical world. Harry had Rubel deciding if he should sponsor anyone or not. True, they were his friends, but a vassal meant more than just acknowledging friendship. If he took a vassal, he would be responsible for them. Besides, between House of Black and House of Rosier, there were already quite a few vassals he was responsible for without adding any more. He decided to ask Vikram about it. The mystics were neutral when it came to these things, and they could give him an honest opinion. Unknown Castle. The wand maker was standing before Voldemort and asking specifications of his previous wands to decide upon a suitable wand for him. My lord, what was your last wand? He asked, trembling a little. You, Phoenix Feather and 13½ an inch, he recited in his high cold voice. Can you not find me one like that, wand maker? The wand maker shook his head. Such wands are hard to come by, and phoenixes even more so. They are creatures of light. If you were to get your hands on a wand with a phoenix feather which has not come of the same phoenix as your last wand, it would most likely explode in your hand the moment you try to cast with it. I suppose that you got it when you started attending Hogwarts. Since it formed a bond with you, it kept serving you. Voldemort shrugged. Do as you see fit then. The wand maker pulled out a small stone basin and asked him to pour a few drops of blood into it. He cast a couple of detection spells at the bowl, then started reading the results of the spells. When he was done, he turned to Voldemort. My lord, I will require you wood, Chimera Claw and Dragon Heartstring for this wand. Voldemort turned to Triton Selwyn, who was attending to him now that Severus was back at Hogwarts to spy for Voldemort. Triton, you will gather the required materials by evening Tota. Why, and be responsible for whatever he may require of you. There were plans which Voldemort had laid down, and there were preparations to be made. Since the Ministry had given him so many blows in such a short time span, he wanted to do things quickly so the Ministry would not have a chance to strike back. His first order of business was to strike the island fortress of Azkaban. Doing so would require him to obtain a port key from the Department of Magical Transportation, as apparition was banned at the island fortress and he did not have the coordinates to make a port key for the location. They would require standard or port keys, each of which could take at least 10 of them, and he would need at least 3 of such port keys. There were many of his followers in the dreary prison. He would free them all to use in his quest. He figured he could also commandeer some of the other prisoners by placing them under the Imperious Curse to do his bidding. If nothing else, they would serve him as cannon fodder. For now, he needed the port keys and a plan of action to follow. He would need Severus to cook up a distraction for Dumbledore and Peverell. He was still not in a condition to clash with the duo, so he would need the duo well away from him and occupied. He could not afford failure at any cost. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was with Neville in his office, teaching him animation. Minerve had helped with his animagus process under Albus's orders. Now he was trying to work his way into the transformation to be able to transform quickly without wasting a moment if needed. He had seen Ari and how swift his transformations were. He could change into the Snow Leopard and out of it in no time. Dumbledore had pronounced himself satisfied with the improvement that Neville had shown and things he had learned. His formal training as Dumbledore's apprentice was nearly at an end, with only a few things to be learned remaining. Neville, my boy, said Dumbledore, with your training nearly done, it is time that I announce it to the world. I have taught you almost everything that I could in this time, and there are still things remaining you will have to learn by yourself. I will be here, guiding you should you stumble upon the path. There are a few gifts that I have to make to you, though. First is a casket of memories. I learned a lot of magic in my lifetime. Most of it lies in the deep confines of my memory. It will be better if you can watch it when I was learning it so that it would answer any questions or doubts that you may have. There are certain spells which you would say, me using in these memories, and I would prefer that you would not share them with anyone. Second is my grimoire. Since there are no other Dumbledores in this world other than me and my brother, Aberforth, who is hairless. It will serve you better. Since I have accepted you as my apprentice, I removed the protections on it. You can open it and there would be no repercussions. Now, we are to formal. Why sign the apprentice agreement which will be sent to the ministry? If received on time, it will be published in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Neville did not say anything for a few minutes, contemplating everything that the old headmaster had told him. Then he started speaking. Professor, I am thankful for the memories you are leaving to me in the grimoire, but shouldn't you leave these things to Harry? It is well known that he is your favorite student and you are his mentor. Dumbledore chuckled. It is true that I gave him some advice here and there, but that does not make me his mentor or his master. As I told you when I came to offer you my apprenticeship, Harry has been trained by masters more knowledgeable than me. Being my apprentice, you become my successor. People will see you as the next Dumbledore, so rightfully these things belong to you. As far as Harry Potter is concerned, I love him like the grandchild I can never have, and I would gladly take a killing curse meant for him, but he is not my apprentice. Dumbledore produced a stack of parchment and a blood quill and handed them to Neville. Sign these. These are the papers which state that I agreed to take you as my apprentice. This also means that there will be no secrets between the master and the apprentice. I will give every ounce of my knowledge to you, which I have already done. Neville eyed the blood quill warily and then looked at Dumbledore, who shrugged. I have the license to use a blood quill for such purposes due to my authority as the chief warlock. Besides, these papers cannot be signed with an ordinary quill. A blood quill must be used, since the intent of this agreement is to bind both the parties to it. Neville took the stack of parchments from him and started to read it. After about 15 minutes, when he was done, he signed the parchment, while wincing when the blood quill drew his blood. After he had signed it, it glowed for a moment before it turned normal again. Dumbledore tapped the stack with his wand and it disappeared. Neville was surprised, while Dumbledore said nonchalantly, "Not a big deal, Neville. The stack is now on its way to the ministry, where it will be received by the Count Ract's division in the Department of Family Relations. I expect that by tomorrow, news will be in the Daily Prophet." Before Neville could say anything, the door to his office opened and there was Severus Snape in the doorway. Panting and trying to control his breath, he wheezed, "Albus, I have news and you will not like it." Dumbledore turned to Neville. "I will meet you tomorrow, Mr. Longbottom. I fear I need to talk to Professor Snape without anyone hearing." Neville took his leave. Severus meanwhile was able to slow down his breathing. Albus offered him a chair and asked, "What happened?" Snape started speaking at once. "As you know, the Dark Lord's wand was destroyed by the acid in the fake prophecy orb. He sent Greyback to abduct another wand maker from Italy. Having been thwarted in that attempt, he managed to locate and hire another wand maker who was conversant in the dark arts. He is creating a wand for him now. His next plan is to attack the island fortress of Azkaban and release his followers. He is planning to obtain port keys, though he did not make me a party to this plan. I do not know the day of the intended strike or how many will be with him." Dumbledore dismissed him, saying, "Keep your ears open for any bit of news. I am going to the ministry to meet General Longbottom and make a plan." Ministry of Magic. A meeting was going on in General Longbottom's office. In attendance were Alistair Moody, Amelia Bones and Dumbledore besides the general. Alistair was saying, "As we had agreed, we have to let go of the island fortress for the time being. We do not know the size of his strike force, so our options are limited. Due to the nature of the building, we cannot place wards there. Due to the hostile environment, it is not feasible to keep sufficient manpower over there. What we can do is to empty the fortress of the prisoners who are not there for life and leave the Death Eaters in there. The Auror outpost on the shore should be closed to ensure we do not suffer any casualties. We will keep a skeleton staff at the prison to keep it running. When their forces attack, the few who are there can use their port key to apparate out of there, leaving behind the prisoners for him to take. I wish we could send them to other prisons such as Nurmengard, but that is not possible, so we have to suffer this humiliation of having lost our prison. Since we will not have any facility to keep them contained, what should we do with the prisoners that we will capture in the future? Frank answered this question. I fear we will not have many prisoners at the rate we are killing them in every raid or ambush. The few we have would be eligible for the veil on account of their activities. A family business. Harry entered the headmaster's office nonchalantly. Headmaster, I need to go out of the castle at this instant. Dumbledore arched an eyebrow. What has happened? Did you get some news? Harry shook his head. No, headmaster. I have some family business that I must attend to in Hogsmeade. I am sorry that I cannot tell you more about it. Albus looked at him for a few moments and then sighed. All right, if you are so bent upon it then you can go, but I would appreciate it if you would take someone with you. Harry nodded. I will not be alone, headmaster. Besides, you do not need to worry about me. I will take Sirius with me. Albus nodded. I will lift the incantations for an hour. Please ensure that you return to the castle within the hour. Harry smirked. Do not trouble yourself, Professor. You will not know when I was gone and when I return. With that, Harry disappeared. There was not even a sound, nor did the wards register his apparition. They only chimed to tell him that someone had bypassed them. Albus knew Harry would be safe wherever he went. Harry appeared in the cottage where Sirius had just sat for breakfast with Moony. He silently appeared beside him and said loudly, "Boo." Sirius almost fell out of his chair. Merlin's beard. Pup, don't scare me like that. What are you doing here anyway? Harry showed him the letter. This came for me 3 days ago and I have had people check it. It is genuine. She wants an audience. We are her fam. Eily, and she deserves an audience at least. She will either get her wish or we will wash our hands of her and her son. Sirius read the letter then nodded. We will go in, but not before I have made Sir that there is no one lurking about the inn, and he had not finished his words before Harry caught his arm and they had disapparated to appear in front of the inn. Without wasting a moment, they walked inside where the bar was empty of patrons, but 3 wizards were sitting in leather masks. One of them saluted Harry. Darm Aur Mon. Harry returned the greeting. He asked, who was the captain of the ship which sails all around the world without being seen? The mystic replied, Deshant. Harry nodded. Have you scouted around this place? Are you sure there are no cattle roaming around? The mystic replied, they seem to be cooped up in their hidden hole. They are not venturing out. Thanking the wizard, Harry turned to Aberforth. Sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Dumbledore. Aberforth waved him off. Think nothing of it, lad. Go on up. She is on the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, they entered a room without knocking. Narcissa was inside waiting for them. As she saw him, she knelt, bowing before him. Lord Black, I am honored that you accepted my request. Harry motioned for her to rise. Narcissa, you should know by now that I do not want or need this bowing and scraping. Nor would it influence my decision in the slightest. Please come to the point so that I may consider your request. As Narcissa rose to her feet, Harry noted that she looked haunted and pale. Her frame, which she normally held tall and proud, was gaunt and a bit bent. She took a deep breath before she started speaking. Lord Black, as you know, Lucius is incarcerated in Azkaban. During his trial, he made some statements which jeopardized our lives. I fear that the Dark Lord in his anger and out of spite will force Draco to do his bidding so that he will get killed at the hands of the Aurors. I have been shielding Draco while we were in hiding since the trial, but now he is in the school and I cannot save him there. Will you protect him? Harry thought about it. True that Malfoy was a git, but he had no power now. His father was in jail and he was scorned by his housemates. Any snake loyal to Voldemort could kill him. All Narcissa was asking for was his protection. He could do it, but he decided to attach some conditions. Narcissa, your request seems to be just, however I will grant it under 2 conditions. First, he has been contemptuous toward my friends who I consider to be as close as family. So long as he refrains from acting against any of them or me, I will protect him from any harm. Second, he must accept my protection. I cannot guard him against his will. I also offer you my protection if you will accept it. My offer, however, does not extend to Lucius. He is a criminal and he will pay for his crimes. Do you accept my terms? She bowed her head. I am thankful to you, Lord Black. I will be responsible for his conduct. Harry directed Sirius, place her in Mooney's care. She will be safe enough at the plantation. The leaky cauldron. The wizarding populace was Abu ZZ with the news published in the Daily Prophet this morning. The news that Dumbledore had accepted an apprentice had come as a shock. What was more that the said apprentice was a mere student. This was unusual. But then, when had Dumbledore ever done anything which was considered usual? People at the inn were talking about it and speculating about the turn of events. Most of them had assumed that Dumbledore would take Harold Peverell as his apprentice. Most of them had no idea about Neville Longbottom except that he was the son of the Minister of Magic. One wizard was saying to his companion, "If Dumbledore has accepted him as his apprentice, then it means that the boy must be special. I am personally waiting to see what he will do." An unmarked Death Eater was at the inn. He was hearing about the rumors going around. He listened to everything for as long as he could without attracting attention to himself. But when he heard nothing substantial, he walked out of the inn and dissipated away. Hogwarts. Dumbledore announces his apprentice. According to an announcement made by the Ministry of Magic, the headmaster of Hogwarts Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore has recently taken on an apprentice. While this was not unexpected, what was surprising is the candidate who was chosen for the said honor by the venerable old wizard. As most of Wizarding Britain, yours truly included, was expecting him to take on Harold Peverell, the boy who lived as an apprentice, he chose to bestow the honor on Neville Longbottom, the heir of House of Longbottom and the son of General Longbottom. This will not change things significantly, but it does raise questions as to why Dumbledore chose him as an apprentice in place of the boy who lived when he is also being called the Chosen One these days. According to some of his friends at Hogwarts, he is a wizard with common talents who never stood out before this year. Since this year started, however, he has been seen fraternizing with Th. E. boy who lived, and they are as close as best mates. Harold Peverell, the boy who lived, had to say on the news, "Dumbledore has chosen the perfect person to be his apprentice. Neville is an able wizard who is worth the honor, and he will shoulder the headmaster's legacy with ease." Albus Dumbledore or Neville Longbottom could not be reached before this went to print. This was the news that had been published in the Daily Prophet, and the whole of the school was surprised with the proclamation. Students were revisiting everything they knew about the boy, but except for those who were his friends, none could recall anything special about him. The members of the Order of the Snow Leopard, however, knew that the headmaster had chosen true. At the Hufflepuff table, where Harry and his group were sitting for breakfast, Hermione was surprised. When did this happen? What was the basis for this selection? Why did you not tell us, Neville? Neville had the audacity to laugh. Hermione, I have to repeat Harry's catchphrase for you. Hermione breathed. This happened sometime during summer vacation. We had a long chat before he made this decision. I did not tell you because he told me to keep it a secret from everyone. Hermione grumbled something about everyone keeping secrets from her. Harry smirked mentally about her not knowing even half of the secrets they were hiding. Just then Professor Sprout descended upon their table. "Mr. Peverell and Mr. Longbottom, the headmaster wants an audience with you two in his office after breakfast." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Professor. We will get going right now. Let's kill some corpses." In his office, Dumbledore welcomed them. "I have received some grave news. I want your help in this." Harry nodded. "How can we help, Professor?" Dumbledore started speaking. "I have received news that Tom is going to create in Fury. There is an underground lake where he has hidden dead bodies of many wizards, witches and muggles that he killed. He intends to raise them to augment his forces. I wish for you both to come with me and destroy those bodies." They both nodded. "When are we going?" Dumbledore grinned. "We will leave in a moment. I have sent letters to your teachers that you both will not be in your classes today." He produced a piece of rope. "This is our portkey. Hold on and we will be going." 5 minutes later, they were standing on the edge of a stone precipice below which was the sea. Dumbledore looked at them and grinned. "Time to swim, boys." Harry balked. "Headmaster, Neville and I have both gone swimming under conditions worse than this. But may I ask why we have to get wet here?" Dumbledore smiled. "Do you see any way for us to cross this distance? There are anti-apparition wards around the place where we are going." Harry asked him. Can you show me where we would emerge from the sea, Professor? Dumbledore showed him. Harry spent a minute, concentrating on the spot. Then he took Neville and Dumbledore each by the arm and they disappeared. The three of them reappeared on the rock just inside of the cave mouth, warm and dry. Dumbledore was surprised. That was so different from apparition. I did not even feel the usual squeezing and suffocating experience. Harry gave him a smirk. Let's get done what we are here to do, Professor. The clock is running. Dumbledore turned to him. This is your test, Neville. Can you feel another magical signature here? Something hostile. Neville closed his eyes with his wand out. He spread his senses out. In a few minutes he opened his eyes. Yes, a nasty, foul-smelling magical presence which is quite strong. Dumbledore had gone into his professional mode now and was waving his wand around and muttering something when an archway appeared in the wall. Harry and Neville were watching him curiously, neither of them having learned how to do the said phenomenon yet. The archway which had appeared faded away again almost immediately. Dumbledore grimaced. So crude. Tom was never the best of thinkers. Neville asked him, why did the archway disappear, Professor? Dumbledore turned to them. This archway will not open without blood payment. Harry said, stand aside. I'll blast it open. Dumbledore said, that would be unwise, Harry. For one thing, Tom will almost certainly be alerted to our presence here if we do that. And, I would like to leave a little surprise for him when he accesses this place again. Before Dumbledore could say anything more, Harry slashed his palm with a cutting charm and splashed the blood on the walls. The archway appeared again and it did not fade away this time. Harry had already mended his palm. Together, the trio passed through to the next chamber. As they were in, the door faded away. Dumbledore had his wand out and lighted it. They were in an underground cavern which was deep with a lake inside. There was a dim glow in the distance, across the water. He addressed both of them. The dead bodies are in the lake. They will react to any disturbance of the water. To attract their attention, I will roll some stones into the lake. They will start coming up and attack anything that is warm or moves. Remember, they can only be killed by fire. As he started rolling stones into the water, the dead started rising one by one. The sight of them was horrible. Their organs looked decomposed and they reeked. Harry and Neville both had their firewhips out already. They started swinging as the first one came at them. The Inferi came up out of the water, trying to press in on them and overwhelm them. The young wizards used their firewhips to lasso them around the middle, cutting them in half and setting them on fire before they could get within arm's reach. Dumbledore stayed back a pace, keeping the area lit and standing by in case any of the dead managed to get too close. They kept at it for 15 minutes. The air was full of acrid, oily smoke from the burning dead. The trio resorted to bubblehead charms to provide themselves with clean air to breathe. They had already destroyed more than 100 Inferi, but they just kept coming. Harry began to wonder at the sheer numbers of Tom Riddle's victims. As far as he could see out into the darkness, the lake seemed to be boiling where the bodies of more of them were coming to the surface. Finally, Harry had enough. He threw a banishing charm at Neville, throwing him back. Thrusting his wand forward, he yelled at the top of his voice, Dwanalam, Fiendfire. The fiery form of the snow leopard burst out of his wand, burning all the dead in its path, leaving nothing but smoke and a bit of oily ash. It incinerated everything above the surface. After about 5 minutes, there were no more traces of active undead and Harry dispelled his fiendfire. He made to step forward when Dumbledore stopped him. Careful, Harry, some of them are still in the water. Harry thrust his wand forward and incanted different spell this time, Yawanagni, Greek fire. It was one of the incantations in the spell book Pawin had given him, and this spell was meant to start Greek fire. While fiendfire could not burn below water, Greek fire burnt underwater as well and devoured everything. In 10 more minutes, the lake was free of the Inferi and none of them had so much as a scratch. Before they dissipated out, Dumbledore left a parting gift for Tom the next time he accessed the underground cave. Behind the mirror, 4th floor. When the Order met for the first meeting this term, Harry started talking to them about warfare. It was essential to have some semblance of a plan beforehand if they were besieged suddenly. You know, in a battle, the most important thing is to be able to follow command. If a team can adhere to commands issued by a single commander of theirs, then they will suffer minimum casualties. For that purpose it is important to know what one can do for his effort in the war. I know not everyone can stomach blood and gore, so it is no shame if you cannot fight. Here are other ways that you can contribute in it. For example, if Hogwarts is besieged and the enemy is at the gates with a mighty army, what do you think should be our first course of action? Hermione answered that question. There are a lot of underaged witches and wizards here. They have no business in a real fight and they should be evacuated as quickly as possible. If we don't have to worry about protecting the non-combatants, we can focus our efforts better on defeating the enemy. Harry nodded. As far as that goes, you are right. Now, consider where would we evacuate them? How will we make sure that the evacuated students are safe? There are many students who are children of Death Eaters. We can't just let them go out and tell their families all about our defenses. What can we do in such a case? Neville answered this one. We will have some people to stand guard over the students until we can be sure that it is safe to release them to their families. It is as much for their safety as ours. We can evacuate them to safe houses where they would be looked after. Harry started speaking again. What will be our next step in such a case? Susan said, the next step would be to divide our forces to post them in various parts of the castle so that they can augment the ministry forces. It would be better if we spend the time to practice it beforehand so we will not have to scramble around in confusion. Harry smirked. And what should be after that? This time Ernie replied, we will need to divide up into units and send them where they are needed, depending on what type of foe they are facing. We will need people with silver swords and quick reflexes to defeat the werewolves. We will need groups who can take turns casting, dodging and shielding to go up against the spellcasters. We will need healers to care for the casualties. And what do we do about the giants? I heard that they have about 30 of them. Harry nodded. I have a big surprise prepared for their giants. They are not likely to get close enough to even engage. As for the rest, we have a few who are qualified to wield swords. Most of us will either be helping the medics or providing support for the spellcasters. Now do you all know about battle formations? Hermione answered, I have read a little about them. They were prominent mostly in old times when wars were fought with swords and later with muskets. Harry asked her, so how different is fighting with a wand? If for example, we have about 30 Death Eaters in the Transfiguration Courtyard and we have about 15 of our fighters around Hem in chakra circle formation, which is shrinking inwards with about 8 wizards casting relentlessly while 7 of them are shielding them or their companions, what do you think our chances would be? Or, if we choose a strategic location in the castle from where we have the advantage and we place groups of fighters there, then who would have the advantage? Others were nodding at his line of thought. It was well thought out strategy which could be useful to them, but that would require them to practice it beforehand. Michael Corner turned to him. What do you propose, Harry? How do we do it? I mean, I can get it that you are talking about these things to us because we need these strategies in case the castle is the ground for battle. Harry smiled. All right, that brings me to the second part of this discussion. How many of the students who have been practicing with us would be amenable to fight? Michael thought hard and said, of the 80 who has been practicing with us for the last term, about 60 of them would be willing to fight. 20 of them are either younger than us or cannot stomach blood and gore. Harry nodded. Those 20 can help in the evacuation, looking after the students' and the safe houses to ensure that they do not escape and go to their families to tell on us. Harry turned to Hermione next. Hermione, you once had asked for a task worthy of your talents. Here it is. I want you to assess the students. List them with their abilities. Consult with Ron and set them up in units for each type of operation. We need details for help with evacuation, directing traffic and looking after the students that we have to babysit for the duration. I also want you to form units to assist with the casualties. And combat units for ranged and melee fighting. Hermione nodded and he turned to Ron. Ron, I have a task for you if you want it. Ron asked uncertainly. Yeah, what is it? Harry smirked. Don't look so gloomy. Besides helping Hermione make up the units, I want you to form some strategies around how those units will be most effective. Keep in mind that other than Neville and me, none of these guys have seen any real combat yet. It is time to put that chess brilliance of yours into action. He turned to the twins again. You two, what is your progress with that contraption I wanted? Tracy answered for them. It is almost ready, Harry. We have made it now, we just have to enchant it. When a lever on it is pressed, it will superheat the liquid within. When the pressure is too much, the sphere will explode, releasing a cloud of deadly vapor. Anyone or anything caught in the 20-foot radius cloud is going to have a really bad day. It should take about 5 seconds between releasing the lever and the sphere exploding. Of course, they could be broken open. Faster if they are dashed against a hard surface. Harry nodded. We will have to divide the students into teams. I want at least 2 of you to be involved in the evacuation and 1 of you to be present in the hospital wing if an attack happens. I would encourage you to join Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing in the meanwhile to learn some primary healing so that she would not be overburdened. With that, the meeting was dismissed. They scheduled the next session in the room of requirement that night. London. Madame Edgecombe was walking towards the entry point to report for her duty this morning, when a wizard appeared before her. While she was startled, she recognized the newcomer as Walden McNair. He bowed to her curtly. Madame Edgecombe, how are you? I swear you are looking sparklingly brilliant today. She knew Walden was a marked Death Eater and should have stunned him the moment he appeared before her, but she always had a weak spot for flattery. She asked him, Mr. McNair, where have you been? I heard you had joined the Death Eaters. McNair grinned at her. You had indeed heard right, madam, and I am here today on the orders of my master to take you captive. Before she could act, he had his wand out and intoned. Imperio. Madame Edgecombe tried to resist him for a moment before she eventually gave up. With that, McNair dissipated away and she went to her office. Since she was not a marked Death Eater and worked in the Department of Magical Transportation, she had access to the standard ore portkeys that Voldemort needed. That day at the office, she picked up 5 such portkeys. When she arrived home, she delivered them to McNair, who was waiting there for her. Since her daughter Marietta was in Hogwarts and her husband was dead, there was no way anyone could find out that she had been Imperio used. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was testing his new wand. This one felt as good as his last one. There was no substantial difference in his casting. It still enabled him to practice all the magic that he knew. Walden McNair had performed his commission satisfactorily. He was ready to storm Azkaban and augment his forces many-fold. He was hopeful of retrieving at least 60 of his Death Eaters for his forces. Triton Selwyn walked into his chamber and bowed low to kiss the hem of his robes. My lord, we are ready to go. A team of 10 of your followers is ready to follow you. Voldemort asked him. Is Severus here? Selwyn shook his head. He has not yet reported in, my lord. Voldemort drawled. Pass me your arm, Selwyn. Selwyn extended his arm to him in volume. Demort pressed his wand on the dark mark, digging into it. It caused immeasurable pain to Selwyn, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Even a whimper from his mouth would get him subjected to the Crux. Iatus curse at the hands of the Dark Lord. About 5 minutes later, Severus walked in bowing low. My lord, you called. Voldemort sneered. Took you long enough, Severus. Have your loyalties changed towards me? Snape said defiantly. No. My lord, I am still loyal to you. The old fool had me in his office talking about your activities. He told me that the Ministry is planning to attempt to plant a spy in your forces to find your hiding place. Of course it was misinformation which Snape was feeding him. Voldemort growled. They cannot fool me again. I was short-sighted the last time to act in haste and walk into their trap. Now, I wish for you to remain here until I return from an errand I am running. Severus bowed. Your will is my command, my lord. With that, Voldemort walked out followed by Selwyn. In 10 minutes, they were out of the castle taking the portkey to Azkaban. Azkaban. The prison was down to a skeleton staff of only 10 wizards. Most of the prison was already empty of prisoners. Most of them had been sent away to other countries, while some with lighter sentences such as a year or 2 in Azkaban were offered the option of paying a fine instead of serving out their sentences. They had taken that option. In this way, the Ministry had made preparations to minimize their losses. Those who remained were mostly Death Eaters. The Dementors had been feasting on them for periods longer than usual. Most one of them would be too insane or too powerless to be of much use to their Dark Lord. The portkey deposited them on one of the portkey points of the fortress. Voldemort knew the gate was 2 feet thick and it would not budge by ordinary force. He whipped his wand out and thrusting his wand forward, he put all his power into his spell, Bombarda. There was a tumultuous roar as the door was blasted apart. The blast had shaken the foundations of the wizarding prison. The Dementors were getting restless at the intruders. If they attacked, things would be over before they began, but they did not attack. As soon as the gates had been breached, the Aurors in the fortress had activated their portkeys and were gone. They would not be returning to Azkaban ever. The Dementors had recognized his presence and the jail break which was happening. They did not attack the Death Eaters. They only continued to fly around them. Bellatrix was in her cell. Her arm was itching, her right arm where her dark mark was. She tore open the dirty robes over her arm to reveal the dark mark. It was as black as the day it was branded on her skin. Her magic was also flaring, which and when she was in the presence of her master, she cackled, "Master R." His followers had been liberating each of the prisoners while some were searching the inventory of the prison. Voldemort himself was liberating his most loyal followers out of the prison. When he liberated Bellatrix, she fell at his feet, clutching his legs and cackling, "Master is back." He picked her up and said in a rageful voice, "My dear Bellatrix. How they have treated you. I swear they will pay for it." That was more or less the same scene with most of his other loyal followers who fell at his feet as he liberated them. After most of his followers had been liberated, 2 of his followers brought Lucius Malfoy before him. He sneered at the blonde man, "Lucius, you wavered from your faith, yet here I am, saving you from the ministry in return for your ungratefulness and disloyalty towards me. You will be punished for your insolence, Lucius." He beckoned one of the Dementors forward and talked in some Incomprehensible way with it before the Dementors started to fly away, gliding towards the shore. He beckoned Selwyn forward. "What is the report, Selwyn?" Selwyn hesitated, reporting, "My lord, we liberated 20 of your followers who were in the prison here. There was not a single soul other than them in the prison. We have searched all the levels of this fortress. I assume that the ministry knew we were coming, and they emptied the prison of all of the prisoners and..." Thwack! Before Trident Selwyn could say more, a dagger had entered his body directly over his heart, killing him instantly. Voldemort roared in fury. He turned towards the direction where the dagger must have come from. He saw a figure running away. He and many of his followers who were standing with him sent killing curses that way, but the man had already turned a corner and disappeared. A few of his followers chased after him, but they did not find him anywhere. This man was an Auror on duty named Bartley Higgins. He had been one of the oldest Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. He had just joined the ministry when the First War was about to end. He was not well known like other senior Aurors, but he kept his head low and did his work. Amelia had tried to give him some role when Frank took his place as Minister of Magic, but he had respectfully refused, telling her that his reward would be to kill as many Death Eaters as he could. He was a Muggle-born whose family had been killed by Death Eaters. He had an eternal grudge against them. Unknown to most people and even the Ministry of Magic, he was an animagus, a seagull to be precise. He had registered himself with the ICW though. When the other Aurors had dissipated away, he had stayed behind to spy on the Death Eaters. A seagull in the middle of seagulls would be missed by most of them. When he saw that Voldemort had liberated his followers, his orders were to return to the ministry, but he could not resist taking the shot with the dagger. His hatred for Voldemort was such that he could have cast the killing curse at the Dark Lord without thinking twice. He had to take news to the ministry, and duty came first. As soon as he had hurled the dagger, he had started running away without stopping to see if it had hit its mark. By the time the Death Eaters started to look for him, he had already transformed. In his animagus form, he saw that he had killed Trident Selwyn instead. Voldemort was cursing his luck. After getting the Dementors and his followers liberated, he had lost one of his followers, and Selwyn was one of his best fighters. Asking Goyle to dump Selwyn's body in the sea, he started distributing portkeys to his followers. Within moments, they were ready to go. When every portkey was away, Voldemort was left behind. He looked at the fortress with hatred and put all of his anger and frustration into the Bombarda Maxima, which he cast. This blew the top half of the island fortress into tiny bits. Feeling some satisfaction, he cast the Dark Mark over the ruins of the erstwhile prison fortress, then dissipated. In a press note issued by the ministry yesterday, it has been stated that the island fortress, which was the only maximum security incarceration facility in Wizarding Britain, has been razed down to rubble in a Death Eater attack last evening. The ministry also said that about 20 wizards and witches, most of whom were branded Death Eaters, were rescued by the terrorist otherwise known as Voldemort. There were no other casualties among the prison guards as a result of the attack. It is also reported that the Dementors have defected. They have changed their allegiance to Voldemort. The only real loss is that the building of the former prison was reduced to rubble. As such, it will be of no use to us anymore, meaning that there will be more executions. The ministry will also have to find someplace else to keep its prisoners. As for the former inmates of the prison, the ministry reported that most of them had already been transported to other countries. A few who were serving lighter sentences had their sentences commuted. They were given the option of paying a fine and being released instead of serving the balance of their sentences. It seems that the war is going to heat up from now, with the most dangerous of Voldemort's Death Eaters at large again. To see a list of escapees, CP 10. Here I would like to remind our readers that these escaped Death Eaters are part of what was called his inner circle during the last war. With them being at large again, this writer is concerned for the safety and security of Wizarding Britain. General Longbottom was quoted as saying, "It would seem that the loss of our maximum security prison is a major blow, but the facility was aging and dangerous anyway. We will rebuild a new, better, stronger, safer facility. The Dementors will be dealt with appropriately for their defection. The escaped prisoners will face our orders. There can be no doubt how that will end. While the war is afoot, we will promptly execute every Death Eater who deserves it after we have tried them. I am determined to fill them with fear of the might of the ministry." This was the news in the Daily Prophet this morning, with a picture of the ruins with the dark mark hovering over it. It had sent people into frenzy all over Wizarding Britain. The office of General Longbottom was receiving letters by the dozen every hour from ordinary wizards and witches to seek reassurance from him that everything was fine. Frank had been so inundated by these requests that he had to put a mail ward on himself in Green Hues. Consequently, all the mail sent to the general was being routed to an empty room in the bowels of the Ministry of Magic. There a few of the staff were going through it, vetting it. Office of General Longbottom. I could not resist taking a shot at him. I knew I could be killed, but I threw a silver knife at him. Then I turned tail and ran. I transformed as soon as I was out of their sight. Later, when I was spying on them in my animagus form, I saw that my knife had found Triton Selwyn's chest. He died almost immediately, reported Bartley Higgins. In the office of the Minister of Magic, the general was sitting with the chief of DMLE and the head Auror. They were in conference about the incident at Azkaban. They had the Auror reporting in person to them who had killed Triton Selwyn in the fortress. "You did a commendable job, Bartley. I am promoting you to work under Sirius Black to be in charge of the training of the trainee Aurors," said Frank, "and I do not want you refusing my offer either. I want the boys to know you, respect your authority. There may be times when you yourself may have to lead the charge. The days of looming in the shadows are over for you, my friend." With that, Bartley walked out of the office. Frank turned to Alistair. "Alistair, report." Alistair adopted a professional stance as he did when reporting to his senior officer. Voldemort used Street Andard Auror grade port keys to reach the island fortress. They were issued in the name of Madame Edgecombe. Robards went to personally investigate her and he found that she was under the imperious curse. Say when she tried to kill him with her bare hands. He sustained a few injuries while trying to subdue her. Right now, she is undergoing treatment at St. Mungo's where the healers are trying to cure her. So far, she has injured 2 healers. They regretfully had to give a draft of living death to her while they worked on her. It would be safe to assume that she will be out of commission for many months. Frank nodded. "Were you able to trace the path of the portkeys?" Moody shook his head. "We could not. He had Madame Edgecombe take 4 port keys, but he used only 1. He used his own port keys to take his followers away. We tried to trace its path, but it was untraceable." Frank shrugged. "What have we lost in addition to the fortress?" Moody thought for some time before he answered. "I suppose, the Dementors. They deserted when the fortress was attacked. But I don't really know that they were ever on our side. That's all. Based on our latest intelligence, He has 30 giants, about 200 dementors, about 150 wizards and roughly 300 werewolves. That is a formidable force for us to face. Frank said wryly, if the war were to be decided by numbers alone, we will need more wands on our side. Monsieur Delacour had promised me some help. Dumbledore tried to get help from the war wizard contingent of the ICW, but they refused, saying it is a revolt or civil war, not an invading force or national incident like the Grindelwald War. Alistair asked him, what about the lad's friends? Won't they participate in the war? Frank shook his head. No, Alistair. They never fight open wars unless it is imperative for them. The only way they would participate is if Mr. Harshvarden asked them to. Moody said grimly, then let's hope that Voldemort does not get any more followers or that we receive unexpected help from different quarters. Hogwarts. The students were looking at the grid of photos on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Each one was a photo of one of the Death Eaters that had been broken out of Azkaban with their name and a page reference where one could find an account of their crimes and convictions. Most of them were considered to be as bad as Voldemort himself. RRY knew that the paper was not far from wrong. The ones who were rounded up after Voldemort's fall had continued to wreak havoc in his name. They were all well versed in dark magics. It was almost CERTAIN that they would know almost as much as he did. Neville was glaring hatefully at Bellatrix Nameless. His expression looked murderous. His magic had wrapped itself around him like a cloak. Harry K. knew that Neville would like nothing better than to hack her to death. Hannah was there holding his hand in hers, patting it lightly, whispering words in his ear. Harry was glaring at Travers, one of T.'s who had been incarcerated in Azkaban since the end of the last war. One of his purported crimes included being involved in the murder of the McKinnons. He wanted to get his hands on that one to kill him after he had performed all the methods of torture that Charrick had taught him. Susan was glaring at Bellatrix Nameless and Augustus Rookwood. He was a pockmarked wizard who was scratching his N's and looked like he was bored in his picture frame. One of his crimes was to have helped in bringing down the wards around the house which Edgar Bones had bought for himself and his wife. He was a ward specialist who had been employed in the past in the Department of Mysteries. He could break down any ward if he was given sufficient time to study it. He carefully studied the names of every witch and wizard who had escaped Azkaban. He burned their names and crimes into his memory so that he would know who had personal grudges against each one and exactly how much justice to extract from why one of them before he allowed them to die. There was Dolohov who had been incarcerated for having killed the Pruitt twins. Any one of the Weasleys would love to have a chat with him. There was Mulciber Sr., who was incarcerated for killing a family of Muggles. Any one of them could settle up with that one. There was Corbin Yaxley who was sent to Azkaban for having killed 5 Aurors during the previous war including Reginald Dunbar. It looked like Faye wanted nothing more than to get her hands on that Death Eater and kill him. The mood was grim all over the castle. Many of the students looked thoughtful, some of them looked angry. A few were gleeful. Harry was marking the important ones. He also remembered Narcissus' request. He wrote a short note and sent it to Jugson through one of Hogwarts' elves to come meet him on the 5th floor in an abandoned room with other vassals of House of Black, at dinner time when almost all of them would be in the Great Hall. A meeting with vassals. Jugson, Everly and Dryden entered the room and bowed to Harry before he offered seats to them. After they were seated, he turned to Jugson. Where is your father? He is in hiding at one of the safe houses of my family. The Dark Lord has still not noticed his absence, so his dark mark has not flared at all. He asked me again if you can get mercy for him from the ministry. Harry asked him earnestly, did he ever kill someone in his service? Was he convicted for it or did he use the imperious defense? He shook his head. I do not know Lord Black. He has never told us about his time as a Death Eater. He would only say that it was the most embarrassing time of his life. Harry thought for a few minutes before he started speaking again. I will offer a letter of reference for him. In a week's time, he is to present himself to Alistair Moody at the Ministry of Magic. He will offer to give up all secrets of Voldemort that he knows of in return for clemency or a blanket pardon if he did not commit any horrible crime. The Unspeakables need someone to conduct their research on the Dark Mark. Your father would be safe in their custody while they try to find a way to rid him of the mark, and if his connection to Voldemort through it can be severed in some way. He turned to Everly and Dryden. If you have someone in your family in the same predicament, then something similar can be arranged for them. But only after considering their crimes. You three cannot return to your homes in the meanwhile, because I expect that Voldemort or his followers will come recruiting. Given their tactics, you would have to join them or be killed. As Judson pondered everything Harry had said, Harry started speaking again. I have a job for all of you, if you agree. Since the final battle will be fought here, we will need to evacuate the castle. I want you to make a list of students who come from families of Death Eaters or would act for Voldemort if he attacked the castle. When we are evacuating, you three will be keeping guard over such students at one of my safe houses with a couple of oars. I will make sure that you are given recognition for your service. The taint of Death Eater on your houses is washed off by your service to the light. Judson was the first to find his voice. Lord Black, I am grateful for the generosity you are bestowing upon me. My father had left it for me to decide where to pledge my allegiance to the Dark Lord or to renew my fealty to you. I am glad that I chose the latter. I will ask him to surrender to Alistair Moody as soon as you can give me a letter of reference for him. Dryden and Everly were of the same mind. This was the best deal they would be getting in the present climate. Their families were bent on serving the Dark Lord. They wanted them to stay away from it. This was in every way beneficial. However, Dryden asked him, do you require any service of us? Harry nodded. As a matter of fact, I do. Can you tell me what Draco Malfoy is up to? Everly started telling him. As much as he is a pathetic scumbag, I feel pity for him sometimes since he returned from winter vacation. He has been abandoned by everyone. He kind of keeps himself to himself. He has no one to talk to. He sleeps with his wand nearby. His cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, have abandoned him. They now serve Theodore Nott, who is the new boyfriend of Pansy Parkinson since Lucius Malfoy lost his status before the Dark Lord. The Light has always detested him for his behavior towards Muggle-born, half-bloods and other pure bloods who he calls blood traitors. As for neutrals, there are no neutrals since Lord Greengrass joined the light side in the Wizengamot. With things being the way they are, he is favored by no one, scorned by those who were previously his friends. He spends most of his time cooped up in his dorm or sometimes in the library. There is nothing to suggest that he is up to any mischief. Harry heard everything with an impassive face while he felt a little sorry for the ferret. True, the ferret had caused problems for him with those Potter stinks badges among other things. But Harry had already more than fully paid back any insult Malfoy had ever given him. And got a full apology out of him besides. And slimy git or not, this was still his cousin, a black and a 15-year-old boy. Harry would help him, if he would allow it. A lonely existence was a miserable existence which no one should have. He turned to the trio. I have a job for you all. You will keep an eye on Malfoy. If he gets up to any mischief or anyone threatens him or plots against him, you are to let me know immediately. Don't try to handle it yourselves. That is, unless he is in immediate danger, then protect him the best you can and get word to me. I need every one of you to be above reproach. Keep your hands clean and appear to the Death Eaters' children that you are on their side. If you need me, hand a note or a message off to any of the house elves. I'll be there before you know it. I want a daily report of the Malfoy heir. Headmaster's study. Albus Dumbledore had sent for Harry and Neville to talk about something important. When they entered, he offered seats to them. After they sat down, he asked them, I presume you both know about the breakout from Azkaban. Harry nodded. Of course, it was all over the papers. Dumbledore started saying grimly, I do not need to foist upon you the ramifications of these Death Eaters breaking out of Azkaban. They are the worst of his followers. With them back, he has increased his strength many-fold. I have heard reports that Tom himself is planning to leave Wizarding Britain to find more followers. His forces already outnumber us. With even more followers at his side, the balance tips a bit more his way. I wanted to disc USS with you both where we can get more people to fight first, knowing that we cannot resort to the methods adopted by Tom. Harry asked him, Professor, what can you tell me about our forces? Dumbledore nodded. We have about 250 competent Aurors. Maybe 50 more wizards, most of whom are not fighters. Harry smiled. Professor, in addition to those you mentioned, we have about 50 students who have been training as hard as they can. Remus has been raising a force of 40 werewolves at the Rosier estate. They would be useful in dealing with the werewolves on his side. In addition to that, Monsieur Delacour had promised help to us. I received a letter from Victor Crumb, who has promised to visit here next month. He is going to sign up with Puddlemere United. I am hopeful of him adding at least 40 more wands to our numbers. Taken together, we can have a distinct advantage if we choose the battlefield, which we already have. This castle will be the ground for battle. The Order of the Snow Leopard is now working on developing strategy to be followed in case the castle is besieged. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling. The Order of the Snow Leopard, named after your magnificent animagus form, I presume. Harry was gaping at him. Did Professor McGonagall tell you about this? Dumbledore chuckled. No. The day you achieved your transformation, the centaur Firenze was in that part of the Forbidden Forest. He was keeping an eye on you as it happened. Later he sent a message to me about it. I must admit that I was surprised with your achievement. How long did you work on it? Harry grinned. About 2 months, Professor. Neville asked him. 2 months. And you didn't tell me about it that day. Harry grinned at him. I don't remember Professor McGonagall asking me about it. I suppose that she suspected it since the term started. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, she has framed the picture you sent her for Yule. She has it proudly displayed on her desk in her office. When he left the headmaster's office, Harry was thinking about where he could find more wizards to join his side. True, he had said all that to Dumbledore, but he had a feeling that he would need a few more wands before all was said and done. They would need a lot more than those he already had. If money could get him the desired help, he would have emptied all his vaults. But it seemed that people would either fight for air freedom or not, and no amount of money would ever change that. The Room of Requirement. Hello everyone. Welcome back. A lot has changed since our last session. I presume that you all know about everything that has come to pass in the previous few weeks. It has all been in the papers, and, if I do say so myself, the reports have been pretty accurate. With Tom coming out into the open, the threat of Death Eaters has increased. We need more than just knowledge of single spells to defend ourselves. I think that it is time to introduce spell chains to you. Spell chains are useful when your opponent can cast a decent shield, provided you have put a shield-breaking charm between 2 spells in a chain. To cast a spell chain, beginners put those spells together where the end wand movement for each spell is the starting wand movement for another. For example, if the first spell is ending with a counterclockwise circle, then the next spell can be one that starts with a half circle, a quarter circle, or a counterclockwise circle. As you become proficient at casting, you can chain any 2 spells together. Harry finished explaining spell chains to the students gathered in the Room of Requirement. With that, he showed them a few spells that could be put into chains. He set them to practice. Everyone was being diligent, trying to cast it. Harry knew it would take some time for them to get used to it. There was a lot that they had to do before they would be able to put them together. Harry didn't have the heart to break it to them that most of them would be fighting in the final battle. Aside from the final battle, there was something which was starting to trouble him. Owls were coming. Hermione was fretting. She was forcing them to schedule time for study. Ron had succumbed to the pressure. Neville had escaped by saying that he would study with Hannah. She did not even bother to ask Harry. Besides, he and Susan spent many hours studying in the library, often in groups with others joining them. Harry was watching the students cast, noticing improvements in their casting and making notes as to who could lead their own groups if they had to. This task had been delegated to Hermione. He was curious to know if her assessments matched his. He was also looking for people who could take orders from him and carry them out. The twins could do it for sure. They would not lead 2 groups, however, but stay together. He needed Ronald, Hermione, Susan, Neville and Hannah to stay with him in the final battle, at least until he was able to kill the Dementors. He remembered that Achala had told him to keep those around who could cast Patroni when he was using the spell to kill the Dementors. Harry, have you thought about letting us duel with you? Eddie Carmichael was asking him. Harry looked at him quizzically. Are you sure that's what you want, Eddie? He said. At least that way we would know how much we still need to learn. Harry pondered over it for a minute before he acquiesced. All right. I guess I can duel with a couple of you, one at a time just to see how good you are. With that, the floor was cleared for Eddie and Harry. Before the duel started, Harry told him, "The duel will be non-lethal spells only. I do not want you to injure me." Of course he had said the last part in jest because everyone knew that the chances of Eddie getting a hit on Harry were almost non-existent. Harry started the duel with a powerful bludgeoner at Carmichael. He flipped backward twice with the impact. He groaned mightily before others hauled him up. But the boy had some fortitude that he was ready for another round despite wincing from pain. He sent a petrification hex at Harry which Harry swatted aside with his wand. Eddie started sending bludgeoners, petrification hexes, stunners at him in rapid succession, but Harry kept swatting them aside as if they were nothing more than a minor inconvenience to him. When he had enough, he sent a powerful stinger at the boy who yelped with the impact. The next moment, he found himself to be hanging upside down by his ankle. Harry released him a second later. He crumpled. Harry turned to the other students. Would anyone else like a go? Unknown Castle. They need a lot of rest and potions to be of any use to you, my lord. That could take a month, a year, depending upon how much the Dementors affected them. I have seen all of them. I can confidently say that everyone except Bellatrix will be fine again. She, however, was never sane in the first place, said the healer who had been treating the escaped Death Eaters. 14 Ye. Ours in Azkaban had been bad for their sanity. Voldemort had to know if they could be of any use to him or if his labors had been for naught. Of course he knew that Bella was insane even before she went to Azkaban. There was a reason that she was his most trusted lieutenant. You do what you are trained to do, healer. If the need be, I will treat them by necromancy myself. You do what is your work here. Do not care about other details which are mine to bother about, he drawled. As the healer withdrew, he raised his voice. Parkinson. Guinevere Parkinson entered the room. She bowed low before him. My lord. Voldemort noticed that Parkinson had not kissed the hem of his robes. He knew that most of the Death Eaters were getting wary of him now, but having been bound to him by magic, they could not abandon him. Most of them had started treating Voldemort with light-fingered contempt. While it was subtle to most, but on the other hand it was easy enough to be discerned by others if they knew how to see it. His Death Eaters used to kiss the hem of his robes, but recently, they had started to avoid it. Perhaps it was time that he reminded them what he did to those who tried to defy him. He said coldly, Parkinson. Bring Malfoy to the courtyard of the castle. Lucius Malfoy, who had been broken out of the island fortress, had not been taken to the dungeons. He was kept in one of the lavish chambers. However, he was no better than a prisoner. Since he had arrived, he had been subjected to the Cruciatus curse 5 times a day. That had always been in private. Perhaps Voldemort wanted to kill him after making an example out of him for others. So he was being brought to the courtyard of the castle. Goyle and Parkinson brought him to the courtyard of the castle, shackled in chains. They dumped him in the center of it before retreating. Every Death Eater in the castle was watching the spectacle with fear in their hearts. If Voldemort could kill one of those of his inner circle, he definitely could kill any one of them. Voldemort applied sonorous to his throat before he started speaking. Lucius, I had trusted you. I gifted a memoir of mine to you to remember me by. I handsomely rewarded you for every service that you rendered to me. I took up residence in your manor as an honor to your house. I have been benevolent to you more than to most of my other faithful. What did you do? You renounced me the moment you were in the clutches of the ministry. Did you not trust your master to be powerful enough to break you out of Azkaban? I raised it to the ground for my faithful, Lucius. Yet you doubted me. You questioned my dreams of a pure blood-dominated world. I had explained to you all that no change of such magnitude can be caused without sacrifices. We had to kill those who oppose me. If my faithful would question my motives, then how would the great dream of my noble ancestor Salazar Slytherin be fulfilled? The Death Eaters were hearing every word of his, hanging on to it. Voldemort was a silver tongue, so most of them were swayed by his words. Many of those who had started to waver in their loyalties had their loyalties reaffirmed to him in that moment, while there were still a few who had compunctions about him. Voldemort was saying, You have seen my benevolence, but you have not seen my rage. Today, I feel it is the moment to give you a taste of my anger to Ma. Sure that none of my followers would waver from their loyalties ever again. With that he leveled his wand at Lucius. He started casting a multitude of torture curses at him like skin peeler, tissue dissolver and bone liquefiers. Malfoy's shouts and cries were heard by everyone in the castle. It shook most of them to their cores. The way the Dark Lord was torturing Lucius was enough to set his fear in their hearts. When he had cast a number of torture curses at Malfoy, he ceased casting for a few moments, during which he seemed to be inspecting the faces of those around him. He was probably unsatisfied with what he saw because he again leveled his wand at Lucius. He shouted, "Crucio!" The next minute was pure agony for Malfoy. With pain he bent double, his teeth chattering hard. He bit his own tongue. He had lost the ability to think after the torture curses only. Now he could not even cry or shout due to the intensity of pain being forced upon him. Voldemort lifted his curse after a minute. He said, "You deserve to be punished for your words towards me, Lucius, but I am not without mercy for my followers. I am sparing your life. I will have the healers cure you. But one more tant of disobedience from you and it will be your last." With that the healers rushed forward to carry the Lord Malfoy to the infirmary on conjured stretchers. They would need to use all their skill to save him, to ensure there was not any lasting damage, or Voldemort would turn his wrath on them next. Making a public spectacle of punishing Lucius was a none too subtle message to his followers. Demort would not take kindly to wavering loyalty from anyone. He would not hesitate to kill the insolent ones. They had seen what he did to Malfoy, who had been his financier in the last war, his torture expert. One of the members of his inner circle. To see him being treated this way had etched the message into their brains. You make your choice. As a part of the boon he had granted to Narcissa, Harry had one more thing left to do. He was not happy about it, but he had to confront Draco Malfoy for once. To this purpose, he chose a time when Malfoy was alone. Since most of his friends had abandoned him, he was mostly by himself. Even at the Slytherin table where he used to sit like a prince, he had been ostracized by those who were formerly his friends. Hermione told him that he often had prefect patrols by himself. He had personally requested that the head boy not assign Pansy to any patrol with him. Harry had asked her when the ferret was going to be on patrol again. He told her that he was not going to trouble Malfoy. On the day when Draco was patrolling the 4th floor, Harry simply appeared before him out of the shadows. Malfoy had his wand out in a trice. He sneered, "What do you want, Peverell?" Harry scoffed, "Put that wand away, Malfoy. I would disarm you before you can get a shot at me." Draco drawled, "What do you want?" Harry pointed to an empty classroom. "Inside now. For your own good, we need to talk." Malfoy had hesitations about walking inside, but the look in Harry's eye and the steel in his voice made him do as he was told. When he entered, Harry followed behind him, locking the door and erecting privacy wards. After they made themselves comfortable, he turned to Malfoy. "This conversation is not happening between Harold Peverell and Draco Malfoy. This is between Lord Black and his ward. I am going to ask a few questions. I want you to answer them honestly." Draco didn't say anything. Harry was miffed but chose to let it slide this time. He continued, "The first question is, who are you loyal to, Draco?" Draco drawled, "I don't care for the Dark Lord. I care only about my family. My father is in prison courtesy of you and Sirius Black. Do you come here as a pretender?" Harry said sternly, "That isn't the answer to my question. I'm not in the mood to sit and bicker with you. Narcissa sent me a letter to ask a boon of me. I have promised your other that I will protect you from harm provided that you do not go attacking any of my friends. That is the reason that I am here. Now answer my question." Draco sneered, "I am loyal to my family only. My father did some things wrong. My family name is mud now. I am not fighting for anyone, nor will I do anyone else's bidding." Harry nodded. "What if your father ordered you to serve the Dark Lord?" Malfoy frowned. "If he did that, I would have to refuse. Mother made me see some reason that I should not harbor prejudices against anyone, but it does not mean I am suddenly a saint. I will stay away from this conflict." Harry understood where he was coming from. He addressed him again. "Malfoy, if you stay away from any of those who are opposing Voldemort, I promise that we will stay out of your way. You can finish your education. Live your life as you wish. However, if you follow that maniac, you will suffer the same fate as your father. I have come to know that your father has been made to renew his faith in his dark Lord through torture. I have no doubt that he will throw his life away in the final battle. When he fights on Voldemort's side, he will be killed. Draco looked like he wanted to attack Harry when he finished speaking, however he slumped down after a few moments. Mother and I talked about it. Mother said that father did things which may land him in Azkaban in the foot. Or maybe death at the hands of an Auror. We have actually accepted that it would happen. Mother was distraught with the thought, but for me, I am going to do what I find would be in my best interests. Harry nodded. Our business here is done then. Remember your promise to stay away from the conflict. If you do that one thing, you will not be persecuted by anyone. With that, Harry took down the wards and walked out of the room. As he turned a corner, he simply disappeared. Constant vigilance. One evening, Harry decided to test the members of his order. He knew they needed to be at their best if they were to survive in the oncoming war. He decided to start with his friends. If those who were always around him were not vigilant enough, he couldn't very well expect anyone else to be vigilant. The first to be tested was Faye Dunbar. She and Elia Runcorn were out on the grounds near the Forbidden Forest. Harry disillusioned himself and walked towards them carefully so that they would not be able to hear him coming. When he was just behind them, he summoned his wand to his hand from his wand holster. Inaudibly, he shot a stunner. It seemed that Faye had sensed something. Before the stunner could connect with her, she had ducked. The stunner passed through the space where she had been a moment ago. However, that was not all for Faye Dunbar. As she ducked, she had her wand in hand. Shish. He lifted the disillusionment charm from him. Before she could fire another spell, he called out firmly, "Halt." She instantly stopped and sheathed her wand again. Elia Runcorn asked him, "What are you doing?" Harry, however, was talking to Faye. "I was testing your attentiveness to your surroundings. I am pleased that you are paying attention to everything around you." "What gave me up?" She gave him a half smile. "Thank you for the praise. Harold, you had not silenced your feet. Your footsteps were too loud. Besides, I heard the rustling of the spell. I barely had time to duck." He nodded. "You won't find me that loud the next time. Now would you help me with something?" She eagerly nodded. Harry started telling her his plan. When he was done telling, she was grinning in anticipation of the fun. That night, Hermione Granger had been in bed for 10 minutes when she heard someone pulling open the curtains around her bed. She had her wand on her bedside table. Before she could reach it, there was a wand pointed at her, pushing her into her bed. Since there was no light in the dormitories, she could not see who it was. What she was certain about was that the assailant was a girl about her age. She had a cloth covering her face and she had draped a baggy robe around her body so that Hermione could not make a guess about her identity by her mannerisms such as posture, her body shape, etc. The voice was a harsh one even more snide and contemptuous than Draco Malfoy, however without the usual venom in it. The figure growled, "Don't even try to speak, Granger. One word from your mouth, and I will not hesitate to silence you for good. I'm going to finish off your dorm mates while you get to watch. I'll deal with you last." Before Hermione could do anything, the figure had petrified her and bound her to her bed with an incarcerus. After she was done tying Hermione up, she turned to the other girls. Hermione could not move any part of her body but her eyes. She noticed that Faye's and Elia's beds were empty and unkempt. There were signs of struggle. She figured that the assailant had already dealt with those two. Now the figure was hovering over Lavender's bed. While Hermione watched in horror, the stranger fired an emerald green curse at Lavender's bed. Hermione could not believe her eyes. Someone had just killed Lavender Brown while all Hermione could do was watch. Parvati, however, proved to be a tough nut to crack. As the assailant turned her wand towards Parvati's bed, a pillow flew out of the bed hitting her squarely in the face. Before the assailant could understand what had happened, Parvati was out of her bed with her wand held in front of her. She banished the assailant towards a wall and sent a finite at Hermione. As Hermione was free, she picked up her wand and fired a bone breaker at the assailant. She was seeing red. She wanted to hex this girl into oblivion who had just killed 3 of her dorm mates in cold blood. Hermione was about to cast an Sty curse at the assailant before she spoke in the voice of Faye Dunbar. Hermione, don't shoot. It's me, Faye. Hermione growled. Why did you kill your own dorm mate? Have you pledged your loyalty to Voldemort? Faye snapped. Hold your horses, Granger. And don't you dare to make such an allegation. His followers killed my father. I would die defying him rather than bow to him. Lavender is not dead. It was just a color-changing spell. Hermione motioned to Parvati. Go check her, Parvati. Parvati cautiously trudged over to Lavender's bed. She pulled open her curtains. There was Lavender, sleeping oblivious to the world around her. Parvati poked her with her wand a couple of times but she just grunted and went back to sleep. Hermione did not lower her wand. Now speak, Faye. What is this all about? Faye told her about everything that had happened during the day. When she was done telling, she said further, he wanted me to see how attentive you are. I am disappointed to say that you could not sense me before it was too late. Lavender will be reported as a lost case. Parvati would get full marks. Hermione turned to Parvati. How did you know there was an intruder? Parvati grinned. I am a light sleeper so I heard your squabble with her. I was freaked out when I saw her using that green-colored spell but then I remembered that you cannot cast an unforgivable inaudibly so I knew she was not an enemy. If she was an enemy, I would not have hit her with a pillow but a solid block of stone to disfigure her pretty face. Hermione turned to Faye. Where did you get that robe? Also where is Elia? Faye grinned. This is not a robe but my bed sheet. Elia is breaking curfew to go meet her boyfriend, Adrian Pusey. The next day, in the room of requirement, the students were still working on spell chains. She had been glaring daggers at him. Harry understood what was happening. He ordered everyone to stop practicing for the time being. When they all halted, he started speaking. Yesterday, I sneaked up on Faye Dunbar. She was none the wiser. I was disappointed that she had not learned the basic lesson of constant vigilance. On my instructions, she tested her dorm mates. It is disappointing that bar one none of them were successful. I have talked to all of you about constant vigilance ever since we started this training group. It is time I see that you learned your lessons. It was 5th year Gryffindor girls' turn yesterday and it can be any of you next. The importance of constant vigilance is evident to anyone who can see what is going on in the world yonder. So, be alert. The prefects pranked. It had been weeks since there had been a spectacular prank. Harry felt that he was overdue. First, he had to decide who would be the next victim. After having pranked the whole school at once, it was nigh impossible to top with another one. He thought hard. He decided that since they had not pranked the prefects yet, it was about time. For a change, they would start the Hufflepuff prefects rather than their perennial favorites, the Slytherin prefects. For this project, he chose Neville as his henchman. Of course he was to be one considering one of those about to be pranked was his girlfriend. Along with Justin and Kevin Entwisle, he enlisted all of the Hufflepuff boys in his year except Ernie, Wayne Hopkins and Zacharias Smith, of course. Ernie was the prefect to be pranked. While Wayne was best friend of Zacharias, he would not agree to anything Harry wanted to do. He did not involve Susan in it because she was Hannah's best friend. She may have tried to stop him from indulging in any of the pranks. The idea was simple. They had to prank them whenever they got a chance. First it was Ernie. For him they simply did one thing. Harry summoned a lock of hair from Lilith Moon which he mixed in a mouthful of polyjuice potion which he gave to Kevin to drink. Kevin, after he changed himself into Lilith, met him on the 7th floor near the room of requirement where Ernie was on patrol. Ernie was surprised to see Lilith out of her common room after curfew because she was not one to break any rules. The biggest problem for Kevin was that polyjuice would only change appearance. It did not confer habits, gestures or any special knowledge about the person. Ernie asked her, "What are you doing here, Lilith?" She, Kevin, dragged him into a broom cupboard without saying anything. Perhaps they had explored a few broom closets together because Ernie wordlessly followed her inside. He failed to notice the wand that poked into his ribs. Before he realized what was happening, he had been stunned. With that, Kevin locked the broom cupboard from outside and walked away. Disguising himself as a female was a distasteful thing but there was no other way to make Ernie follow him without getting suspicious. Next day, Ernie was glaring daggers at Lilith when they were at the Gryffindor table. Harry cautiously asked him, "Mate, what happened? Why are you trying to kill her with your glare?" In an undertone, Ernie told him how Lilith had duped him last night. Others wanted to laugh but they didn't. Lilith noticed Ernie was looking agitated. She came to their table to sit with them. She asked Ernie directly, "Why are you trying to kill me, boyfriend of mine?" Ernie seethed, "As if you hadn't stunned me then left me locked in the broom cupboard last night." Neville asked him, "So you trusted her? You followed her into a broom cupboard without even knowing if it was her? Is that your constant vigilance, Ernie?" Lilith was telling him, "I was not out of my common room last night. I was sitting with Tracy and Daphne talking about owls which are coming up soon. We have to be ready for our exams after all." Harry tried to be helpful. "Maybe it was someone else, mate. Someone who wanted to prank you. You didn't notice." Ernie nodded. "I guess you're right, Harry." He turned to Lilith. "I am sorry to have doubted you." Lilith smiled then waved him off. "It's all right, love. I would have been duped the same way as you if I were in your place." The second prefect was Hannah. For her, Harry had deferred to Neville telling him that since she was his girlfriend, he had to do it. Neville thought long and hard about it before he decided on the prank. It was pretty simple. He would not draw her ire much. After all, he wanted to keep all of his limbs. He gift-wrapped a perfume he had ordered from Diagon Alley. There was a dung bomb just under the wrapping. It was rigged so that as soon as she opened the package, it would go off peppering her with smelly debris. When he told Harry about what he planned to do, Harry silently said a prayer for Neville's well-being. The next day, an owl landed before Hannah when she was on the way to the library. It was packed in a beautiful pink-colored parchment. Below the recipient's name a line was scrawled, "To the witch who made my life beautiful." Smiling to herself, she opened the package. Boom! She was peppered with debris. The stench of dung bomb was intolerable and it filled her nostrils. She had to run to the prefect's bathroom to get a scented bath while making plans for Neville Longbottom's painful demise. When she was finally clean, she went to find Neville Longbottom in the greenhouses where he was working on Devil's Snare. She gave a guttural cry and started sending hexes at him. Neville, however, was more than her match. With a few well-placed, well-timed stunners, he had her under control before she could destroy the greenhouses. Unfortunately, it was too late and Professor Sprout banned them from the greenhouses in perpetuity except their classes. Harry, who had been hovering nearby to see what she did to him, was disappointed when he escaped without being hexed. He carefully enervated Hannah and asked her to not make a scene right there. She followed them to the mermaid's sanctuary where she again whipped her wand out to start hexing him. Harry was silently cheering for her but she did not cast a hex. She rather asked Neville tersely, "Was it your idea of a prank to pelt your own girlfriend with a dung bomb?" Neville had the audacity to grin. "It was just a prank. And I added a bottle of perfume to get rid of the stench, didn't I?" They stopped their quarrel. Harry was disappointed. The next were the Ravenclaws. It was easy to prank them. He hexed Anthony. Why to sing soprano every time he opened his mouth to say something? He hexed Padma to keep changing her appearance every 10 minutes. Since Anthony could not undo the prank, he applied a silencing spell on himself. He had to spend 3 hours waiting for the hex to wear off. Padma got rid of her problem within 20 minutes after she had met Dumbledore. Dumbledore asked her if she wanted the one responsible to be punished. She refused, telling him that all it had done was to get some laughs. There had been nothing demeaning about those pranks. That evening, Harry was in the common room talking to Sirius. In the fireplace when Hermione interrupted him, "Harry, can I have a word?" He noticed that Ron was with her and they both looked anxious. Harry nodded. They took chairs beside him and he asked her, "What has got you both so worried?" Hermione flatly asked him, "Are you pranking the prefects?" Harry looked at her incredulously. "Hermione, I am offended that you would even think such a thing. Why would I prank you both?" Hermione waved him off. "I know you better than that, Harry. You may have had your minions doing your bidding, but it was your brain behind it. I just want to know why you are doing this." Harry sighed. "Hermione, I am not complicit in this. Please do not tarnish my reputation." Ron snorted. "Yeah, right. Just so you know, mate, if someone pranks us, we are coming after you." Harry knew he would prank them but he had to do without letting others know. He suddenly remembered that he had a lackey that no one knew about. Peeves the poltergeist had vowed to do his bidding whenever he wanted to. Summoning Peeves in an empty room, he gave him the necessary orders. 2 days later, when Hermione returned to her bed after a late-night patrol, she asked Ron to make sure that Harry was indeed in his bed. She retired to sleep. As she entered her own bed, she could smell that there was a pungent odor coming from her quilt. She lit her wand to inspect. She found that her bed had been laden with stink pellets. They were the source of the smell, and her bed was defiled with the stink. What was worse, it seemed to have got into her clothes when she laid on the bed. Faye, who had not gone to sleep yet, was laughing. When she glared, Faye raised her hands in surrender. I had nothing to do with it, Hermione. Neither did Harry. It was Peeves who covered your bed with these pellets. He was here up to a minute ago. I didn't interfere, fearing for myself. For Ron, it was simple. When they were in Flitwick's class revising the locomotor charm, Harry said, "This class has become boring. I'm so hungry. I swear I could eat a hippogriff." Ron nodded in agreement. "I couldn't eat enough at breakfast." Harry produced a batch of cauldron cakes from his bag. He took the first one for himself. He offered one to Ron. "Take it and gobble it in one go, mate. If Flitwick catches us eating in his classroom, he'll put us in detention." Since Harry had eaten one of those cauldron cakes himself, there was no reason to suspect anything. Ron downed it in one go. About a minute later, he felt a strong desire to profess his love for Hermione. He looked around to find Hermione. She was immersed in listening to something Flitwick had just said. He turned to Harry. "Mate, am I looking decent?" He had such a funny expression on his face that Harry had a hard time to keep himself from laughing. He told him, "Yeah, Ron. You're looking very smart, but why are you asking?" He said dreamily, "I feel like I need to tell Hermione that I love her." "Where is she?" Neville was alarmed at his behavior. He held him back by his collar, hissing, "Oi, Ron. You will end up getting laughed at. Talk to her later, when we are in the common room." Ron, it turned out, was not going to wait for later. Neville restrained him with great difficulty. When the class was over, Ron ran after her yelling, "Hermione, wait. I need to say something to you." Hermione glared at him. "Honestly, Ron. I am not running away. I am right here. You did not need to shout." Ron, however, was not listening. He conjured a bouquet of roses for her. He went down on one knee, presenting it to her before everyone. "Hermione Jean Granger, I love you." Hermione was blushing hard but controlled her blush. She accepted the bouquet from him. The twins who had witnessed the spectacle were whistling. George was saying, "Where did Lit. Tle Ronikins get the guts to be a Gryffindor enough to do something so openly?" Fred added, "I suspect it is the influence of a love potion." Hermione looked at them skeptically. She seemed to think things over for a moment before she took Ron's hand. She started dragging him to the infirmary to ask Madame Pomfrey to check if Ron had been given a love potion. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was NDING to some first years who had a potion accident. When Hermione brought Ron in, she asked, "Oh dear. What's all this? You both seem to be in fine shape. Why are you both here?" Hermione hesitated a little while, telling her, even if he was under the influence of a potion, Ron had been complimenting her all the way up to the infirmary. It kind of felt nice to hear him speak so nicely to her. He ordinarily would not have been so open with his feelings. But she had to get it countered, because if she did not and something happened, they would end up getting laughed at. She was holding onto his arm while he just kept chattering away. She turned to the Meadowitch. "Madame Pomfrey, I fear someone has given him a love potion." Poppy Pomfrey frowned. "Love potion? No one is permitted to brew them in the castle except Severus Snape." "Did he give it to him?" Hermione shook her head. "No. We didn't even have a potions lesson today. Love potions aren't taught before 6th year anyway." Poppy nodded. "Let me get him some antidote. Maybe he can tell us then." She pulled a small vial out of her potions cabinet. She handed it to him. "Here, Mr. Weasley, drink it. It is a rejuvenation draught." Hermione coerced him into drinking the potion. His eyes rolled up into his head for a minute before he blinked and came to himself again. Madame Pomfrey smiled. "Welcome back, Mr. Weasley." He, however, had turned to Hermione. "What happened? Why are we here?" Hermione replied, "You were dosed with a love potion. Do you remember anything that happened? Who gave it to you? Do you remember anything you did?" Ron said uncertainly, "Harry and me were eating cauldron cakes in Flitwick's class. I remember I got on my knees and, did I propose to you?" "Oh yes, you did. It was quite spectacular. You have set the bar high, Ron," said Harry, who had just entered the hospital wing behind them. Hermione turned to him. "Harold Peverell. What did you give to him? How did you dose him with love potion?" Harry raised his hands in a pacifying gesture. "Hermione, I did not. I was thinking the same. I realized that he started behaving differently after he ate that cake. He produced a packet of cakes. Here, I have brought them here to get them inspected so I would know for certain that they were not filled with love potion." Madame Pomfrey took the packet from him. She checked 2 of them before she shook her head. "These do not have any potion in them, Miss Granger." What Hermione did not know was that the love potion was indeed brewed by Severus Snape, who kept samples in his office. Those had been nicked from his office by the twins, who had sold it to Justin Finch Fletchley, who sold it to Entwisle, who sold it to Harry. He had dosed only one of the cakes with it. There was no trace of evidence left to point the finger at him. There was no reason for the prank other than the prank itself. Unknown to Harry, preparations were being made to prank Harold Peverell. The students generally agreed that if Hay did not prank him, that it would look bad on them. Yes, he was very attentive, but there must be some way that they could pull one over on him. For now they were looking for students who could help them. They were not above seeking help even from the Slytherins. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was sitting with his inner circle in the meeting room of the castle. Most of those from his inner circle were there, including Lucius Malfoy. Voldemort wanted to kill him and be done with it, but the erstwhile Lord of Malfoy was the perfect one to demonstrate his displeasure on, send a message to his followers. If they strayed away from their loyalty towards him. He looked at his followers sitting around him. He could see that most of them were missing. The first whose absence he felt acutely was Barty Crouch Jr. He had been instrumental in getting him returned to a body, but he had been taken prisoner. He had set Severus to find out about him, and Severus told him that he had been thrown through the Veil after the Unspeakables made some use of him. They had studied his dark mark to make those wards which guarded the Ministry of Magic now. The next whose absence he felt most was Rosier. It was almost ironic that Rosier was his follower while the grandson of his brother was his nemesis. The Rosier Lord was a competent fighter. He had almost killed Alistair Moody before he did. There was Karkaroff, who had turned traitor. He sent many of his followers to prison. The coward had fled immediately after he had been resurrected. He had given him a place of honor, and Karkaroff had betrayed him. There was Regulus Arcturus Black, the son of House Black, who was loyal to him. He had served with the fanaticism of a worshipper, always ready to do his bidding. Lastly there was the Rat. True that he was a worthless, talentless thing, but he had his uses. If he had lived, Voldemort could have used him to spy on the Ministry for him. Crabbe was also missing. There was no word to indicate if he had been captured or killed. He had disappeared when he was sent to Scout Street. Mungo's and never heard from again. He had lost too many of his best followers. What had he got in return? Several demented Death Eaters who were not in the best fighting shape right now. If they would ever be in that position was not something he knew, but he would make them useful again. "My lord, what are our orders?" The draw L of Severus Snape attracted his attention. He turned to him. "For now, you have to lie low with others. We are not yet in position to openly fight. We need to take the Ministry before we move on to Hogwarts. For now, we need to sow terror again as we did in the past." He turned to McNair. "I have a job for you, Walden. I want you to take one of the giants. Go rampaging through the countryside in Yorkshire. Ruin everything. Kill anyone you come across. By the time this day is over, I want them to fear my name again. Take as many Death Eaters as you want. Remember, I will not take it kindly if you or any of our followers get caught or die." McNair stood and left the room. He turned to Parkinson. "Guinevere, you will lead a raid in Manchester in the hidden wizarding shopping district there. The Ministry is yet to provide for ample security there. Go in, kill some. Then disapparate away before the Ministry can retaliate. You will do the same to a few places before you return here. I want no holds barred. As they were all sent away, he turned to Severus. Severus the First, feel that there is a spy in our midst who is sharing our information with the other side. I want you to find out the identity of said spy. When you do, kill him without hesitation. I also want you to find out if you can slip some draft of living death to the boy and bring him here before me. Severus was incensed at his audacity. He drawled, the boy can detect any sort of poison. He can identify a potion by its color. He is admittedly better at it than me. He is always surrounded by a lot of students, not to mention he can outduel anyone, my lord. It is not a plausible plan. Voldemort dismissed him, telling him to keep an eye on the brat. He was about to retire for the day when someone knocked on the door. Entered Bellatrix Nameless and the Lestrange brothers. She was dressed in an emerald robe with a little make-up on her face. Her heavy-lidded eyes were half closed. She had such an expression on her face as if she was in awe of him and his power. Since these three had a few good meals in them, they were all looking better except for the haunted look in their eyes, but that would be gone within no time. She bowed low, then sat on her haunches before him, purring, "My lord, I am gratified that you came in person to release me from the prison." Voldemort picked her up by her shoulders. She visibly shivered. He said to her in his most sickly sweet voice, "My dear Bellatrix, you were one of those who remained loyal to me. You went to Azkaban rather than deny your loyalty to me. I am not one to scorn such loyalty." He released her. He turned to the Lestrange brothers. "I am pleased with all of you for your loyalty towards me. When we have won over the wizarding world, I will reward you all above any of my other followers." The day started out ordinary enough. The Muggles were going about their business when a man, dressed in robes and wearing a mask, appeared beside the road. With a gesture from the stick he was holding and a few nonsense syllables, a jet of green light flew from the stick. It struck a van that was parked at the side of the road. The vehicle exploded in a shower of burning metal. Curious onlookers began to come out of the local shops to see what had caused the disturbance. With a pop, the man disappeared as mysteriously as he had appeared. Mr. Clive, who had seen the man disappear, thought he was seeing things which were not there. No one could just vanish into thin air like that. There was quite a crowd gathered around the burning wreckage that had been a panel van only a minute ago. As they were asking about what had happened, it was old Watson who started telling them what he saw. The old fellow had a talent for telling tales, but his account was interrupted by a steady thudding that was getting louder. As the ground began to shake, a boulder came hurtling through the air and crushed a couple of the bystanders. When they looked for the source of the shaking thunder and the flying boulder, they refused to believe their own eyes. It was something that they had only heard in legends. It was a giant. His huge boulder-like head was higher than the two-story buildings on the street. Although his strides seemed unhurried, he was covering more ground than a running man could. He bent down to pick up a car in both hands. There was somebody in it. Crowd screamed and started to run for cover as the car came hurtling through the air to land where they had just stood. A couple more people who weren't fast enough were crushed under the wreck, and the driver was not much better off. He tore up a lamp pole with each hand and started smashing vehicles, buildings and people. Nobody could outdistance the giant on foot. No building could stand up to his battering. The Muggles who were able to get to their cars drove away as fast as they could. Fires were starting in some of the destroyed buildings. A team of wizards from the Ministry's Department for Control and Regulation of Magical Creatures arrived on the scene. Their leader shouted at the giant, "Stop right there or we will have to put you down." The giant made to crush him under his but the wizard had the presence of mind to disapparate before the huge foot flattened him. The team responded by firing coordinated volleys of stunners at the huge head, and they only succeeded in making the walking mountain angry. It had been a long time since any wizard in Britain had to battle a giant, and they seemed to have forgotten that not only are they massive, their hides are also highly magic resistant. In any case, they needed backup to have any hope to stop this one, and they put in a call to the ministry for help. The raging giant charged at the wizards, trying to bat them with the lamp poles or crush them under his feet. They kept disapparating away and apparating at his back, continuing to pepper him with stunners and bombarda. They coordinated high-powered stingers, first at the giant's right eye, then at his left. Bellowing with rage and confusion, the giant dropped the lamp posts and tried to shield his eyes. In blind fury, he kicked out at the wizards who were tormenting him. Catching one of them in the chest and head, the wizard tumbled backward and landed in a limp heap. Before the giant could attack the downed wizard again, his companions distracted him. One of the wizard's companions summoned the injured wizard from where he lay, then sent him off to St. Mungo's with a portkey. The spells were not bringing the giant down. They tried banishing large boulders and trees at him. He either swatted them aside or, much worse, caught them and hurled them back at his attackers. To their relief, so far, there were no Death Eaters present. Nor had any Muggle law enforcement arrived. That was a good thing. The Muggles would only be in harm's way. Death Eaters would certainly complicate things. With a loud crack, a team of 10 Aurors arrived. With the precision of hard practice, they spread out in a semicircle. On a signal from their leader, they let loose with a volley of high-powered bombarda. The giant was knocked back from the impact, but barely harmed. The giant bellowed with rage. Picking up a large tree with both hands, he swept the Aurors with a single swing. They saw the blow coming with the horrible slow-motion inevitability of a nightmare. They disapparated at the last possible moment to apparate at the giant's back and fire again. One of the wizards from the regulation and control of magical creatures got the idea that firing a.s. Tunner directly into the giant's ear might bring him down. Perhaps moved to rage at the destruction of his fellow wizard, he acted on the impulse and apparated to the giant's shoulder. Before he could test his theory, the giant plucked him off with his terrible crushing grip and hurled him to the ground with a sickening crunch. Not content with the wizard's death, the giant crushed the lifeless body under his massive foot. Another of them caught a piece of debris to his head and fell under a pile of falling rubble as a building collapsed. The Aurors regrouped and started to conjure objects to bring down the beast. That was when about 30 Death Eaters arrived. The Death Eaters were casting killing curses in all directions. They were not there to engage the Aurors in duels. Before the Aurors even realized that the Death Eaters were there, a few of them were down. By the time the Aurors got wise, the Death Eaters had disappeared. That left 5 Aurors with about 6 employees of the Department of Care and Regulation of Magical Creatures dead. When the backup team arrived with the Ministry Obliviation Squad, the giant was long gone and the dark mark was in the air, trumpeting Voldemort's strike against the Ministry. Manchester. The Wizarding District in Manchester was not as huge or grandiose as Diagon Alley. It did not have the extensive security measures in place the way Diagon Alley did either. A group of about 10 masked figures appeared in the street, causing immediate panic. People screamed and ran in all directions, trying to flee. The group of Death Eaters wasted no time. I read off the killing curses at everyone they could see and set the buildings on fire. Taking only another second to place the dark mark in the sky, they vanished again. By the time the Ministry Aurors arrived, they found people putting out fires or weeping over their murdered loved ones. These scenes were repeated all over Britain. Magical communities, Muggle communities, it didn't matter. Before the day was done, terror was a reality. About 20 wizards and witches plus another 30 Muggles lay dead. Some were dead from the killing curse, meaning that they had no sign of how they were killed. Others bore the grisly reminders of what happens when a giant attacks. Some key places were fairly safe, like Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, St. Mungo's and the Ministry Building. General Longbow, TTOM, knew that if he was going to make people feel safe again, he had to find a more effective way to respond to attacks in other places. Hogwarts. Giant attack. 11 dead including 10 Muggles, 15 injured. Yesterday was a day which proved disastrous to the Ministry forces when a giant rampaged through the countryside in Yorkshire, causing unprecedented destruction. The Aurors were dispatched to deal with it. 5 of them were killed at its hands, while 6 employees of the Department for Care and Regulation of Magical Creatures lost their lives. Muggle casualties were limited to only 2. It has been reported that 2 more Aurors sustained serious injuries. About 13 more Muggles were severely injured and may not live. The injured are being treated at St. Mungo's. While the giant attack was in progress, around 30 Death Eaters, in a cowardly hit-and-run raid, caused the majority of the deaths and vanished before they could be engaged in battle. The former executioner of the Ministry of Magic, W. Alden McNair, was reported to have been leading the Death Eaters. The Department of Misinformation and the Obliviation Squads of the Ministry are working to obliviate every Muggle who has seen the GIA while spreading misinformation that the damage and deaths were caused by a hurricane. This had been the news in the Daily Prophet, with a picture showing the giant tearing up lamp poles with one hand. Harry read the paper and sighed. He knew that they could have taken down the giant if there were sufficient wizards on their side. He presumed that none of the Aurors or employees of the department who were involved had ever faced a giant before. There was another headline on the lower half of the front page. Death Eater raids. 10 dead, 5 injured. 10 wizards died and 5 were grievously injured in a series of attacks in the Hidden Wizarding District in Manchester and in other similar remote places. Before the Ministry forces could retaliate or the Wizarding patrols could intervene, the Death Eaters were gone. It is similar to their modus operandi of the previous war, where the Death Eaters adopted guerrilla-style warfare and had caused considerable damage to the morale of the Aurors and the people. General Longbottom has promised severe retaliation for the attacks. Harry knew this would be a severe blow to the morale of the Ministry forces. Having lost 31 lives in a day was a catastrophe. The Ministry would have to retaliate heavily. He, however, did not understand why Dumbledore did not tell him anything about the attacks. Snape definitely would have told him. He was also wondering why the Mystics did not intervene. They definitely could have killed the giant. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry was waiting for Vikram when he arrived in the chamber. The first question which he asked of the older wizard was, why didn't the Mystics intervene? They could have killed the giant. Vikram sighed. Harry, Guruji has asked us not to intervene. We did our bit by training you, but now it is your duty to do what you would. I can help you train and practice, but that is all. Besides, there are only a handful of mystics in Avalon right now, since most of them have been called to Africa. We cannot be everywhere at the same time. Also, your Ministry Aurors would have questioned us if we intervened and they saw us. Harry nodded. I need your help with something, Professor. Vikram was very eager to help. How can I help you? Harry asked him. Can you help me find the lost Ravenclaw diadem? We need to find it before it is too late. We lost 26 in a day. That is a tremendous loss. We cannot afford more of them. Vikram nodded. I think you should start with trying to find who had it last. I know for a fact that Rowena did not have it when she died. Her daughter had taken it from her. From that time, the history becomes untraceable. You would need to establish the links. Find what happened to her daughter, Helena. Harry nodded. He knew this would need to be done in secret because if Tom got suspicious, then he could move it away and they would be left with nothing. All he knew was the appearance of the room where the diadem was. He needed to find it before it was too late. Vikram was speaking. Harry, how are your preparations for war going? Harry mused over things for a moment before he started speaking. We are starting to divide the students into combatants, medics and those who can keep an eye on students we have evacuated. The contraption for the poison is almost ready and we will be using it extensively. For reasons of safety, I would rather that only some of most trusted Aurors used them, because if it got into the hands of the wrong people, it can wreak havoc on our forces. Seamus and his crew are quite proficient with the catapults. That will be an UNP. Pleasant surprise if any giants show up here, and thanks to the Fidelius charm, they are guaranteed to remain a surprise. Vikram was satisfied with the preparations. It looks like you have almost everything covered, Harry. I will point out if you are missing something. There is one piece of advice I would like to give you though. You should test your students to see how quickly they can respond to emergency situation. I believe you can summon them individually through the Protean charm. Harry nodded. We might as well do it sooner than later. We want to be sure that they will respond quickly when called upon. A drill. In the next session in the room of requirement, Harry caught hold of some of the students. These were not part of the order but some of those who had been training with him. He had sent messages to them before the session to stay back after the others were gone. After everyone else was gone, he started addressing them. I suppose that you are wondering why I asked all of you to stay back. The thing is that I need some help from you, that is if you are willing. One of the Muggle-born, Patrick Stewart, a 6th-year Ravenclaw said, think nothing of it. Just let us know what we can do for you. Harry smirked. I'm glad you asked. The thing is that I need to test you to see how quickly you can respond to my messages. That is, if I send a message to you through the wand holster attached to your arm. I want to see how soon you can arrive. This will be useful if I am planning something including you in it." Patrick nodded. "When you need us, just send a message." Another of them, a seventh-year Hufflepuff, asked, "How will we know if we are sleeping at the moment when you send us a message?" Harry smirked. "The protean charm on them is tweaked to emit a buzz when I am sending such messages to you. You will know." They agreed and left. That night, 2 Hufflepuffs and 2 Slytherins got a message from Harry. It simply said, "I need you all at the astronomy tower in 10 minutes, armed for a duel. Do not get caught by prefects." At the same time, 2 Ravenclaws and 2 Gryffindors were getting a message, "I need you in the dungeons within 10 minutes, armed for a duel. Do not be caught by the prefects." The Badgers and the Snakes were in the dungeons, so they had to climb to the top of the castle while the Lion and the Claws were to descend to the lowest levels. Dumbledore had put more people on patrol that night. Harry told him that he was testing his students and asked the headmaster to make the test somewhat more difficult. Dumbledore readily agreed. In total there were 24 prefects, including the head boy and head girl. Their numbers were augmented by 4 teachers. Minerva, Vikram, Pomona and Phileas had been put on duty to supervise that the prefects were not abusing their authority. Dumbledore himself was in the shadows keeping watch while he had the portraits and the ghosts watch the castle. In a way, there was simply no way for the students to go to the top of the castle or in the dungeons evading surveillance which had been laid out for them. Just to increase their troubles, Harry had asked Peeves to give trouble to the students. To top it off, he had chosen 2 Puffs who could not work together. These had some issues with each other and Harry knew that they would fare badly in battle if they could not rely on those who were fighting beside them. The Puffs were Gwendolyn Shaw and Rupert McNaughton. They hated each other. They had some squabble when they were in second year. Ever since then they had a grudge for each other. Y knew about it because he had seen them being nasty to each other in his practice sessions. Rupert barked, "What do you think you're doing, Shaw?" She snapped in reply, "Who do you think you are to ask? I can do whatever I want." When they left the portrait hole, they met the Snakes, who were Harriet Jackson and Celeste D'Angelo. They were said to be friends with each other. When they met the Puffs, they greeted them jovially. "Hello you two, I guess you got the same message as us." They nodded. "Yes we did. Are you headed to the astronomy tower?" They nodded and they grouped together. The SNA. Kess noticed how the 2 Puffs kept their distance from each other. Harriet asked, "Are you two still squabbling?" "It's been 4 years. Gwendolyn said. "That's right, and he still hasn't apologized." Rupert growled, "It wasn't me. I would have apologized if it was. I'm telling you again, I did not throw any dung bomb at you." Before Gwendolyn could say anything, Celeste said, "It is about time you knew the truth. I know for a fact that Rupert didn't throw the dung bomb. It was Warrington." Gwendolyn was unconvinced. "I don't believe it. You're lying." She sighed. "I have nothing to gain by lying to you, Shaw. Believe what you want. Right now, let's concentrate on getting to the astronomy tower. I would appreciate it if you would be quiet. If we are caught on the way due to your squabbling, I swear by Merlin that I will make your life hell." Their first test came on the first floor, where they almost ran into the Hufflepuff 6th-year prefects. It so happened that they were ascending the moving staircases when they heard voices and they realized they were about to be caught. Making a decision in that moment, they cast disillusionment charms on each other, though Rupert refused to let GW Endallen do it, so Celeste had to do it for him. They were done at the last possible second. As they finished applying the charms, they could hear the prefects coming. As the prefects turned a corner, they were hiding in dark corners. When the prefects passed them, the Puffs stunned them. On the second floor, they had no problem. They did not encounter any prefects. They got lax until they ran into Vikram Rana, who was on the lookout for them. They employed the same tactic with him, but being a mystic and sensitive to magic, he could feel that they were there under disillusionment charms. When he stopped, the students tensed for a moment. He cautiously moved his hand forward to grab hold of them when suddenly he went rigid. There was Elsa Caruvilla behind him, grinning with her wand held out in front of her. Profusely thanking her, they went forward. They were almost caught by Professor McGonagall, who was prowling in her cat form. Since it was not very bright, Gwendolyn tried to pick up the Cat to pet it, thinking it was one of many which roamed around the castle, when suddenly Rupert had to pull her hand back, hissing in her ear, "That's McGonagall." She shuddered slightly. Before she could do anything else, there was a dull thud and the cat fell to the ground. The students had enough presence of mind to keep their faces hidden because someone among them had only petrified her. Their real test came on the 6th floor, where they had to duel with some masked men. There were a few more of them going towards the 7th floor. They realized that Harry had asked them to help because the school was under attack. The masked men didn't have an aversion to using some of the borderline dark spells against them. They did not give them time to retaliate. The four kept dodging while they waited for a lull to begin casting. When it did not come, they exchanged glances and decided some strategy among them. Gwendolen, who was near to Rupert, cast a shield which covered both of them, and he dropped his shield. This had the benefit of having him shielded while he fought with them. Their opponents had not visualized such strategies, so two of them were down before they could adapt. By the time they were ready to retaliate, Celeste and Harriet stunned them. When they were sure that their opponents would not suddenly get up and start casting again, Rupert said, "Let's see who is under those masks." Harriet shook her head. "Let's bind them in ropes and leave. We do not have much time left." When they finally did reach the astronomy tower, it had been 15 minutes. When they burst into the open, two of them were stunned from behind. When the other two turned around, they were stunned by someone who had been standing under disillusionment charm. The Claws and Lions didn't do too badly. Lions were friends with each other, and they knew that Harry or someone would definitely be lying in wait for them somewhere in the castle. Harry struck them before they thought he would. They had Saint exited the portrait hole and were on their way to the dungeons when the twins appeared before them, grinning. "Are you fine lads, breaking curfew?" They were alert and started throwing stunning spells at the twins. Fred and George, however, were much better at casting and dodging. Besides, they were unbeatable as a team than the likes of those two students. The twins made short work of them and then went off to find the Ravenclaws. Elsa Caruvula had escaped detection by anyone until she reached the dungeons. When she was nearing the potions dungeon, she found herself hoisted by one ankle. The other claw, Matthew Montgomery, was cautiously sneaking forwards towards the dungeons when he was attacked by two of his housemates, Terry Boot and Mandy Brocklehurst. He dueled with them for some time before the fifth-year Ravenclaw prefects found them. Padma hailed them. "What are you all doing?" Terry had the audacity to grin. "As it turns out, me and Mandy were dueling with Matthew here." Padma snapped. "Why are you all dueling? Not to mention breaking curfew." Glances were exchanged between them, and Terry, who had his wand in his hand, sent an inaudible stunner at Anthony. Padma, who realized in the nick of time what he was doing, had stunned Mandy. Matthew escaped in the chaos of the situation. He also came upon Elsa, who was hoisted upwards down by her ankle, and released her. Togoth. They cautiously walked forward towards the dungeons when Susan met them. She was grinning. "You both did well. This was a test to see if you could swiftly respond to the situation. You were about 2 minutes late. I don't think Harry will think badly of you for this. You can return to your dorms now." In the meanwhile, Padma had been backed up by Hermione Granger, who just happened to be passing through that floor on her patrol. She helped Padma bring down Terry, who was the last one standing. After Terry was subdued, Padma waited for Matthew to return. They got Elsa as a bonus. Hermione and Padma subdued them easily. Unknown Castle. A meeting of Voldemort's inner circle was in progress. They gathered after they read the news in the Daily Prophet, which boosted their morale. To think they had delivered such a blow to Wizarding Britain in such a swift manner was euphoric for them and Voldemort. Most of them were starting to question their loyalty to Voldemort. They knew that they could not openly question him unless they wanted to die. Besides, Voldemort had his own uses for them. If he ever was able to take over the Ministry, they would have their run of Wizarding Britain and would be free to do whatever they pleased. He might be half-blood, but he was feared by the light. They could cash in on his reputation to get whatever benefit they could. "The giant attack has destroyed the Ministry's morale a good bit," Voldemort was saying. "They will not be foolish enough to take me lightly for some time now. In the meanwhile, I have some work to do. I want you all to sow terror in the heart of the Ministry for me. Do what you can and do not hesitate to kill as many as you can." However, remember that Harold Peverell has to be killed only by me." Bellatrix asked, "Master, what will we do about our followers? They cannot fight the Aurors and win against them." Voldemort turned his cold gaze towards her. "Now that you mention it, Bella, you are to take over the training of my faithful. Teach them to be ruthless. Teach them to kill. Teach them to win. You may use whatever means you wish to motivate them to greater efforts. I expect that you can improve their showing against the Ministry attack dogs. In the meanwhile, I shall be out of Wizarding Britain to recruit more followers." He turned to Greyback. "Fenrir, you have served me well all these years. I need you to spread fear of my name in Wizarding Britain. Make them fear me again. I will reward you most handsomely for your services. Dolohov, Rudolphus and Rabiston will help you, and you can use many followers as you wish." Fenrir smirked maliciously. "I will do your bidding, Master." Finally Rookwood said what the others did not want to. "Master, are we permitted to hunt the Ministry officials and the Order members in your absence?" Voldemort sneered. "Kill as many of them as you can, Augustus. I especially want you to kill General Longbottom, his wife, Amelia Bones, and every other blood traitor who dares to oppose our cause." He turned to Severus. "Severus, you are to come to this castle once a week to gauge the progress of my followers. In the meanwhile, keep Harold Peverell and Albus Dumbledore's attention away from us." Severus curtly nodded. "Yes, my lord." Voldemort beckoned the wand maker forward. "I want you to outfit my followers with wands. Parkinson will ensure that you get all the materials you require." With that he dismissed the meeting. Since Severus was needed at the castle to convey the information to Dumbledore, he promptly took his leave while Bellatrix was still sitting at the table. He turned to her. "Bella, I want you to do a service for me about which Severus must know nothing." She enthusiastically nodded. "I will do it, my lord." He started speaking. "Bella, I assume Had you have read the rubbish in the Daily Prophet that mudbloods are descended from wizarding families. I want you to kill those mudbloods first." She cackled. "It will be done, Master." The reason H.E. did not want Severus to know about the attacks on the Muggle-born was because Severus had once asked him a boon to spare Lily Potter. The attempt to grant that boon had been his undoing. Maybe Severus still harbored a foolish sentiment for the Muggle-born, and he would have told Dumbledore about it. He could not take any chances by giving too many secrets to the same person. Besides, if he kept giving secrets to different followers, they would fight with each other to get his attention, and that would keep them from plotting against him. Voldemort also knew Bella was insane even before she was sent to prison. It was her insanity, her fervent devotion to him, and her prowess with a wand along with the magic in her blood which made her amenable to Voldemort. She was the only witch in his inner circle, and she had got that place due to her talents, though lately Voldemort was feeling that she was not as powerful as she had once been. He would have to wait and watch to ascertain if his trusted lieutenant had lost her edge. What he did not know was that since her marriage had been dissolved and she had been ousted from the House of Black, the family magics had abandoned her. She was no better than a Muggle-born now. The only things left to her were her own personal brand of magic, her cruelty, and her prowess with a wand. While she could not use family magics of any of the families anymore, she was still a dreaded witch. Whoever faced her would have the time of their lives trying to defeat her. That evening, Voldemort left the unknown castle for other countries in Europe, including Russia. He also intended to visit Transylvania to recruit the vampires to his cause. If they decided to join him, his forces would be augmented beyond imagination. In the past, he had sent his followers to try to recruit the leeches to his cause. They had refused, saying that they were under threat of extinction by a renowned vampire hunter called Petrov. Voldemort was willing to kill this Petrov if he proved to be an obstacle to realizing his dreams. He also had acquaintances in other countries, dark wizards who had studied necromancy with him under Master Abaddon, who lived in ancient Greece. Unknown to him, Petrov was busy exterminating vampire covens. In the last 6 months, he had destroyed 3 covens which had made the bloodsuckers fear his name. He had told them to humor Voldemort and saint him under their roof but not commit to him. They were to send word to Petrov immediately. He was not going to kill Voldemort but could not resist the opportunity to cross wands with him. That evening, he left Wizarding Britain. He expected that he may be abroad for the next 2 months. He would face some opposition, but it had been a long time since he had faced some real challenge. He needed to sharpen his knives now before his eventual confrontation with Harold Peverell. He also needed to find his master Abaddon. He would be able to learn something more in necromancy to win this war. He placed Bellatrix and Severus in charge of affairs. Bellatrix was to be in charge of training the troops and directing attacks on the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Severus would look after his followers and ensure that Dumbledore and Peverell could not get at them. Gringotts. Ragnarok was in his office when he received a letter from Albus Dumbledore. It read, "Greetings King Ragnarok, I am writing this letter after having been inundated by requests from several of my students who are called Muggle-born. After the recent article published in the Daily Prophet regarding the magical ancestry of Muggle-born, I am writing to inquire if there is a way that the inheritance rituals can be conducted for these students in the school. What would be the cost of the tests and other related details? I am determined to get this test done for them. This letter is just a humble enquiry into the matter and not to be taken as an offer. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore Order of Merlin, First Class. Headmaster. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Chief Warlock, Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Ragnarok was amused. This letter brought lucrative opportunities for him, since opening of vaults which had been closed for decades would speed up commerce. Yet they were bound by their own rules. The inheritance ritual could not be conducted unless the students were sponsored by someone. The cost of the test was considerable for the average earning wizards, yet they were negligible for someone who was indisputably the richest wizard in Europe. Besides, the number of vassals he had, the more power he would hold in wizarding Britain. Picking up a piece of parchment and a quill, he began to write a letter to one who was an ally of Gringotts, perhaps he first wizard to have been chosen for the honor. They were honor-bound to work for the betterment of his interests, and so would he. Rosier Estate. In the entrance hall of the Rosier Estate, a witch was sitting in a chair near the fireplace. This witch, who was used to lavish comforts, was now in solitude away from those who once crowded her and heaped praises on her. This witch was Narcissa Malfoy Black, who was staying at the Rosier Estate since the night she had met with Harold Peverell in Hogsmeade. Narcissa was worried. She knew that she was safe in the Rosier Estate, but she was scared for Lucius. True, he was a Death Eater, but he loved his family. He had always cared for them. She knew he would fight at the Dark Lord's side and would eventually die either at the hands of the Ors or the Death Eaters if he tried to betray them. The Dark Lord was not one to take kindly to traitors. She had meant to go back into hiding after Harry had granted her boon, but he had made her stay back in Wizarding Britain and placed her directly under his watch. She of course knew Remus. The Marauders were only 2 years younger than her in school, but she had never interacted with him before. He was the smartest of the Marauders, who never engaged in a fight but sat on the sidelines. When she came to the Rosier Estate, he showed her to a chamber upstairs which was lavishly decorated. She was allowed to keep her elf with her, but Harry forbade her from trying to contact Lucius. He said that doing so could jeopardize Lupin's safety as well as her own. She also did not want to contact Lucius anyway. For her, the primary concern was the safety of her son, who was all that was left to her. The Malfoy name was mud at the moment. It would be years, generations, or maybe never before it would have some semblance of respect. "What are you doing here?" she heard someone growl at her. She realized that she had not heard the flow roar. A witch had stepped out of the fire and was standing before her with a wand pointed at Narcissa. The witch was young, somewhere about 23 years of age, shoulder-length black hair, slightly upturned nose, and dressed in the robes of an Auror. She knew she had never met this individual before this day. She could not understand why she was hostile to her. However, Narcissa was not one to be intimidated so easily. She was not a black for nothing. The young witch snapped at her again. "Will you speak, or do I have to make you speak?" Narcissa casually said, "The likes of you cannot make me speak. Perhaps you should learn some manners about how to talk to your elders." The newcomer growled, "I do not need to show my manners to Death Eaters like you." The taunt stung her, but she kept her face impassive. She did not deign to reply. Before spells started flying, it was Remus Lupin who chose that moment to appear in the entrance chamber. He asked the newcomer, "Dora, why have you come here? The young witch turned to him. What is she doing here? Have you taken it into your head to entertain Death Eaters? Does Harry know about it? Remus exclaimed. Oh Merlin. Firstly, she is not a Death Eater. You can check her arm for yourself if you don't believe me. Second, she is here because she petitioned Harry for a boon of safety for herself and her son, Draco. Harry, as Lord Black granted it, she is bound by her word not to engage in this conflict or share any information about us with her husband. The young witch-eyed Narcissa Riley. I would not touch her with a 10-foot pole, Moony. Remus frowned. Does your mother approve of your conduct towards her sister? Narcissa frowned. My sister. I do not know this individual, nor do I have any sort of relationship with her. Remus smirked. Well, since Dora is not willing, let me make the introductions. Mrs. Malfoy. This is Nymphadora Tonks, otherwise known as Tonks, daughter of Andromeda Tonks née Black and Theodore Tonks. He turned to Nymphadora then. I assume you already know your auntie. Realization dawned on Narcissa then, and she turned to Nymphadora. You are Andy's daughter. How is she? Nymphadora did not answer her question however and turned to Remus. Remus, I wanted to know if you would agree to take me to dinner in a new restaurant in Muggle London. I have the perfect place in mind. Remus uncertainly looked towards Narcissa, who said indifferently, I will be fine here, Mr. Lupin. I have already promised Lord Black that I would not betray his trust. Muggle London. Tonks did not immediately go to the restaurant. She dragged Moony along with her to her home first. She chose a silver gown with hints of amber to wear and a pair of high heels to go with it. Her wand was in the holster attached to her wrist, hidden under her sleeve. She insisted that Remus change into something decent. He humored her by wearing Gryffindor red-colored robes of acromantula silk with a black shirt and brown trousers. He topped off the ensemble with dragon hide boots. The restaurant, Tia's Hearth, was a new one situated in the suburbs of London, tending to only the very elite. It offered a wide variety of cuisine to its patrons. Even though it was absurdly costly, the place had a waiting list. One had to book his place about a week in advance. The interior was well done, with the architecture resembling a Greek building, with the rooms being arranged around an open courtyard. E5 immensely big braziers were kept lit with greenish fire to keep things warm around them. The roof of the restaurant was made of what appeared to be overlapping tiles. The floor was made of polished basalt, covered with exquisite-looking carpets. The rooms were decorated with silk tapestries depicting important events from Greek history, Egypt, Rome, etc. There were paintings on the walls which showed famous landmarks around the world, including the 7 ancient wonders of the world. The furniture was as cozy as it could get, with no 2 chairs or stools being exactly the same shape. Lupin had been taking in the place since he entered. When he was certain of his observations, he asked her, This is not a Muggle establishment, is it? She smirked. No, as far as I know, it was established by some Muggle-born who could not get a venue in Diagon Alley or any of the adjacent alleys. He only employs Muggle-born here. The most interesting bit I have heard about this place is that they never given a reservation to a Death Eater. I brought you here because it is more peaceful here than in Diagon Alley, and I am not much of a fan of Muggle establishments. Who knows, suddenly I might change my appearance and we would need an Obliviation squad to deal with the consequences. He chuckled. There is that too. By this time, a waiter had shown them to their table, which was in one of the private parlors where they could eat in peace. The menu was vast. It contained lists of food items from almost every cuisine that they could imagine. There was Indian, Chinese, Italian, Greek, American, and so many cuisines that they had no idea of. They took around 10 minutes to read the menu before they made up their mind to order something from the list. Before they were served with the main course, the waiter served them with appetizers. While they nibbled on their appetizers, she asked him, What have you thought about marriage? He arched an eyebrow. Why are you suddenly so worried about marriage? She said apprehensively, I am scared, Remus. As the war heats up, things will get more and more dangerous with time. I don't know if we will survive the war or perish. I, for one, don't want to find myself in the afterlife, regretting that I did not marry when I could have. He understood and took her hands between his. He pressed them warmly. I understand Dora, but I have been scared for different reasons. I am a werewolf and I do not know if I can procreate. If we do have children, I fear what would happen if our children turned out to be werewolves. She said softly, Remus, you think too much. Who is to say that we are getting children tomorrow? As far as I know, it takes 9 months. Besides, I am sure Harry would find a cure soon enough for lycanthropy. He smiled. I surely hope so. Tonks did not talk about it more, but her words had stirred something in Remus, a longing to marry this beautiful witch and to sire children. She was right that war was at the door and no one knew what would happen. Marriage was a topic he had not thought about in his life, but it felt like a certainty in that moment. James was happiest when he was married after all. When Harry arrived, Remus had felt such joy for the boy who was his nephew. Maybe marriage was not that bad. After all, however, he needed to bounce this idea off Padfoot before giving more thought to it. Sirius was the one who knew him best and he would not do anything without telling him. Ministry of Magic. A meeting was going on in the ministry. Moody, Frank and Amelia were present with some of the senior Aurors. The topic was the giant attack and the Death Eater raids. The problem was that they could not keep their eyes on everyone and everywhere. It was natural that there would be some deaths since that was what war did. The aim of this meeting was to prevent fear and apprehension from growing in the wizarding population. If the morale of Wizarding Britain was harmed at this moment, it might mean that more witches and wizards would join Voldemort's forces rather than die at their hands. Frank addressed Moody. Alistair, what have you got for me? Moody didn't have much in the way of useful information for him, but he told what he knew. The giant was brought to the place by Walden McNair. There were about 10 Death Eaters with him who later came to kill Muggles and Aurors. Since the Aurors were seriously ill-prepared to deal with a giant, they fell before the giant. The Death Eaters faced little resistance when they arrived. As is their modus, they apparated in through killing curses around ND were gone before additional backup could arrive. In the raids in the wizarding districts and areas, the raids were led by Parkinson and about 10 Death Eaters. There too they adopted the same modus, and were gone before backup could arrive. Frank turned to Rufus. Rufus, what have you done about it? Rufus took some time to form an answer and then started speaking slowly and clearly. I dispatched wizarding patrols as soon as I could, but perhaps that was not enough. The problem that we have is that we did not come to know of the attacks until it was too late. Despite the increase in our numbers, we still do not yet have sufficient numbers to put a watch in every corner of Wizarding Britain. We will need help from many of our neighbors, but so far we have got nothing. Sirius, who was sitting quietly, asked him, Rufus, can we not ask the ordinary wizards and witches to send a message calling for help to the ministry almost the moment trouble starts? I mean, every wizarding home or shop has a flow. They can send a call for help almost instantly. Rufus shook his head. The problem is that even if we asked them to do it, not many of them would. I tried to ask some. They told me that they do not place their trust in us, but the figureheads of the ministry, such as our esteemed general here, or the chief warlock or the chosen one. For instance, if Harold Peverell were to ask them, they would do anything for him. Frank immediately refused the idea. That would not work, Rufus. Harry is in school. We cannot expect him to interfere every time an attack happens. If we were to place too much reliance on him, then why do we have our esteemed Aurors here? He is a fighter beyond compare, but if we keep turning to him every time, then it would make us look bad. Moody nodded with his decision. I agree. We cannot ask too much of the lad. He is a fighter, but it is the ministry's duty to care for the people. We should not burden him with our expectations too much. Sirius didn't say anything. He had different ideas in his mind. He knew that Harry did not like the limelight, but he was also amenable to do things if they were for others' benefit. Hogwarts. The students were at breakfast when Hedwig came to Harry with a letter. He had sent her to Victor Crumb in Bulgaria a week ago with a letter. He had changed his earlier plans and now was supposed to be arriving in Wizarding Britain in January, about a week from now. Harry had offered to make arrangements for him to stay. The letter read, Harry Potter, I will be arriving to Wizarding Britain through the portkey you have sent for me. I accept your offer of hospitality. I must say I was positively surprised when I got the letter from the management of Puddlemere United to come and play for their team. I have agreed to join them. They have offered to show me their stadium and introduce me to other members of the team before I start playing for them. With there being no club Quidditch in Bulgaria, it would be easy for me to spend the rest of the year playing in Britain for them. Victor Crumb. When he finished reading the letter, he noticed others were looking at him in anticipation. He did not answer them but tucked in his food. Hermione asked him, "Who wrote to you?" He said offhandedly, "Victor did." She asked, "Victor who?" Harry eyed her. "Hermione, how many Victors do we know?" "Of course it is Victor Crumb I am talking about." Ron asked him, "What is he writing to you for?" Harry smirked, "Because he is arriving in Wizarding Britain this weekend, Ron. I have offered for him to stay in one of the houses that I own." Ron asked indignantly, "What would you need that git for?" Harry warily said, "I have told you already, Ron. He is one of the best seekers in the world. I want him to play for Puddlemere United. So his family is very renowned in that part of Europe. He can get people for our side to fight in the upcoming battle. We need more numbers on our side. I don't understand one thing though. Why are you so down on him?" Ron spluttered something incomprehensible and his ears turned red, but Harry understood. He was apprehensive that Hermione would pay more attention to him than Ron. He was still not over his insecurity. "Hi Harry," said a firstie dressed in Slytherin silver and green. Harry recognized Stephen Ainsworth. "Hi Stephen. What can I do for you?" Stephen thrust a piece of parchment into his hand. "This is for you." Before Harry could ask him anything more, the boy was gone. Harry opened the piece of parchment. It was unnamed except for initials at the end which read D. It read, "Lord Black, in disposal of the duties entrusted by you to us, we have been keeping an eye on Draco Malfoy and the children of Death Eaters. Recently Theodore Nott received a missive from his father asking him to kill Draco Malfoy. From what I found out, Pansy Parkinson, Vincent Crabbe are on this plan with him, while I do not know about Gregory Goyle. Also, it has come to my knowledge that some student in this castle has been tasked with finding out your routine and people you interact with so some use can be made of the information. From what I know, an attempt on Malfoy's life will be made in a couple of nights. There was no other way for me to send this message to you promptly." Duh. Harry read the parchment. He felt his anger rearing its head, but he knew he could not act in haste. He would have to lay a trap and catch them in the act. It could mean harm to Malfoy, but he would have to take the risk or he would not get them. A student working for Voldemort was also a worrying thought. Perhaps a meeting with Severus was in order. "What is in the letter, mate?" asked Ron. Harry shook his head. "Just some family business. It is nothing to worry about at the moment. I will need help later though." With parchment and quill, he started writing a letter for John Dawlish, the Auror who was posted at the Hogwarts outpost. When he was done writing it, he sent it with Hedwig telling her to take it to him promptly. That day they had a transfiguration lesson. Professor McGonagall was having them revise vanishing spells. They were at it for the third class in a row and were trying to learn vanishing more complex organisms now. She was determined to ensure that they would be able to do it with their eyes closed, if they needed to do so. At the end of the class, she asked the lions to stay back. When they were alone, she started speaking. "This is your owl year. Your exams are hardly 4 months away now. Starting tomorrow you will have your career consultations. The schedules will be posted on the notice board in your house today. Also I would caution you all to start preparing for the exams, which are not very far now. I will be disappointed if any of you score anything less than an E in my subject. If you need some help, the doors of my office are open to you." Similar notices were given to the students of the other houses. They would be busy for the next few days in career counseling. That evening, brochures were distributed in the common rooms to the fifth years about the careers they could pursue based on their grades. Harry and some others had taken seats near the fire. They were poring over them. Hermione, who was looking through some of the brochures, asked him, "Harry, what have you decided for yourself?" Harry said offhandedly, "I don't know, Hermione. None of these options strikes me as the perfect one for me." She asked, "I thought that you wanted to be an Auror, didn't you? What happened to that dream?" Harry asked her curiously, "Hermione, can you really imagine me being an Auror? I mean, sure I can fight, but do you think I would enjoy it if I am to catch petty thieves and burglars or occasional killers? I cannot be a curse breaker because I have so many OBL. Agations to dispose of that I would hardly have time to be a curse breaker. I am already a part of the ministry in a greater capacity than I would be if I joined them after my newts. I would however love to play Quidditch for some time before I would leave and live life in peace. Maybe some club would agree to take me on their team. He asked Ron, what about you, mate? Didn't you want to join the Aurors? Ron shook his head. I don't know, Harry. I mean, I wanted to join them, but playing Quidditch for a professional team sounds more exciting. Besides, it would allow me to remain at home as much as I want, except for when I am traveling with the team. I think I'll keep trying until some team selects me to play for them. Hermione said appreciatively. That's nice, Ron. You must do what you want to do. If you don't feel like working in the ministry, then you can do what you wish. Harry turned to Neville finally. What about you, mate? What have you planned for yourself? I assume that since Uncle Frank and Godmother were Aurors that you would follow in their footsteps. Neville shook his head. You're all mental. I don't want to be an Auror. I'll pursue my mastery in herbology or transfiguration before going into the teaching profession. I want to have a nice quiet life. Harry finally asked Hermione, what about you? What do you want to do after Hogwarts? She went into her rapid-fire mode. I think I'll join the ministry. I'll work for the betterment of the magical creatures who don't know their rights. There are a lot of things that need to be done for them. Harry smiled. That's very ambitious of you, Hermione. I wish the best for you. The career counseling. The next day, Harry walked into the defense class to find Hermione eyeing him strangely. He self-consciously thought that he was looking funny or something, but he could find nothing wrong with himself. He finally asked her, Hermione, what's the problem? She asked him, did you by any chance forget that you Avenue career counseling with Professor McGonagall today? Harry sheepishly grinned. I guess I did. I will see you all later in the common room. Saying so, he ran all the way to McGonagall's office to find he was just about on time. She smiled when she saw him. Harry, I guess you forgot you are scheduled for career counseling today. Harry nodded. Sorry, Professor. She waved him off. Think nothing of it. Take a seat now and we'll get started. When he sat, she consulted a few parchments before she started speaking. So what have you thought about your future? Harry didn't know what to tell her. True, he was inclined towards playing Quidditch, but saying that to Professor McGonagall sounded silly. Still, she was waiting expectantly for him to answer. I guess I haven't yet made up my mind about it, Professor. I mean, last year I wanted to be an Auror, but now that I think about it, I find that I am not really inclined towards it. She nodded. So what have you thought about as a career? He reluctantly asked her. Can you suggest something to me, Professor? She said, okay. Let's list all the potential careers for you. You said you wanted to be an Auror until last year, so let's start with that. They require at least 5 E's in your newts, out of which 4 shall be defense, transfigurations, charms and potions. You can take another as an elective. I see that you have been marked highly in defense in all your tests, especially those set by competent teachers like Remus Lupin and Vikram Rana. Even the Death Eater who posed as Alistair last year marked you an O in his tests. Since you did not appear in the term-end examinations, I have nothing to compare you with others. Phileas has been giving you O throughout this year, and I would be disappointed if you scored anything less than an O in your owls. Severus has been giving you extra credits in all of his tests this year simply because you can brew 3 variations of a potion at the same time. Bethsheda is very impressed with your improvement so far and says that you would scrape an O without trouble in your owls. You have been doing fairly well in transfigurations, and I expect you to get an extra credit in the subject. With these grades, you would have no problem getting accepted in Aurors. If you want to work for Gringotts, you need E in charms, transfigurations and runes, which you can easily score. I do not, however, think you would want to work for Muggle liaisons though. For healers they need E in charms, transfiguration and potions, which you can score without any trouble. They ask for 5 E's if you want to work for the ministry in general. He nodded. Professor, I don't want to do any of these things. I mean, I could be an Auror, but I cannot go about their daily routines and sit behind a desk. I have no interest in working for Gringotts, and I do not want to join the ministry as an employee. I actually want to play Quidditch for some time after graduating. Then I would think about another vocation, perhaps as a teacher or something." She gave him a brightening smile. "That's a good career choice, Harry. If you want to play professionally for a team, you need to be at your best for the scouts who come to every game. I would try to get some of them to pay attention to your flying skills. I dare say that with your skills, they would be falling over themselves to sign you up." "Thank you, Professor. You are being too kind to lavish such praise on me," he said. He of course could not tell her that he was part owner of one such team which would be more than happy to recruit him. With that she dismissed him. Greg Jugson had been a Death Eater in the last war and fought on Voldemort's side. He was not a member of the inner circle, so he was not privy to much of what went on in it. He had been sent on many missions, mostly as a scout. He had cast an unforgivable or two at times, but mercifully none had been the killing curse. He had seen so much death in the First War that he was disenchanted with it. He had joined Voldemort after being impressed with his grand plans of pureblood supremacy. He knew that death and bloodshed would happen, but he had no idea that it would be to such an extent. Too many families had been wiped out of existence just because they did what they thought was the right thing to do. When Voldemort was vanquished, he had been relieved and went about living his life as if nothing had ever happened. He had prayed every day that Voldemort would not come back, but he did. Mercifully, there was recourse available to him to stay out of the war courtesy of Lord Black. He was a powerful wizard who had beaten the Dark Lord in a 2-hour-long duel and yet emerged victorious. When the Dark Lord came out into the open, Jugson had gone into hiding. He presumed that he would have to hide for a long time, but his heir had found a way out, a way by which he could attain some semblance of respect for his family name. He knew where the flow entrances to the ministry were located. He had the letter of reference from Harold Peverell in his pocket, which was his ticket to freedom. True, the ministry might cast him into prison or even execute him for his past crimes, but he hoped to sit out the war in some safe house. In any event, he would not die in this war or aid in killing wizards to fulfill the dreams of a filthy half-blood who cared nothing for the lives of his followers. As soon as he exited the flow, he crumpled to the floor as the wards stunned him. An auror in the atrium calmly bound him with chains, then levitated him in a stretcher and took him to Alistair Moody. When Jugson regained consciousness, he was in the accused chair before the war tribunal. General Longbottom was addressing him. "Greg Jugson, you came to the ministry bearing a letter of reference from Lord Black. It specifically states that you willingly submit yourself to a veritaserum trial before the ministry can offer you any help. Do you agree?" He readily agreed. "Yes, I agree to the proposition, General Longbottom." Frank motioned for an auror standing in the corner, who administered 3 drops to him. After waiting for a few seconds to make sure that he was under the influence, Frank motioned for Gawain to proceed. Gawain Robards asked him, "What is your name?" He replied monotonously, "My name is Greg Jugson." Gawain asked further, "Are you an animagus?" He shook his head. "No, I am not an animagus." Robards was convinced that the potion had taken effect. He asked the next question, "When did you join Voldemort?" He shuddered a little before answering, "I joined him just a little after I graduated. A lot of people in my year were joining him. My father wanted me to make him proud. Not to mention, my house's liege lord, the House of Black, was fighting on his side, so I had to join him." Gawain asked, "What did you do in his service?" Jugson answered, "I was one of his foot soldiers. My sole occupation was to follow orders. I was used mostly for scouting missions. A few times, I was sent into a fight." Gawain asked, "Did you ever cast an unforgivable?" Jugson answered, "I am ashamed to admit it now that I cast the Cruciatus Curse a few times and an Imperio once in his service." Gawain asked, "Have you killed anyone?" Jugson answered, "I never killed anyone." Gawain asked, "What do you know about his position at the moment?" Jugson answered, "I have received news of him from some of his followers by owl post. I know for a fact that he is out of Wizarding Britain for now. He is not expected to return for at least 2 months." Quote, Gawain turned to Frank, "I have no more questions for him at the moment." Frank announced his decision. Greg Jugson, being a Death Eater is a crime punishable by life in Azkaban. Using any of the unforgivable curses carries the same sentence. Have you anything to say for yourself before I pronounce sentence? Judson sat up straight and looked Frank in the eye. Minister, you may pronounce any sentence you see fit. Just so. Long as I never have to serve that maniac again, I am content. Frank shared a look with Moody and Amelia. They nodded their agreement before Frank spoke again. When you came to the ministry, you carried a letter from Lord Peveril. Although this tribunal is under no obligation to honor those terms, we have agreed to do so. For the duration of the current conflict, you will be in the care of the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries. You will give them your full cooperation. When the conflict is over, if you have honored the terms of this agreement, your wand will be returned to you and you shall be released. If, on the other hand, you fail to cooperate or attempt escape, you shall be punished to the limit of the law. Are we agreed? He nodded. I agree with the decision of this tribunal. Fourth floor. The Order of the Snow Leopard was meeting for urgent business. That business being an impending attack on Draco Malfoy, who was involved and how to thwart it. Harry knew that Cr. Abby and Parkinson were in on the plan with Nott, but they did not know about Goyle. Their problem was that they were not certain how many were in on the plan. Daphne had told him that those three were in it for sure. The problem was that if there were more, there was no way to know, unless Harry started reading everyone's minds, but that was illegal. Immoral and distasteful to Harry. If he started doing stuff like that, it was a very short and slippery slope to being no better than Tom Riddle himself. They would just have to find a better way to expose the conspirators. Harry looked around the table. The smartest, bravest and most trustworthy were here. Hermione, Ronald, Neville, Susan, Hannah, Conrad Duvant, and Daphne Greengrass were all here. Harry only had the barest details of the plot. He had to work with that. Harry addressed them. Thank you all for coming. There is a problem. I am counting on all of you to help me solve it. I assume that you have all heard about the coverage of the trial of Lucius Malfoy in the Daily Prophet. He publicly denounced the so-called Dark Lord during his testimony. Voldemort, to their credit, his friends did not shudder, is not one to take such insults lying down. In retribution, he has, by whatever means, ordered the death of Draco Malfoy in retribution. Harry took a moment to watch the reactions of his friends to this statement. Daphne's jaw clenched. Hermione looked horrified. Neville looked grim. Susan looked contemplative and Ron looked like he wanted to speak something but was trying to weigh its merits before he spoke. Harry continued, I don't have all the details. What I do know is that Nott is in charge. Crabbe and Parkinson are in on it. I don't know about Goyle. There are likely others. Ron chimed in, what? All of his best mates want him dead. Why do we even care about that? Harry looked sadly at Ron. Ron, I know how it feels to have my best mates turn on me. Ron's ears turned red at the memory of how he treated Harry just last year when Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire. Harry continued, it's true that he's been nothing but a stupid, slimy git to all of us for years, but, Harry began to tick points off on his fingers. He's been behaving himself since the duel. Right now, he has no friends that he can count on. And, whatever he's done, he's just a student, he's a black and his mother has formally asked me to look out for him. It's bad enough that Voldemort has killed off our parents and loved ones. They were adults, capable of defending themselves. Now, he's using other students to reach right into our school and murder one of his own. I will not stand by and let it happen. Will you help me? Hermione spoke up next. Is it true, Harry? Would Voldemort really use students to kill other students? Hermione. There is nothing resembling morality in his twisted mind. He doesn't care about what is right or wrong. For him all that matters is power. That is what he wants above everything. And once he sets his mind on doing something, he will not be dissuaded. Lucius said that he regrets having served the Dark Lord. In payment for that insult, he will torture the man until he begs for death. Killing Draco is just part of that. Nott's father was broken out of the prison when it was raided. As far as I know, he has taken Lucius's place in the inner circle and Malfoy is out. Riddle has given the responsibility to him to see to it that Lucius is properly punished for his disloyalty. Besides, Riddle only wants his wishes to be fulfilled and he does not care what means he has to resort to achieve his desire. Harry nodded to Ron. I know we are not friends nor would he do anything for us, but he is still a part of one of my houses. Due to the responsibility given to me by Mother Magic to take care of everyone who is a part of my house, I am bound to protect him. The question is, will you all help me or do I have to make other arrangements? Hermione said, there is no question that we will help you, Harry. He said, right, so here is the plan. We need some information. First, I need a schedule of his patrol tonight. Second, I want some people to keep an eye on him every time he steps out of his dorm. I have some other people watching him when he is in his dorm. I do not want him away from our watch for a second. I do not know where they are planning to attack him or how. I need him to be watched and his activities monitored. Above all, I want a few of the serpents to keep an eye on Nott and Parkinson. They will be taking the lead in this. He turned to Daphne. Daphne, she is in your dorm, meaning that you can always keep an eye on her movements without attracting any attention to yourself. Daphne grinned. Harry continued, just keep track of her and nothing more. However, if it appears that she is doing something that she should not, then feel free to stun her and bind her. The same goes for anyone who appears to be in cahoots with her. Daphne nodded. I've got it covered, Harry. He turned to Ron. Arrange to have your patrolling schedule coincide with his. Aim for the particular section of the castle where he will be patrolling so you would have a reason to keep an eye on him without him being the wiser. He turned to Conrad. You will follow the others who aim to harm him. Just tail them, staying in the shadows. If they appear to be doing something wrong, feel free to stun them and bind them. Conrad nodded. All right, Harry. I will do it. With that he dismissed the meeting. All they could do now was to wait for the evening when they would try to attack Malfoy. If they caught them in the act, they would get rid of those three at once and it would be safer in the school. The letter he had sent to Dawlish was to keep him on alert as a backup. He was to arrive as soon as he could after he saw the Snow Leopard Patronus arrive. While Dawlish would not know that Harry could use the Patronus to send a message, but its arrival would be the signal for him to move in. Ministry of Magic. Mafalda Hopkirk was going towards the ministry when another of the employees of the ministry joined her. Good morning, Mafalda. Busy day, isn't it? She shrugged her shoulders. Not really. With all the students being at Hogwarts, there are very few days when my office sees any action. The other nodded. I never really thought of that. I suppose that you have a list of students at your office that you use to find if an underage wizard has used magic. She replied, I do have a list in my office, but it is of no use if an underage wizard cast magic in a wizarding home, as you well know. Why are you interested in the list though? The other man had his wand out in a second and he intoned Imperio. It took a scant few seconds before she felt quite relaxed, and anything the other person said to her seemed like the best idea in all the world. Later that evening, she furnished a list of addresses of Muggle-born students to Mulciber who had Imperio used her cottage on the hill. Stand down, Moony, said Sirius, you're too brutal. Sometimes I wonder how it would have changed things if you were an Auror. He and Moony had been practicing dueling for the last 2 hours. It was invigorating. In spite of the cool day, they were both sheened with sweat. Remus had insisted that he needed some practice, so they had practiced. Not only were they evenly matched, but they also knew each other's moves. Neither one could gain the upper hand on the other. If they kept it up long enough, it would finally come down to who dropped from exhaustion first. Remus lowered his wand. It was good practice, Padfoot. I must say you are sharp as ever. Sirius waved him off. Thank you for the praise, but maybe we can now come to the real reason for this visit. I presume you have something on your mind and you want to talk. Remus smiled. Nothing escapes you, does it? I indeed had something to talk about. Sirius chuckled. If it's going to take some time, then let's sit with glasses of mead in our hands and talk about it. With that he summoned Winky, who brought a bottle and glasses which she laid on the table and disappeared. Sirius poured mead for both of them and they started drinking. Nobody spoke for about 5 minutes. Remus was trying to figure out how to put his thoughts into words while Sirius waited. Remus started speaking. Do you remember James's wedding? Sirius smiled. Of course I do. It was a memorable experience. I never rejoiced more than I did that day. Remus agreed. It was indeed one of the happiest days. James fretted over his robes, conscious of his appearance and praying that nothing would go wrong. Sirius laughed a good bit. Yeah. He was so nervous. But it turned out to be for the better. I have never seen two people so much in love as him and Lily. Remus added, yeah, and I remember you looking at Marlene with such emotion that I was hopeful of standing in as your best man at your wedding. Sirius said a bit sourly, yeah, if the rat had not squealed on us, I would have married her. He however was suspicious as to why Remus would talk about it now and asked him, Moony, is there a reason that you are talking about marriage? Remus chuckled, oh yes, there is a reason. Sirius glared at him, then spill it. Remus pacified him, recently Dora asked me if I was contemplating marriage. I didn't give her a clear answer. The thing is that I do want to marry her, preferably sooner than later. I wanted to bounce this idea off you first considering that you are the brother I never had. Sirius looked at him incredulously, I'm surprised Moony. I thought that I'd have to coerce you into it but you're ready to do this. I have been contemplating the same. All that's left for me to do is to ask Emmeline. She's been hinting that she wants me to propose to her as soon as possible. Maybe then you should do it soon, Padfoot. There is a lot which goes into preparing for a marriage and we have made zero preparations yet. Also I am apprehensive about Harry. What about him? Asked Sirius with a raised eyebrow. Remus smirked. He's set upon organizing a grand wedding. And he said that if I agreed to this plan of his, he would convince you to marry at the same time. He seemed very determined. Sirius laughed. Maybe he's gone too far but I don't think that he is wrong. I feel that we must think about marriage now. I have been having this feeling for some time now but I would like to propose to her in a grand style. It feels just right that you should be the best man. There is none who deserves this honor more than you. Likewise I would stand in for you like I did for James. You can't take that away from me. Remus agreed. I agree but don't take too long. If you need to bounce this idea off someone before you agree, I'm amenable to that. Unknown Castle. Bellatrix, as it turned out, had been the least affected by the Dementors. She only felt something akin to joy when she was committing mayhem in the name of the Dark Lord. This twisted sadism was something the Dementors could not feed upon. When they tried, reliving all those memories of torturing, maiming, killing and destroying, in her master's name just gave her more strength. In other words, she had been barely affected by the Dementors. When Voldemort left for his tour, he gave her the duty to train his faithful. She would have to teach them to be ruthless in dealing with their foes and not to be afraid of anything. Most of them were pathetic in their spell casting. They couldn't use it for offensive magic. Many of the could not cast a decent shield charm either. It was an uphill task to train them. The Dark Lord has left me in charge of ensuring that you all become worthy of serving him. He has given me free rein to do what I would and make sure that you can pay for the mark on your arm. This mark does not come easily to us but has to be earned by proving ourselves. When we take this mark, we commit ourselves to serve the Dark Lord and help him fulfill the dreams he has for our world. We want a world free of tainted blood and family trees pruned of the undeserving ones. Our magic has been tainted by the mudbloods who stole from us. We will eradicate them and ensure pure blood supremacy. Those who prove themselves to him will be mightily rewarded by him, she was saying to the Death Eaters assembled before her. She had them assembled to teach them. Voldemort had given her this responsibility and she was not going to fail her master. She was a bit miffed when she learned that the Dark Lord had wed Severus back into the Order without punishing him. Severus had once again proved that he was crafty enough to manipulate someone into believing him. She was determined to ensure that her Lord would pay attention to her more than he did to Severus. She would prove that she was the most loyal of his followers. She spoke further. We have been given huge blows by the Aurors and I intend to repay them. The problem is that most of you are undertrained and incompetent when compared to them. You all will do as I ask or you will suffer my displeasure. Those who fail to follow my orders will pay with their lives. Is that clear? Without waiting for an answer, she motioned for a few of her Death Eaters to come forward. Rudolphus, Rabiston and Dolohov will be teaching you. I will keep an eye on your progress. If I find that you are lacking in your effort or progress, you will suffer my displeasure. Do not fail me. With that, the chosen trio started teaching the Death Eaters. They had planned to teach them to aim and cast most of the dark spells. Most of them knew only the killing curse or a few more curses but they would be taught a few more. Bellatrix had a few problems of her own. She knew a variety of curses, but most of it had been family magic. She had been black by birth and could wield the magic easily enough. She had studied the grimoire and perfected herself in some of the spells which were part of the family magic. These spells had earned her the reputation she had, but lately she was having trouble with those spells. She remembered the effect of them, the incantation, but she could not cast the spells. Her magic just did not let her use those spells. She had wondered why it was so. Also, when she had married Rudolphus, she had got a little of the Lestrange family mag. I see, but lately she could not use that either. The bond which she had always sensed between her and Rudolphus also did not buzz like it used to. This had taken away from her all of her special spells and most of her strength in dueling. She, however, had hidden this fact from others because she could not openly advertise it and put herself in jeopardy, because if others stopped fearing her, it would not bode well for her. She watched the Death Eaters practicing. Most of them were novices. They could not even stun someone, so how could she expect them to kill? True, casting the killing curse was not hard, but it requires extreme and absolute hatred which had to be kindled in their heart. For now, they were being taught Bombarda, but the trio were experiencing problems. The followers were not able to use the spell properly yet. It would take some time before they would be able to do it. After the 2-hour session was finished, she convened a meeting of the inner circle. Everyone was present in the meeting and she started speaking. The Dark Lord has left me with a mission to finish while he is away. Rookwood asked, what was the mission? Do you believe that the Mudbloods are descended from wizarding families? She asked of him. There were noises of protest against this statement, but she had fixed her gaze on Rookwood because he had once worked in the Department of Mysteries, so he as expected to know if the report published the other day was genuine or not. He did not break eye contact with her but said impassively, the report is false. The Mudbloods have stolen our magic. He personally believed this theory and had actively propagated to suppress the reports which suggested that Muggle-born were descended of wizarding families. The Dark Lord has asked me to kill the Mudbloods. I had commissioned Mulciber with accessing the list of Mudbloods at Hogwarts, and he has brought the list today. I want to hear names you think must be attacked first. She turned to Lucius. What do you think? Who should be targeted first? Lucius drawled. The same Mudblood who is always sticking up beside Harry Potter. Hermione Granger, and there are a few more who Draco reported to be close to him. The Creevies, for instance. In fact, I have heard that the Weasley girl is seeing one of those boys. There were noises of scorn around the room. She said sternly, silence. The Weasleys have always been blood traitors. We cannot expect anything better of them than this, but we will not let this continue. We will kill the boy and his entire family. Dolohov was ecstatic. I want to go. It has been years since I hunted Muggles. I would love the opportunity. She shook her head. No. Lucius has to prove his loyalty to the Dark Lord again. He will go to the Grangers with 2 Death Eaters, and Rookwood will go to the Creevies with Mulciber Jr. and 3 werewolves. I do not want any of them alive after this evening. She then continued further. The Dark Lord also asked me to kill the general and other officials in the ministry, destroying their morale. I want teams formed and the task to be carried out as soon as possible. Hogwarts. That evening Harry received a letter from a Hogwarts house elf. It was a letter from De, which read, Lord Black, this letter is in relation to the letter previously sent to you regarding the attempt being made on life of Malfoy. Not has finished making the preparations. They will make the attempt tonight. I felt obliged to convey this fact to you. From what I have been able to glean, they will be attempting it around curfew time, so there will be no witnesses, and somewhere around the 6th floor. Parkinson, Crabbe and Goyle are definitely in it along with Montague. There may be others. I have no knowledge about them. This brought some much needed excitement for him. He would have to keep his spells to non-lethal, but he would definitely get to stretch his legs a little. He wanted others because he was not sure who else was in on it, and he could not be in 2 places at once. After dinner had ended and curfew was yet to start, he sent summons to the members of his order to meet him behind the mirror on the 4th floor. He had sent summons for Ernie, Hannah, Susan, Daphne, Conrad, Hermione, Ron, Faye Dunbar and Neville. He had invited Faye because he wanted to see just how good she was. She was quick with a wand, but what was the extent of her talents? When they were all seated, he started addressing them. So as Hermione has discovered, Malfoy is on prefect patrol from 5th to 6th floor from 10 o'clock to midnight. An attempt will be made on his life tonight. The only prefects about 6th and 7th floor will be the Gryffindor prefects. They will be keeping an eye on everything around them. We do not know if the attempt will be made in the East Wing or the West, but we have to keep an eye on him all the time he is on prefect duty. If they are trying to sneak up on him, take them down, but make sure that they are in such a position that there will be no doubt that they were about to hurt him. Any questions? Faye asked. What are our roles? He smirked. Glad you asked. Conrad will tail him from the dungeons while being under a disillusionment charm. Daphne will keep an eye on people who are leaving the common room after Malfoy. She will be sending a list of people on the holster and we will know who is involved in it. Conrad will tail them at a distance and will be augmented at the Badger's Hole with Sue. Hannah and Ernie, who have duty to patrol the 3rd floor and the 4th, will keep an eye on Malfoy and any others who tail him. When the time is opportune, they will follow them to the 6th floor and on my signal, take out whomever they find. Faye asked him, where will I be? Harry smirked, you will be with me. We will keep a watch on everyone who joins the party. When it is time, I expect you to take the lead. She grinned, I would like that. Before he dismissed them, he warned them, be warned. We will have to keep ourselves out of trouble with other prefects and teachers because if caught, we will be put in detention. Draco Malfoy still could not believe how things had changed. Barely a month ago, his father was sitting at the right hand of the Dark Lord. He was one of his confidants. Within a month, Draco was at the mercy of his nemesis. Ever since Harry Potter had come into his life, he had caused only trouble for Draco. Now he held absolute authority over him. There was no one he could turn to. His mother herself was living in some place at Potter's mercy and he was pretty sure that Potter kept an eye on everything he did. He had realized that his so-called friends would turn against him when he returned after the winter vacation because his father had fallen from grace. The way Ansi had sneered at him and Not had smirked evilly, it had sent a clear message to him. Even Crabbe and Goyle had left his side for Not. He did what his mother had told him to, keep his head down and spend the year quietly. If he was able to make it through this year unscathed, she might find someplace else for him to finish his study, or she may engage some private tutors for him and he could appear for Newts at the ministry. He had been doing that. He even walked away from situations where he previously would have rushed in. Not having the kind of power he had earlier had its drawbacks. It all came down to Harry Potter. However, he was not sure if he wanted Potter to be killed by the Dark Lord or for Potter to kill the Dark Lord. If he killed the Dark Lord, Draco may be able to have a peaceful life. The only drawback of this situation was that his father would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. If the Dark Lord succeeded in killing Potter, it would mean total annihilation of Wizarding Britain and the House of Malfoy. He would do what his family was best at doing, looking after its own interests. There were a few questions he had about Potter, but he could not ask him. He wanted to know how Potter had been able to duel the Dark Lord for 2 hours and escape unhurt. True that he had got an idea of Potter's powers when he dueled with him, but that would not have been sufficient before the Dark Lord. He must have been much more powerful than he let on. He had also noticed how others kept an eye on his movements. Students who followed Potter and those who followed the Dark Lord had been dogging his steps. He smelled something fishy. There was something afoot which stank. Draco wanted to know what it was. He was already in great danger in the dungeons. Every moment he spent there was spent in fear that someone would stab him in the back or slit his throat in his sleep. This evening, when he left the common room to start his patrol duties, he noticed that Warrington was following him with his eyes. He left the common room and at the first turn, he hid behind the wall to see if someone was pursuing him. But there was nobody there. Perhaps he was worrying over nothing. He was, however, a Slytherin and a Malfoy. He knew how to look after himself. He proceeded cautiously toward the 5th and 6th floors where he had patrol duty tonight. Although outwardly calm, he stepped lightly and listened carefully for any stray sounds in his wake. To his woe, several of the corridors were unlit. He kept his wand tip lit so no one could surprise him. As soon as Draco had left the common room, Warrington Knot and Crab had walked out to follow him. Daphne had signaled Conrad to follow them and kept an eye on Pansy. The trio however had to hide for a few moments. They cautioned themselves that Malfoy might be hiding because they had seen him being suspicious during the evening. When Malfoy walked ahead, they followed him soundlessly, walking from shadow to shadow so he could not see them. Their wands ready to take him down if he suspected anything. Conrad had followed them out of the common room as closely as he dared. Since they all had to take the same way up to the ground floor, he had no problem following them. Unlike them, he knew the disillusionment charm and applied it to himself. With there being dim light, he was able to evade them. As agreed, Susan Bones was there outside of the fake barrels. She joined him and they followed the three silently. Harry had given the map to Susan to keep an eye on everyone in the castle. He had asked Faye to keep an eye on everyone who walked up the grand staircase. She was to wait until Conrad and Susan had passed, so if someone else was tailing them, she would be able to get the drop on them. The most difficult thing was to hide after curfew. Since the war wards had been activated, most of the teachers were assigned patrol duties. That night, Snape, Flitwick, Septima Vector and Vikram were on duty with Dumbledore being in his office. Faye hid inside a suit of armor which was so positioned that she could keep an eye on the grand staircase without anyone being the wiser. Ernie and Hannah were to stay put until she sent a message to them on their holsters. When Faye saw 3 more students following Susan and Conrad, she exited the suit of armor and followed them. She would have to get these 3 down before they tried to harm others. Neville was on the 7th floor waiting for the signal. He was to descend only if they were outnumbered. Otherwise, Harry wanted him to stay put. Daphne sent Harry a message after Conrad had left. It simply read, "Pansy, Goyle and Selwyn Jr. have just left the common room. I think they intend to finish the work. If not, Crabbe and Warrington fail to do so." Harry read the message and did not think twice about it. He had made his arrangements and he would get to see if they bore fruit. He had decided that he would not be firing a single spell unless there was no other way. He wanted to see how good the others were. He sent a Patronus to Dawlish who had arrived promptly. The Auror asked him a bit stiffly, "Lord Peverell, what dangers were you all using to when you wrote the letter to me? And should you not be in your common room since it is past curfew?" Harry eyed him curiously. "Did not Master Auror Alistair Moody tell you to cooperate with me rather than to question me? Besides, I have a very good reason for being out and about. I want you to escort me to the 6th floor where something interesting is about to happen." Before they started, however, Harry had cast the disillusionment charm upon himself and asked the Auror to do the same. When the Auror raised an eyebrow, Harry told him that it was necessary. Slowly they walked to the 6th floor while Harry kept his ears strained for any sound of spell fire. When he was near the 6th floor, he subtly activated the repelling ward which would keep the teachers away from that floor. Draco was on the 6th floor when he confirmed that someone had been tailing him from the dungeons. He turned around and said loudly, "Come out, I know you have been following me. Show me your cowardly faces." He was surprised to see Crabbe, though he was not so surprised to see Knot and Warrington. He drawled, "So why are you following me? Has your master asked you to keep watch on me?" Knot smirked, "Oh no. He wants to punish your father for losing his faith. The Dark Lord has commissioned me with the duty to kill you." Draco was scared and there was no one around who could help him. He was trapped here. He was outnumbered as well. He tried to bluff his way out and asked them, "Pray tell how you are going to kill me. The war wards will kill you if you try using the killing curse, and I am admittedly better at dueling than any of you." Warrington, who had his wand out by now, said, swaggering, "Git. Let's test that." Before he cast, his wand sailed through the air to an outstretched hand. And a stunner felled him like a sack of potatoes. Malfoy turned around to find Susan Bones with a wand in each hand and Conrad Duvant with their wands leveled at Knot and Crabbe. The two would-be assassins were fool enough to start sending bone breakers and bombardas at the two of them. Malfoy, always good at looking out for number 1, drove for cover while the exchange was happening. Ron and Hermione had arrived in time to stop the 3 of them but remained hidden when they saw that the situation was under control. Knot and Crabbe would not be able to face them for long. True to their predictions, Crabbe had soon slumped to the floor. Nott was holding his own against Susan, who was not using any lethal spells. He sent a bombarda at her which she shielded. Before he could cast another, she sent a stunner at him. When he raised a shield, she started peppering him with shield breakers. After losing 2 or 3 shields in a row, he dodged the next one. She was casting at speed substantially better than his. By the time he was able to dodge, Susan had sent a spell chain at him. He raised another shield, but the first spell in the chain was a shield breaker. It destroyed his shield. The second spell was a stunner which knocked him out, followed by an incarcerus which bound him in ropes. Dawlish and Harry had seen the duel. When Dawlish wanted to interfere, Harry told him in whispers that they had it under control. He had trained with these students. He would know if they were in any trouble before they did. He asked him to keep watching. Harry would tell him to interfere if there was a reason to do so. Pansy, Selwyn Jr. and Goyle arrived at almost that time and forced the others to drop their wands. Pansy sneered, well, I was only hoping to get Malfoy, but we are getting a bonus. I think I will kill Bones first and then this traitor Duvant before we take care of Malfoy. The Dark Lord will reward me handsomely. Harry had to suppress a chuckle. These idiots had no clue that they were outnumbered 2 to 1. According to plan, Faye arrived by that time behind them. She understood what to do. Without wasting a moment, she cast a wide area stunner. She got Pansy and Selwyn down with the first shot. Crabbe looked bewildered. He turned about to face the new threat only to eat a knuckle sandwich. With the odds in his favor, Malfoy had found his courage and come out of cover to punch Crabbe in the face. Who knew that a hulking brute like that would have a glass jaw? With that, Harry dispelled his disillusionment charm and turned to Dawlish. Well, there you are. 6 of them, all determined to commit murder for their Dark Lord. Since they are underage, we can't put them in front of the War Tribunal, but I suppose that if we bundle them up and present them to the headmaster, we can at least have them expelled. That will make this school a safer place for everyone. Also remember that none of us were here, but you found and subdued them. Harry turned to Malfoy. I don't expect any gratitude from you, Malfoy. I do, however, require you to keep others' involvement a secret. If I find you have blabbed a word about them, I will make you pay. This may not be the last attempt on your life. You will want us watching your back. Malfoy nodded and Harry took down the ward he had erected before he made his exit. The Auror in the meanwhile had pulled his badge to send for backup while Harry, Faye, Susan and Conrad ran upstairs. Faye went to the Gryffindor Tower with Harry. Susan and Conrad went to the Room of Requirement, which, according to their need, provided them with a secret passage to their common rooms. The next morning, Dumbledore addressed them at breakfast. It is with a heavy heart that I have to inform you all that last night, some of the students belonging to the House of Slytherin were expelled from this school. They were found to be involved in an attack on one of their fellow students at the orders of Voldemort. I had hoped that the younger generation would be above the prejudice brewed by their fathers, but alas, my hopes have been for naught. This caused a murmur to break out among the students. 3 students from FIF.th year were gone, meaning the really low population had dwindled even further. Many students had a good guess that perhaps Malfoy was the one who had been targeted. The children of Death Eaters, however, were thinking about who could have been the informant who told on them. True that most of them were not planning to kill anyone yet, but it was a worrying thought that someone among them may have been telling on them. They had stayed clear of children of neutral families, yet someone from amongst them had told. Perhaps they would need to rethink their strategies. Potion Master's office. Severus was grading the assignments when there was a knock on his office door. He grunted, "Enter." Harry entered the room looking around his office and asked him, "Professor, do you have some time?" He motioned for him to sit. "Take a seat, Harry." When he was seated, he asked further, "What brought you here?" Harry asked him straight away, "Professor, how is it that you did not know about Nott's plot to attack Malfoy?" Severus took time to answer, "Harry, you have discovered and thwarted a plot against the life of my godson. For that I am grateful. As to your question, since the Dark Lord has left Wizarding Britain, Bellatrix is in charge of things. She does not see fit to apprise me of all that is going on in their order. She views me as an opponent who is vying for attention from the Dark Lord, which she thinks she is entitled to. She likely gave the order for them to do it. They did. There is however another piece of information which I came to know and I wanted to convey to you. Harry asked him. Please do go on then. I am listening. I have heard whispers of planned attacks on the Muggle-born. I told Dumbledore about it. He is boosting security, but I thought you should know about it. See, Olin Creevey and Hermione Granger are on the top of the list. Harry shook his head. The Creeveys were always in the company of other Gryffindors. They would be safe enough. But Hermione had to take prefect patrols. That would expose her to some risk. He might have to discover and thwart another plot. Later he talked with Sirius, who told him that Dumbledore had given this information to the Ministry. The Ministry was organizing security for the families of the Muggle-born. Hampstead. With a loud crack, 3 Death Eaters appeared out of thin air near the house of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. They had been looking around the area during the day, and they had satisfied themselves that Muggle law enforcement would take time to arrive at the scene. Therefore they had time to do what they had to. Lucius was leading the 3 of them. They decided to apparate in and kill them before they got any wiser. They apparated keeping in mind the back door of the house, and the next moment, they found themselves at the bottom of a pond. They swam out. After drying themselves off, they again proceeded toward the house. At a safe distance, Lucius began to cast detection spells to determine the nature of the wards around the house. It was a ward which would not allow any magical to enter the house except for those to whom it was tied. There was only one way through it. He would have to bring it down by force and then proceed to kill the Muggles. Daniel Granger had just turned in for the night with his wife when they thought they could hear some sort of commotion outside. Since he knew of the wizarding woe, RLD, and that the wizards otherwise known as Death Eaters would try to harm them, he had been very cautious. He peeked out of the window facing outside. He saw 3 men in robes with their faces covered by masks. One of them had his wand out. He was casting spells in the air. They were making the small explosions which had attracted his attention. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he picked up T. He phoned and dialed 62,442, magic, which had been given to him. A voice answered, Ministry of Magic, Help Desk for Families of Muggle-born. The help desk had been set up in a building across from the Ministry of Magic in London. It was so that the Ministry would be able to help in case there was an attack on families of Muggle-born by Death Eaters. The idea had come from Arthur, who was fascinated with the Muggle Feliton. Frank had given the duty to him to see that it was installed and was working. A staff of 3 witches and wizards had been put in 3 shifts of 8 hours each around the phone. They were to immediately send a message to the Ministry, who would dispatch Aurors to deal with the situation. Daniel Granger spoke in the phone. My name is Daniel Granger. I am speaking from Hampstead. My daughter studies at Hogwarts. There are 3 wizards outside my home casting spells around in thin air, making small explosions. I need help. The dispatcher immediately sent the message to the Ministry, from where Rufus sent a patrol of 5 wizards to the location. By the time they arrived, Lucius had been able to break down the wards. The Auror in the lead roared, Halt and drop your wands. Malfoy turned abruptly and roared, Avada Kedavra. One of the Aurors fell dead on the spot. The other Aurors started sending Bombarda, Bone Breakers and Bone Crushers at the Death Eaters. 2 of the Death Eaters were no match for the Aurors. They succumbed instantly. The leader of the Aurors had engaged Malfoy in a duel. Lucius was no match for Sirius Black, but he was a fair hand at dueling. He kept his opponent engaged one-on-one until other Aurors decided to join in. Being outnumbered, Lucius conjured a cloud of dark smoke from his wand, then turned on his heels to disappear in thin air. At that moment, a group of 4 more Aurors arrived at the scene with Sirius Black in the lead. They started asking questions of the group which had arrived first. After they were sure that there were no more Death Eaters around, Sirius checked on the Death Eaters. One of them had been hit with a bombarda to his chest. It had ripped his chest open, killing him. The other had taken a bone breaker to his skull. It had killed him instantly too. Sirius asked the leader, how many were there? The wizard answered, there were 3 of them. Lucius Malfoy was their leader. It was his killing curse that killed Simpkins. He is the only one who escaped. Sirius nodded, return to the Ministry and take Simpkins' body with you. He will be buried with honor. I have one more thing left to do. When the others were away, Sirius rang the doorbell and it was promptly opened by Daniel. Sirius said, "Good evening, Mr. Granger. My name is Sirius Black. I trust Hermione has mentioned me before." Daniel replied, "Yes, she did. How can I help you, Mr. Granger? As you might have realized, you will be in danger if you stay here. Dumbledore has asked me to shift you both to one of our safe houses for the time being. I assure you that you will be safe from harm there. You will be able to return after the war is over. Will you accept our protection?" Daniel Granger knew there was no way around it. If something were to happen to him and his wife, Hermione would be distraught and it could prove dangerous to her. They would have to take the offer of sanctuary. He turned to Sirius, "Mr. Black, we accept your offer of sanctuary." They were shifted to a safe house in Plymouth that same night by some Order members who had been sent by Dumbledore since Sirius had to go somewhere else to fend off another attack. The Order member told them that they could go about their ordinary routines. The Order would take care of them until the war was over. Daniel could go and put their affairs in order when he had time. About an hour after the attack on the Grangers, 5 wizards appeared out of thin air outside of the Creevy farm. The Creevies were not very wealthy, nor did they have much in the way of money. They lived in a small 2-storied building outside the western suburbs of London. Apart from Colin and Dennis, they had about 6 family members living at their home. The small parcel of land around the house belonged to them. They used it for a small dairy farm, inhabited by a few milk cows and a couple dozen laying hens. When the Death Eaters appeared, one of the bovines gave a cry of fright. It alerted the members of the house. When Mr. Creevy peeped out of the window, he saw one of them attacking his animal with a spell. He of course knew what a wand was and how it worked. He remembered the warnings he had been given. Mr. Creevy had no phone at his home. As such, he could not call for help that way. He remembered the mirror which had been given to him by the wizard who brow GHT his sons back after the New Year ball they had gone to. He pulled out the mirror and spoke quietly but clearly into it, "Sirius Black." Sirius's face appeared in the mirror. He asked, "Mr. Creevy, what is the matter?" He said hastily, "5 wizards are attacking my house. I need help. In this life, Mr. Creevy was a dairy farmer. He kept a .22 caliber rifle to keep the foxes out of the hen house. Not so long ago, he had been a soldier in the Far East. The Creevies were small people and that made him ideal as a tunnel rat. These men were sent into enemy passageways with enough firepower to take out an entire regiment, and only the very best ever came back. Mr. Creevy was one of those who came back. The old .22 was a single-shot, bolt-action rifle, but he could pick the eye out of a fox at 200 paces in the dark with it. He would give a good account of himself before those wizards got anywhere near the house. Sirius immediately grabbed Emmeline, who was sitting with him for dinner. They appeared in front of the Creevy residence. One of the Death Eaters already lay dead about 50 paces from the front door. The other 4 had taken cover. They were taking turns, popping up and firing spells at the farmhouse. The old frame structure was already burning and parts of it had been destroyed. Hastily, he started sending every spell he could think of while Emmeline sent messages to everyone she could remember. As Sirius launched into his attack, there was a crack heard from the farmhouse and another Death Eater fell dead, a small, red circle right between his eyes. With only 3 Death Eaters remaining, Sirius and Emmeline took them on in duels. Sirius took on 2 while Emmeline took on the other. Whatever was coming from the farmhouse was instantly deadly, but it seemed to be very limited in its rate of fire. They kept dodging more than they cast while the Death Eaters were focused on them now. It had been a while when it happened. Emmeline dodged a violet-colored curse only to be knocked senseless by a gray-colored curse, and she was not moving. Blood rushed into Sirius's ears and recklessly he started sending some of his choicest dark curses at the Death Eaters in a solid stream. The Death Eaters had not seen these spells before and they could not stand up to it. One of them fell with a spear through his throat. Another was sliced in 2 with a ribbon. Beef. Or the last one standing could decide what to do. There were a series of popping noises as the Order members started to arrive. There was Remus with Nymphadora, Sturgis Podmore, Bill Weasley and Charlie Weasley. Remus noticed the inert body of Emmeline lying on the ground and roared, "Don't let one of them escape alive today." The last Death Eater could read the writing on the wall. As he began to twirl on the spot to make his escape, he was gunned down by half a dozen stunners. He fell to the ground, wrapped in enough rope to rig a tall ship. Sirius had fallen to his knees, cradling Emmeline and crying, "No. You can't go. Not you too. I can't take another loss." Miraculously, Emmeline stirred and croaked, "Can't breathe." She looked pale as death. It looked like she was hardly holding herself together. Remus was shaking him. "Padfoot, she is alive, but you need to take her to St. Mungo's now. Take her out of here. We'll join you shortly." Nodding, Sirius stood and placed her in a stasis charm. Then he secured her to a stretcher and portkeyed away to St. Mungo's. The Order members set about the work of extinguishing the fires and repairing what they could. With the only living prisoner secured, Tonks called for help with cleanup and transport. Seeing that the fight was over, Mr. Creevy emerged from the house, rifle in hand. He addressed Remus, "Looks like we got 'em all." Tonks approached him. "We're sorry we couldn't get here any sooner, Mr. Creevy. Is everyone all right?" He gestured to the 4 Death Eaters. "Looks like they had 4 fatalities, but, yes, my family is all right. They're hiding in the cellar." He looked at the rapidly reassembling front of his house. "Looks like your folk have things under control." Tonks nodded. "Yes, they do." She pointed at the 2 with the bullet holes in their foreheads and asked, "Did you do that?" He indicated the rifle. "With this. Normally, you can't kill a man with a .22, but they were at close range and they didn't troop. Led themselves about cover until I put their leader down. They just killed my favorite milk cow, then walked up to the house, bold as brass, and opened fire with them wands they carry. I just happened to have a knack for seeing in the dark and gave them a welcome they'll never forget. I kept them guessing until your 2 friends arrived, then I popped the second one while he was distracted. After that I couldn't do anything more. They were moving around a lot and I didn't want to hit the wrong one." Tonks shook her head. "You are a very brave man. We're going to post guards here in case any more of them show up. Mr. Creevy, you and your family are going to have to go into protection until this conflict is over." He shook his head. "Unless you folk have someone who can run a dairy farm, I'll have to stay. I can look after myself. I'll send my wife and children with you if they'll agree to go, but I'm staying." That was when the Ministry wizards began to arrive and the Order members left. Am I writing that bad that I get barely 1 or 2 reviews? If it is so tasteless, please do let me know. Criticism or appreciation, both should be doled out and not kept in. Chapter 5, Street Mungo's. W.H.N. Sirius Black arrived with Emmeline at St. Mungo's. The healers took her away immediately, asking him to wait outside. He had spent an hour in grim anticipation, with no word from the healers before Remus showed up. As soon as Remus arrived, Sirius lunged for his friend, engulfed him in a hug and broke down crying. Remus let him cry for a good 5 minutes before he asked, "What happened, Sirius? Is she all right?" Sirius wailed, "I don't know. As soon as I arrived here, they took her inside and asked me to wait here. It's been an hour, yet I have no news. I'm scared, Mooney." Remus attempted to comfort him. "Don't worry. She'll be fine, Sirius." Sirius was still inconsolable but reined in his breath and asked him, "What happened over there?" Despite the gravity of the moment, Remus snorted, "Mr. Creevy proved to be more than a handful for them. He's a combat-hardened veteran and had a firearm at hand. The Death Eaters knew nothing about firearms or how devastating they can be. They walked in boldly when the first one was shot down. The second one was taken down when you had just apparated in and distracted them." Sirius couldn't help but smile. Good for him. Maybe with a lesson like that, they won't be so quick to attack Muggles. Remus shook his head. "No. Won't make any difference. None of them escaped to tell the tale. We handed the only survivor over to Moody." Sirius's eyes widened just thinking about what that prisoner had in store. He asked, "What did our people tell the Daily Prophet?" Remus said, "Dora would have given them a different story than what happened. No need to tell the Death Eaters what really happened, right? Doing so would take away the advantage Mr. Creevy has. However, the general has been briefed about the situation." Sirius nodded. Did you inform anyone else? Remus shook his head. Not yet. I was going to wait for the morning and see what the healers have to say about Emmeline's condition. What curse was she hit with? Sirius grimaced. I really don't know. It looked like it could be a modified form of the bone liquefier curse. Mercifully she reached here in time. I suppose that the healers are trying to perform the counter curse on her, but they have had no success so far. Remus's eyes went amber for a moment. They have kept you waiting long enough. Let's find out what's going on in there. Putting action to words, he took Sirius by the arm and they walked through to the treatment room. When the witch at the reception desk started to try and stop them, she got one look at Remus's face and sat back down. When they arrived in the treatment room, the healer was chanting in a low voice, his face sheened with sweat. He looked exhausted and worried. The sound of their entrance caused him to look up. He made another incantation and with a final wave of his wand, renewed the stasis charm. He was pale and buckling at the knees. Sirius and Remus each caught one of his arms and carried him to a chair before he collapsed. When he was able to speak, he said, I don't think I can save her. Remus asked, it looks like a bone liquefier curse. Surely you can dispel that. The healer with a certain streak of pride answered, sure. I could do that before I left Hogwarts. But this, he gestured to the woman laying on the bed, I don't know what this is. The stasis charm can't stop death forever and I don't know what to do. Sir, Hughes took in the very young appearance of the healer. He asked, you look like you didn't leave Hogwarts all that long ago. Did you get a consult from anyone about this case? He looked up. Sure I did. I consulted with our on-call curse breaker. I even put in a call to Gringotts, but they don't know what this is either. It's the middle of the night and most of them won't even return my calls. If we can't get her some help, I fear that she won't last until morning. Sirius had the healer by his robes and growled, what do you mean? You are a healer, damn it. You were supposed to know this stuff. Remus extricated the healer from his grasp. Padfoot. Release him. He is not at fault here. Sirius felt helpless and vented his frustration on the wall, pounding his fists in frustration. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Remus was also frustrated. If something happened to Emmeline, the Death Eater who had been captured at the Creevy farm would be in for a lot of pain. He was also feeling helpless that he could do nothing to help Emmeline in this condition. Helpless, that is what his whole life had been. He was helpless when he was a child and would transform at every full moon. He was helpless when James and Lily were killed. Peter was allegedly murdered and Sirius was carted off to Azkaban. He was helpless when he had to watch Harry from a distance when he was teaching at Hogwarts. He had been helpless all his life, but the lad had alleviated his troubles. Since he had come back from the Mystics, yes, they could help. They certainly knew enough to be able to cure this. They would have to ask Harry though. Remus caught hold of Sirius's shoulder. Padfoot, don't lose hope. Let's ask Harry if he knows someone who can help us. I am sure he had mentioned that he has some friends like that. Sirius understood what he was alluding to. He pulled out his mirror and said loudly on it, Harry Potter. The mirror buzzed and a minute later, Harry's face came into view. By the looks of it, he was not in his dorm where he should have been but somewhere out in the open. Harry grinned at him. Are you keeping an eye on me, father? Sirius frowned. Where are you? Sirius heard someone giggle in the background. Harry, who was still grinning, said, I'm at the top of the astronomy tower watching the stars. What's the matter? Sirius asked. Who's there with you? Susan Bones came into view, ensconced in Harry's arms. Any problem, Sirius? Remus snatched the mirror from Sirius. Cub, Emmeline was attacked. We're in St. Mungo's. The healers are unable to cure her. Do you think you can help us? Harry's expression went serious instantly. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Wait for me. They ended the connection. Harry, who had been having an impromptu stargazing date with Susan Bones on the top of the astronomy tower, stood abruptly. Sue, I need to go. Emmeline is in danger. You can take my cloak and return to your dorm. I'll fill you in as soon as I get back. She took the cloak from him and donned it. Good luck, Harry. She will be fine. Harry took a moment to consult the Marauder's map. Vikram and Dumbledore were both in their offices. Good, that meant he didn't have to look everywhere for them. He vanished from the top of the astronomy tower to reappear outside of Vikram's office. He rapped smartly on the professor's door. A moment later, the mystic who masker added as the Dada professor answered the door, not a hint of dishevelment or fatigue about him. Vikram looked Harry up and down before saying, "Harry, what is the matter?" Harry hurriedly told him everything. The moment he understood the situation, the defense professor sent his Patronus to Dumbledore telling him, "Lift the enchantments on the castle for 10 minutes. I am accompanying Harry Potter on an urgent errand to London." With the Patronus away, Harry said, "Start heading for the main gates. I'm grabbing my potions and I'll meet you there." Vikram nodded and started toward the grand staircase at a speed that would put men a quarter of his age to shame. Harry ran around the nearest corner then disappeared to reappear in the bathroom on his dorm floor. A few seconds of rifling his trunk and he had what he needed. It didn't take long and he was quiet about it. Seconds later, he was back in the bathroom. A few seconds after that, he emerged from the shadow of a tree near the gate where Vikram was waiting. When they neared the gates, Hagrid was standing there, having already opened the gates for them to leave. When they came pelting through the gate, he bellowed, "Harry, where ye going?" Harry waved to him. "We're in a hurry, Hagrid. I'll tell you about it later." As they stepped past the gates, Vikram grabbed his hand and they were gone. Since it was past midnight, there was not a soul on the roads. They apparated to the front entrance of the hospital. As soon as they landed, Harry entered the hospital with Vikram right on his heels. His appearance in the hospital caused murmuring and excitement, but he did not care. He asked the receptionist where Emmeline was. They ran to the treatment room where the most urgent cases went. When Sirius saw him, Sirius hugged him fiercely. Harry had to push him off saying, "If we are to save Emmeline, I'll have to act fast." "Where is she?" Sirius pointed to the ward and Harry entered followed by Vikram. The healer tried to stop them. "Please stay out. You would cause more problems for her. We are trying to heal her." Vikram barked, All I see is you. I can see how good you are at it. Stand aside and let me have a look." The healer looked at him skeptically. "Are you a healer?" Vikram growled. "I have seen more dark curses than you have learnt about, boy. Now step aside or I would have to push you out of the way." Aller was scared of Vikram's imposing presence. He started to leave. Vikram snapped, "Stay. You may learn something." Vikram had his wand out and was casting detection spells on her. After a minute, he turned to Harry, "Potter. This is a simple case. I would like you to tell me what you think." Harry recalled his basic diagnosis skills from his time with Charik. He cast 3 detection spells, base D on what he could already see. He had narrowed the curse down that much before he needed to confirm what he suspected. He turned to Vikram. "This looks like bone liquefying combined with blood boiling and just a bit of a nasty twist. How did I do, Professor?" Vikram smiled broadly. "That would get you an O in my class." "How would you treat it?" Harry responded with, "I would use the counter curse for blood boiling, followed with the counter curse for bone liquefying and finally an invigoration draft." Vikram nodded. "Please proceed, Mr. Peverell." Without thinking, Harry popped out the acacia wand and performed the counter curses. It took him about 10 minutes, but when he was done, Emmeline's condition improved immediately. With the spell work done, Harry lifted the stasis charm then ministered the invigoration draft from his personal stores. The work wasn't very complicated, but it did take a considerable amount of power. Perhaps a healer who was new and hadn't seen curses combi Ned like that before didn't know what he was dealing with and had exhausted himself before figuring it out. It had been less than 20 minutes since Remus had called Harry for help. The color had returned to Emmeline's face. She coughed a few times and her eyes fluttered open. She saw Harry standing near her. She grinned. "Harry, how delightful to see you." Almost instantly her eyes rolled up into her head and she passed out again. Vikram turned to the healer. "Now you can tend to her. After making sure that all her vital signs are normal, give her a sleep potion. She will need to rest at least for 2 days before she can be up and about." Harry asked him, "What happened to the other healers? I mean, I get it that you are on night duty and you are new, but you could have called on other healers to help you. Where is Healer Lynn? I thought she would be here." The healer shook his head. "The other healers are on different cases tonight. I gotta consult with our curse breaker, but she doesn't Avenue much more experience than me with this stuff. The curse breaker from Gringotts hasn't returned my call yet. I was doing what I could. Until someone was available to back me up or help me figure out what to do. Would you tell me what counter curses you performed on her? Harry exchanged a glance with Vikram, who nodded. I did a counter curse for a bone liquefier and a blood boiling curse. Some V. Airman has made a new curse by combining these two, so it would have taken some time for you to find a counter curse and it could have proved fatal. Besides, you don't look too good yourself. You had better get some rest and hope that no new cases arrive before your backup gets here. When Harry came out of the ward, Sirius was slumped on the bench and Remus was sitting beside him, whispering words in his ear and telling him not to lose hope. Sirius at that moment looked as frail as he had looked when Harry had met him for the first time in the Shrieking Shack. His eyes had the same haunted look about him and he looked scared. Amelia and Alice had arrived by then. They were sitting beside Sirius. When he saw Harry, he asked frantically, "Harry, how is she? Is she going to be all right?" Vikram took the lead. "Mr. Black, she is fine. She will need to recuperate for 2 days before she will be up and about. It was lucky that we were at hand, or the healers would have taken a long time before they could find the counter curse." Sirius folded his hands in respectful manner. "I am indebted to you for having helped her. If something would have happened to her, I do not know how I would have survived." Harry was talking to Alice. "Godmother, what you are doing here?" She replied, "Do not call me Nymphadora." Tonks reported to the ministry that Emmeline was injured and was taken to St. Mungo's. Amelia and I were just ending our shift for the day. I thought we should come over and see how she was doing." Sirius, who was now feeling relieved, asked him, "Hup, what were you doing atop the astronomy tower with Susan?" Amelia arched an eyebrow. "Did you two break curfew again?" Vikram supplied, "It is a daily happening for them, Lady Bones. They sneak up to the tower for stargazing almost every night." Alice gave such a look to Harry that it made him blush. "I can see you have inherited James's charmed son. Good for you. Just don't do anything that might be embarrassing to you or her." Amelia put her 2 nuts in. "Agreed. And if I hear that you two have broken curfew again, then..." Harry hastily said, "No, I won't let you hear about it again." He turned to Sirius. "How did she get injured, Padfoot?" Sirius started telling him about everything from the attack on the Grangers to the attack on the Creevies and how Emmeline had been hit. After he was done telling, Harry asked him, "How did the Death Eaters get their slimy meat hooks on the addresses of Muggle-born students? I mean, someone from the ministry must have told them, because they didn't get this information from Hogwarts." Comprehension dawned on Amelia and she cursed loudly. "Of course. Someone has accessed Mafalda's department, because that's the only place where the record is kept. I will have Alistair look into the matter and find out what's there to find." Quote, Vikram addressed him, "Mr. Peverell, it is very late in the night and I am sure you have classes tomorrow. I would rather that we leave for the castle now." Taking their leave, the duo left for Hogwarts. This time they did not apparate. They took a flow from the hospital to the school in Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was sitting in his seat looking agitated. As Harry stepped out of the fireplace, the headmaster asked him, "Harry, what happened? Where did you go?" Vikram addressed him. "Emmeline Vance was fatally injured. The healers were not able to cure her. We were called to help. Suffice to say that she is out of danger and will be up and about in 2 days." The ministry. "How did you miss such a crucial thing, Alistair? You're supposed to be the paranoid one. I expected better of you." Frank Longbottom was shaking his head, trying to deny the report his master Orr had just made about the attacks on the families of Muggle-born students. Soon after the attack, Alistair had called a meeting of his confidants. One of them had pointed him towards the obvious flaw, something that they had overlooked when they were covering their bases. Alda Hopkirk's office had a list of the Muggle-born students along with their addresses. No one had thought to secure the sensitive information which had been just sitting around. During the previous war, the Death Eaters had not thought to do such strategic attacks. Therefore no one had thought that they would do so this time around either. "What's done is done. What have you done towards securing the information now?" asked Frank. "This morning Alice told me that perhaps Mafalda Hopkirk's office had been breached. When I went to investigate her personally, She tried to kill me. She tried to banish a knife at me, but I escaped by a hair's breadth. Grudgingly, I had to stun her. She is obviously under the imperious curse. She is being kept under observation in St. Mungo's at the moment. If the healers are successful, we can hope for her to return to us within a few months. As for securing the homes of the Muggle-born students, we have placed observers to watch for Death Eater activity. They aren't fully qualified orders. Their orders are to disapparate and report in if they spot any trouble. We hope to be able to respond quickly enough to prevent any deaths and take down any would-be assassins. The Muggle Felitone idea has already saved lives. Throughout the night, we have been receiving calls from distressed Muggles. We were able to dispatch teams to help them. I figure we old have to think of a permanent solution to this problem before our resources are exhausted protecting Muggle-born students and their families. Frank nodded. Do you have any ideas? Moody shook his head. Not at present. I would rather that you call a meeting of everyone. Ask them. When there are more people giving suggestions, there is bound to be a solution which can be of use to us. Frank nodded. Keep one thing in mind. Alistair. We cannot let them harm the Muggle-born or their families. If we fail to stop any such attacks, it would look like we are either weak or that we don't care. Either one of those would be bad. Moody nodded. Aye, sir. Frank asked further. How many did we lose yesterday? Moody took some time to reply. We lost one in Yorkshire, one in Wimbledon and one in Hampstead. Emmeline Vance was hit with a dark curse. She was taken to St. Mungo's. She is expected to make a full recovery in about 2 days. Sirius Black is there with her. Frank nodded. I will visit her later. For now try to find a way to secure the Muggle-borns. Moody clicked his heels and walked out of the room. The Death Eater Mulciber Jr. was the only Death Eater who survived the attack at the Creevy farm last night. He was tied to a chair with magic restraining shackles and whimpering. He knew he was in the clutches of the Ministry. The Ministry's choicest investigators would be dealing with him. From what he could guess, he was in a 10 by 10 room which was really small for a holding cell, and he was tied to a chair in the middle of it. The room was dark without a trace of any light. He could hear heavy footsteps coming towards the room he was in. In addition to the footsteps, he fancied that he could hear another sound like a cane or something making the sound tap-tap like the sound of wood on hard floor. Taking together, he understood Mad-Eye Moody, the horror of Death Eaters, was personally coming to investigate him. When the door to the room opened, his worst fears were confirmed. Moody walked in. Moody's reputation made the Death Eater shiver in fright seeing him in the flesh. He however decided that he would not say anything to him. No blood traitor would be able to force him to speak. With a flick of his wand, the room was lighted and Mulciber winced. The floor around him was splattered with blood and some of it was on the walls too. In fact, blood was encrus. Ted on the handles of the chair where his hands were tied. Perhaps someone had tried to free his hands and the chains had dug into his skin. He could only imagine the horrors which had been perpetrated upon his fellow Death Eaters. Charming, isn't it? Growled Moody. You scum love blood and gore, so I thought I should show you some. Now, will you show me your face by yourself, or will I have the pleasure of removing it for you? Mulciber sneered. You can't take it off, fool. Only the Dark Lord or I can. Moody hunched over and put his battle-scarred visage right in his prisoner's face, growling maliciously. Is that what you're thinking? You're sadly mistaken, laddie. If pain's what you're wanting, I'm glad to oblige. Saying so, Moody whipped out a dagger from his robes. The blade was goblin silver. The razor-sharp edge glinted evilly in the dim light. From his own experience, Mulciber knew that goblin silver hardly ever dented or needed to be sharpened. It could cut through stone like parchment. Moody deliberately sliced into the man's face where the mask was attached. With a flap loose, he tore the mask away, leaving a wound down the side of his face from forehead to chin. The prisoner howled with the burning pain as his ruined face bled copiously. The mask was bent and crumpled, but it did not come off. Moody was a bit disappointed that he had not got it off in one go. He grumbled, "Looks like I should have cut deeper. Not to worry, this time I will make it count." With another swipe, this time with a deeper incision at the other side of his face, the mask finally came off his face. Now his face was covered in his blood. Moody barked a laugh. "See, I told you it would come off." The Death Eater was howling in pain. Moody seemed to be getting pleasure from his cries. Cry as much as you want. No one is going to interfere. This room is surrounded by some very high-quality silencing wards. After about 5 minutes, Moody stopped the bleeding with a wave of his wand. He asked him, "Now are you going to answer my questions?" The Death Eater still had some defiance left in him. He shook his head in reply. Moody sighed, "You've brought this on yourself. Don't complain later that I didn't give you a chance." Quote. With that, Moody vanished the robes on the upper part of his body. He started peeling away parts of the man's skin, applying heat here, cold there, always careful to not allow too much bleeding, always making sure that every fiber of nerve felt every sensation. It was painful, but nothing like the Cruciatus curse. But then, when Voldemort was finished making his point, it left no mark upon the skin, no lasting damage. When it was over, it was over. This just went on and on. Moody didn't even ask any questions. He just went on about his work while the Death Eater howled in pain. What the unfortunate prisoner did not know was that Moody was not only a paranoid sadist, but he was also a skilled and experienced torturer. He knew that every man had a breaking point. He was willing to do whatever it took to make his prisoner talk. He wouldn't waste much breath asking questions until his guest was ready to tell him everything. After he was satisfied with his handiwork, Alistair turned to him. "Are you ready to talk, or would you rather that I entertain myself some more?" The Death Eater spat at him. "You can kill me, but you can't make me speak." Alistair chuckled, then growled. "You sad sack of dragon dung. You don't get to die until I say you die. I can keep you alive as long as I want until I get bored or you tell me everything I want to know." With that, Moody took some salt and rubbed it into his wounds, making him howl in pain. Alistair conjured a chair and sat down before the Death Eater to watch him writhe in pain. After 5 minutes, he asked him again, "So, ready to talk?" "I can go on for days, weeks, months, whatever it takes." "Really? I hope that you don't talk. This is so entertaining. Next time, I think that I'll drill a hole in your body and fill it with salt. Imagine how much pleasure I would get hearing your guttural cry. I do not need to kill you to show you hell. I will keep giving this treatment to you twice a day until you decide to speak. One day eventually your mind will break. The choice is yours." Mulciber realized he had no option other than to talk. If Moody were to kill him, that would have been more merciful than being tortured by him. But Moody meant to torture him, play with him and not let him die. The amount of injuries he was inflicting upon him should have killed him already, but somehow Moody was not letting him die. "You think I would let you die?" Moody was growling as if he understood what Mulciber had been thinking. "This is my territory and you can't die here unless I wish it. You'd better peek and save what little is left of your pathetic life." With great difficulty he croaked, I'm ready." He could not, however, complete his statement before his right arm was trying to tear itself out of the shackles and strangle him to death. Moody had broken Death Eaters before. He had been anticipating something like that. With a single swift blow of the knife, his hand was severed from his body. Almost lazily Moody cast a cauterizing charm at the stump of his hand and staunched the bleeding immediately. Releasing the shackle, he let the severed limb fall to the floor and destroyed it with incendio. Moody turned to him. "Now start singing, or it would not take me a moment to reduce you into a piece of charbroiled meat." The Death Eater started speaking. "I was sent on a mission to kill the Mudbloods." Moody sent a bludgeoner at him for his poor choice of words. "Rookwood was supposed to be leading us." Dolohov pointed out that he was a ward master and not a fighter, therefore he would be useless if the Aurors turned up, therefore he was kept back. Moody barked, "What is Voldemort doing?" The Death Eater flinched hearing the name of his master. "The Dark Lord is out of Wizarding Britain for now. He has left Bellatrix in charge and she has placed Rabiston, Rodolphus and Dolohov in charge of training his troops while she is busy in the meetings of the Inner Circle. She is given them orders about supposed missions of the Dark Lord." Moody asked him, "Where are they hiding?" The Death Eater simply said, "That is a thing I cannot say." Moody sighed, "Is it under a Fidelius?" The Death Eater nodded and Moody let it drop. He asked him further, "Tell me all about his forces." The Death Eater started telling. "There are about 30 giants, 300 wizards and 300 werewolves in the castle at all times. It is a 5-story structure and perhaps dates back to at least 5 centuries ago. There are 13 members in his inner circle: Bellatrix, Travers, Rookwood, Lestrange brothers, Dolohov, my father Mulciber Sr., Goyle, Parkinson, Knott, Yaxley, McNair and Malfoy. Malfoy was accepted back into the inner circle after the Dark Lord openly punished him before the entire castle with a variety of dark curses. Moody had something more left to ask of him. What are his next targets apart from the Muggle-born? The Death Eater told him, Bellatrix is trying to find ways to attack the Ministry officials. The Dark Lord had ordered her to make efforts to eliminate General Longbottom, Harold Peverell, Amelia Bones and Albus Dumbledore. Moody barked, if you are not in the inner circle, how do you know so much? The Death Eater replied, my father told me. He is in the inner circle and has been given the duty. Moody was making notes on everything that he was being told. When he was done, he clapped his hands and Gawain Robards entered. Moody turned to him, I'm done with him, Gawain. You can ask him what you want, but don't present him before the Wizengamot yet. I presume that Sirius will want to have a chat with him. Robards grinned evilly, sure. I will send him a message. Hogwarts. The first thing Harry did was to collect Susan outside the Badger's Hole for breakfast. They had not been going on their daily runs since the winter term started. The corridors were too cold and the students were reluctant to get themselves up and get to their workouts. He had decided not to bother them for now, but once February arrived, he would be having them run 4 laps around the castle before they did anything else. She was there outside the Badger's Hole, dressed and ready to go for breakfast. As soon as she saw him, she pulled him into an embrace and squeezed him tightly. Harry asked her with a tone of surprise in his voice, what's the matter, Sue? Before he could answer, the door to the Badger's Hole opened and Hannah stepped out. Get a room, you two. I dare say the castle has enough of them. You don't need to make everyone jealous with your snogging in the corridors. Susan threw a dirty glare at her and said, just because Longbottom is daft doesn't mean that you have to rain on my parade, Abbott. Hannah raised her hands in surrender. Don't get angry, Susie. I was just yanking your wand. She turned to Harry. Where's Neville? Anyway. Right here, said Neville, who had come up while they were talking. Harry offered his arm to Susan. They linked arms and walked off towards the Great Hall for breakfast. This morning, they chose to sit at the Hufflepuff table at the far end where nobody would disturb them. Hermione was sitting close to him. Colin was sitting with Ginny at the Gryffindor table. Harry hollered for him, Oi Colin. Come join us over here. Colin was surprised that Harry invited him to join him at his table. He walked over and sat beside Harry as Neville scooted over a spot to make room for him. After he was seated, Harry inaudibly raised a silencing ward around them. He turned to them, Hermione and Colin, I have some news for you both. Please don't shout before I'm done speaking. Hermione was apprehensive but encouraged him. What is it? What has happened? Harry took a deep breath before he started speaking. Yesterday, 3 Death Eaters led by Lucius Malfoy went to Hampstead to attack your house. Your father called in the Ministry for help. The Ministry dispatched Aurors to help. One of the Aurors was killed, but your family is safe. They have been relocated to Plymouth for the time being to a safe house of the Order. They will be kept there and looked after until the war is over. Colin was frantic. What happened with my family? Are they safe? Was anyone hurt? Harry shook his head. I was getting to that. 5 Death Eaters went to your house to attack. Your father gave a good account of himself with the rifle that he carries. He shot 2 of them. Sirius took out 2 more of them. Emmeline Vance was severely injured while trying to defend your house. Susan gasped. Is she going to be all right? Is that where you went in the middle of the night? Harry nodded. Yes, I had to do some counter curses that the healer couldn't figure out. She's going to be fine. I'm going to see her tomorrow when it's a Hogsmeade weekend. Colin interrupted. You didn't finish telling me about my family. Harry turned to him. Your family didn't suffer any loss except for your father's favorite cow. He's not going to be in any trouble for killing Death Eaters. There are laws about defending your home against terrorists. Details of the attacks against Muggles are not being published because we are at war and we don't want the other side to learn why they are suffering such devastating losses. As far as anyone else is concerned, The Aurors are responsible for 100% of the Death Eater losses. Your family has been moved to a safe house of the Order of the Phoenix with the exception of your father. He's staying at the farm. At that moment Luna drifted over to their table. She shoved Justin aside and sat in his place. She said to Harry, "The Byongoma told me that the goblins are making an offer which you should not refuse. It will be useful to you in the long run." Harry said confusedly, "What offer?" Luna did not answer. She just looked at him with her half-smile, then turned and went back to the Ravenclaw table. When the owl post started to come in, Susan attracted his attention to Hedwig. "Harry, isn't that Hedwig?" Harry looked a little scared. "Oh Merlin, I have been ignoring her and I don't know what she's going to do to me." As it turned out, Hedwig was in no mood to trifle with him. She landed before him, glared hard at him while barking a hoot. Harry hastily relieved her of her burden. She pecked him on his finger while he was untying his letter. Then without waiting for him to retort, she turned tail and took off to the Ollery. The letter was sealed with the personal seal of the Goblin King of Gringotts. He wondered if this was what Luna had been talking about. He wondered what Ragnarok would want from him. He cautiously opened the letter. "Lord Peverell, recently I received a letter from the Chief Warlock. He wanted to know if we could conduct the inheritance tests for the students at the castle. This is an opportunity which would reopen a lot of vaults which have been shut due to inactivity and reinstate several old families again. This is also an opportunity to increase the number of vassals of your house and increase your power manifold. I thought I would offer this to you before I told anyone else about it. This is an opportunity which is beneficial for Gringotts as well as you. Being an ally, I am hoping you would honor the commitment made between us and honor your side of the agreement when we have been nothing but helpful to you. Wishing to see you in person soon. Ragnarok, King of Goblin Nation, Gringotts." Harry read the letter and slipped it into his bag. Hermione asked him, "Who wrote the letter, Harry?" Harry shook his head, "Just some business concerns." He turned to Susan. "Would you come on a date with me to a very fine restaurant in Muggle London tomorrow?" She instantly agreed, "Of course I will." Since the next day was Hogsmeade weekend and the day after was a Saturday, they had 2 days off classes. Harry took leave of the castle telling Dumbledore he had some family business. Susan had agreed to go to Hogsmeade with him the next day and return, while Harry stayed to deal with some business which had come up. Germany. When Voldemort left Wizarding Britain, the first place he wanted to go was Romania, where most of the vampire covens were. The empires were essential for his quest and he needed them, but the distance between Wizarding Britain and Romania was about 1,000-odd miles. He had to go through Germany and Austria to get there. Since he was on a quest to win allies, he decided to win and conquer whoever happened to stand in his path to domination. The first country to be in the way was Germany, which was where the campaign of G. Grindelwald had started and where Voldemort landed in an effort to boost his campaign against Wizarding Britain. There were still many families in Germany that dabbled in the dark arts. There however was no reigning Dark Lord. They made a united front under the aegis of Guild der Dunklen Kunst, i.e. the Guild of Dark Arts, which was a collective name for their organization. Since the Grindelwald Wars, the ICW had given such a blow to the Dark faction that no Dark Lord had dared to raise his head. Add to that the fact that Nurmengard was in Germany and it made a strong deterrent for them. For some time, Voldemort had the audacity to consider raiding Nurmengard. That would have gained him some very strong followers. This prison contained some of the most powerful, notorious and dangerous dark wizards in history. However, one look at the prison's security layout and he had changed his mind. The prison was supposed to be guarded by legions of dragons, wyverns and, it was rumored, lethifolds. The guards of Nurmengard were members of the war wizard contingent of ICW and adept in magics. He had heard that Nurmengard did not employ anyone as a guard unless they were at least as powerful as a sorcerer, which meant that Voldemort would be heavily outnumbered. Additionally, most of the prisoners had magic-suppressing runes burnt into their bodies which would stop them from doing any magic meaning they would be useless unless those runes were negated. There was no guarantee that the ward breakers in his ranks would have the ability to negate those runes or be able to do it without killing or maiming their hosts. He also knew that the guards were under orders to kill, without hesitation, anyone attempting to break out or anyone assisting with such an attempt. They couldn't really kill him, but it would be highly Inconvenient if they destroyed his body or managed to capture him. Although being a guest of the ICW interrogation chambers might be interesting for a time, he had to get on with his plans. On the balance, the possible gains from the adventure did not justify the risks. He decided to negotiate with the Guild of Dark Wizards instead. Making some inquiries, he came to know that the guild was currently headed by Waldheim Meyer, who had been one of the disciples of Abaddon when Voldemort was learning dark arts from him. He was also told that the guild headquarters were situated within a fort. It was manned by 40 wizards on the walls with another 40 on each floor at all times, i.e. a total of 160 guards around the clock. From what he was told, they had been ordered to kill without asking questions if someone showed up without an invitation. They were very secretive. The address of their headquarters was not generally known, except for its members. He arranged for a message to be sent to the guild asking assistance from them in his revolution. He was sent an address with a note that he was to prove that he was worthy before they would offer him any help. If he failed, dead people can't ask for favors. He knew he could not die but was amused at the idea of showing his prowess. It would give him a chance to exert all his strength and try to match his might with them. It would show how much of his edge he still retained. He also decided to be ruthless and show no mercy. Perhaps this tour would give him the edge he needed when he was fighting his nemesis. Hogsmeade. The day of Hogsmeade weekend had been the best so far. It was still winter but the snow had stopped falling and they could go out. Harry met Susan in the entry hall where they joined the line of students waiting to go out. He had already asked for permission to stay out of the castle for the rest of the weekend and Dumbledore had agreed. Susan was dressed in a badger yellow skirt, a tank top with a woolen robe that provided some much-needed warmth for her and a scarf around her neck. She also wore a belt made of silver links interconnected with each other with the buckle fashioned into head of a dragon with emerald eyes and flat heels that went well with her gown. To Harry's amazement, she was talking and giggling with Daphne Greengrass of all people. "What are we talking about?" Harry asked Susan and Daphne. Susan said, "Daphne here was just giving me a bit of interesting information." Harry arched an eyebrow. "If it would not be too inconvenient to you, would you mind sharing with me?" Daphne grinned. "Well, Malfoy was being consoled by Millicent Bulstrode yesterday." Harry almost choked in surprise. "What? Did I hear that right? Do you mean to say that Draco Malfoy and Millicent Bulstrode are now an item?" She nodded. "Why is it such a surprise? Millie is actually a very sensible girl. She does not really involve herself in these blood purity matters. Her father may be a Death Eater but she has stayed out of it. Her mother has been a good influence on her." Harry asked her mother. "Wasn't she one of them?" Daphne shook her head. "Before Bulstrode joined Voldemort he was in love with Millie's mother who was a half-blood. A few years after the First War, she died in some potion brewing accident. Millie's father never cared much for his daughter. He left her to her own devices. She had no friends except Crabbe, Goyle and Pansy, so she did what they expected of her. However, when this year started, she has been staying away from them. Her father rejoined Voldemort and she decided to stay above all the pureblood tripe that they spew. She noticed Malfoy being all alone and started sitting with him in the common room trying to talk to him. Well, Malfoy has been very comfortable with her. Pansy being out of the castle certainly helped matters along because otherwise Millie would not have been so bold." Harry snorted. "Well, that's good on him then. Perhaps his ego won't be so inflated now." Susan poked him in the ribs. "Are we ready to go?" Harry presented his arm to her. "Sure, my lady. Let's go to Hogsmeade." When they joined the line going out of the castle, Daphne was just behind them. It was a long line and very slow moving at that. As the line grew, Daphne pointed back at the end of the line. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. There was Malfoy, joining the line at a leisurely pace accompanied by Millicent Bulstrode. Millicent looked like she had made some extra effort to pretty herself up. She wore robes made of finest silk. She had her hair tied in a braid falling down her back. She would have looked like any other ordinary student except that Malfoy only came up to her shoulder, but there was nothing to it. She was not walking too close to Malfoy, but they were conversing in whispers. Harry could see that Millicent's cheeks were tinted pink with all the incredulous eyes upon her. Susan snapped her fingers in front of his face. "My hero, what are you thinking about?" Nothing, Sue. I just feel like they are a match made in heaven. Susan snorted. It seems to be doing some good for Bulstrode at least. I have never seen her looking so pleased about anything. How soon do you reckon it will be before they are going at it like rabbits? Asked Fred as he cut into the line with Tracy. Harry asked him, you just finished your own sentence. Where is your other half? Tracy huffed. Right here, Potter. I'm going to be his other half for the day. I had to fight tooth and nail to get this one to myself today. Harry smirked. Since you didn't finish his sentence for him. I find it doubtful. Tracy mock glared at him. Care to explain that? In an attempt to evade answering, Harry asked her, has he asked you out formally? Fred interrupted. We can talk about myself later. Answer my question first. Daphne answered his question. Well, Millie is not one who would just give it up. She knows her limits. She will not let him talk. Liberties with her unless they are getting married. So, for now we can safely say that they are not going to be at it like rabbits anytime soon. Fred grinned. Excellent. I'll get the betting pool started immediately. Harrykins, what do you think should be the odds? Harry glanced at Susan. With his best lopsided grin he said, sorry Fred, you're going to have to count me out on this pool. It's in questionable taste at best. Susan cooed. Good answer, Harry. Now let's move along before Filch gets mad waiting for us. Filch had been probing everyone with the probity probes. He sniffed George in particular. He probed him extra hard. When they were at a safe distance, he asked, Mate, why was Filch sniffing you? George grinned. Fred left dung bombs in all his robes. The ministry had provided extra security for the weekend. There were at least 5 teams of 5 oars each posted in the village led by some of the senior oars. Many of them saw Harry and hailed him. He returned their greetings. He had decided long ago that he could not live a private life when he was out in public, so he would answer their greetings, or nod in their direction or smile for someone who needed it. When they reached the 3 broomsticks, Daphne was still with them. Harry couldn't figure out what was the deal between Daphne and Susan because Susan was beaming in Daphne's presence while Dauphin was utterly comfortable with her as opposed to earlier when both witches barely tolerated each other. When they entered the 3 broomsticks, Harry asked Susan, ready to go to this famous place we talked about? Susan shook her head. It's still too early, Harry. We're going to get a butterbeer first. Harry expected at that moment that Daphne would find Tracy and sit with her or maybe Astoria, but Daphne joined them at their table. He could see that there was certain camaraderie between the 2 witches. He was kind of scared. When they were not talking to each other, he kind of understood it. But this was incomprehensible. He sighed mentally again, wondering why the mystics hadn't taught him about witches. He ordered 3 butterbeers for them. They were chatting idly when Astoria turned up at their table. Without so much as a greeting, she sat herself at their table and commandeered Harry's butterbeer and started drinking it. They looked at her quizzically, but she wasn't bothered by it at all. When it became apparent that she was not going to speak, Daphne asked her, "What are you doing here, midget?" Astoria protested, "I'm not a midget. I'm sitting here sipping butterbeer with you all. Is there a problem with that?" Harry decided not to interfere with sibling rivalry. He quietly ordered another for himself. By then, Astoria had finished off Harry's first butterbeer. She asked him, "Harry, how did you manage a truce between them?" Harry spluttered, "Huh." Astoria snorted, "Truce. You know peace, ceasefire." Harry protested, "I know what truce means. I have no idea why they're getting along so well now. They seem to have worked it out for themselves." She shrugged her shoulders, "Fine then. Don't tell me anything. I'm not going to be the third." She looked at her sister and Susan, fourth wheel. She stood up and walked away. Harry turned to Daphne. "Is Astoria always so strange?" Daphne quipped, "No, she's in a good mood today." For her, that was downright polite. Susan snorted, "I'd love to see the strange then." Harry turned to Susan. "Sue, I have a lot to get done today. I would rather that we leave now for the lunch that we decided upon." She nodded, "All right, Harry. But before we stop for lunch, I would love to go see Emmeline." He nodded and turned to Daphne. "It was nice sharing a butterbeer with you, Daphne, but we have some other errands to run before the day is over. Hopefully I'll see you in the castle later." Susan chimed in, "Daphne, do you have anything to do today?" Daphne shook her head in the negative. Susan rubbed her hands in anticipation. Excellent. Why don't you join us? I would love it if you can come along. Harry thought perhaps Susan had drunk some weird potion which brought this change in her. She always tried to make some time just for the two of them. And here she was inviting Daphne along when he wanted to spend time with her. Well, there was nothing to it but to agree to her wishes. He turned to Daphne. We would be delighted if you could join us. Street. Mungos. Emmeline slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in a room she could not remember. The walls were white and bare, the only window was on the far side of the room and it was curtained. She was wearing what appeared to be a hospital gown and in a hospital bed. Memories of the duel came flooding back into her mind. Their appearance at the Creevy farm. Their duel with the Death Eaters, her taking a curse which was meant for Sirius crying for her and her waking up once to find Harry before her. She thought she had dreamt it, but it was real. She was really hit and had been hospitalized. Sirius was dozing in a chair at her side, her hand in his. She found it kind of cute. It warmed her heart to find him here. She shook him lightly. He woke up at once. Seeing her conscious, he said brightly, I'm so glad to see you awake again. I was so scared for you. She croaked. What happened? Sirius told her everything about the last night and what had happened. How the healers could not cure her. How Remus thought to call on Harry for help. How Harry had come in the middle of the night to help her. As he was finishing his account, he heard a commotion outside the ward. Within a second, he was out of his seat, heading for the door with his wand out. He told her, I'll go see what that's about. Before they flowed to St. Ngio's, Harry had Dobby bring him a basket of fresh fruit from the cold storage at the Potter Manor. The manor had many fruit trees. They were laden with fruit during the season. With no one to eat them, the elves used all the fruit to make jams and things like that. After he had dismissed Dobby to return to his duties, they flowed to St. Mungo's. They walked directly to the third floor where an R had been posted on duty outside Emmeline's ward. Harry tried to enter the room directly when the Or stopped him. You cannot go inside. Harry glared at him. Do you know who I am? The Or did not budge. Mr. Black has ordered me not to allow anyone to enter, and that includes you. Harry was amused and it reflected in his tone. My dear fellow, do you know who I am? The Or calmly replied, Yes. Lord Peveril, I do, but I have my orders. It's more than my job's worth if I let you in there. Just then Sirius opened the door to the ward, growling, What is this commotion about? Harry beamed at him. You couldn't have chosen a better moment to show up. I commend him for doing his duty so effectively. Sirius dismissed the guard for the day before ushering the trio into the room. By then, Emmeline had cranked up the top of her bed so that she was sitting up when her visitors saw her. She pulled Harry into an embrace and whispered, Thank you for curing me, Harry. Then Sirius remarked about his companions, Well, pup, I must say you are more charming than I have been. I was never in company of two very beautiful witches at once. Emmeline glared at him. What do you mean by that? He cringed. Not to slant you, my love, but I was just complimenting him. Harry was blushing. He had no idea what to say. Emmeline came to his rescue. Hush you. He's a better wizard, plain and simple. They visited for about an hour before Harry's tummy growled, reminding everyone in the room that he hadn't been to lunch yet. The trio took their leave of them. When they left, Sirius said to her, Emmeline, I wanted to do this in very grand style with all pomp and grandeur, but last night made me realize that we should not waste another moment waiting for the perfect one. She raised an eyebrow questioningly. Care to explain that? Sirius dropped to one knee. Since I don't have a ring at this moment, we'll have to do without. Emmeline Vance, you have made my life happy. You have given me reason to stay alive again. Will you marry me? Emmeline could not believe her luck. She had been waiting for it and never expected it to be so abrupt. She could not speak for what seemed to her like years but were only minutes. When she did open her mouth, she was tearing up. Of course I will marry you. Sirius's happiness was unparalleled in that moment. He was cradling her in his embrace. She was crying on his shoulder, out of happiness. The door to the ward opened at that moment. Remus poked his head in. He immediately tried to excuse himself. Did I come at the wrong time? Sirius beckoned him in. No, no. You have come at the right moment. Remus was confused. What do you mean? Why is she crying? Emmeline supplied, because he just proposed to me. Remus was gobsmacked. He could not speak for a few minutes. When he found his voice, he asked, Padfoot, what happened to pomp and grandeur? I waited for you to propose so that I could do it at the same time. They chuckled. Well, this is indeed happy news. Now I get to plan weddings, said Andromeda, who had just come in. Hestia's hearth. Remus had told him that any patron had to make a reservation at least a week in advance. Eat a dine at Hestia's hearth generally, and the wait could be as long as 2 weeks. He had sent Dobby with a letter to inquire if on the off chance there was any place available with only 3 days' notice. The restaurant owner saw the seal and the signature, and he was not going to refuse. He kept a private parlor for just such customers. He sent a reply with Dobby that he could arrange a private parlor for him. Since the restaurant was situated in Muggle London, it did not have any provision for portkey arrival or an apparition point. There was a flow address which changed every day. It was ONL.Y told to those who had confirmed reservations. Others who could not come in through the flow had to walk in through the door like Remus and Tonks did the other day. When Harry exited the flow in the flow chamber with Susan and Daphne in tow, the owner of the restaurant, Mr. O'Neill, was waiting for them. He warmly shook hands with Harry and said quite enthusiastically, Welcome to my establishment, Mr. Peverell. It is indeed a good day for me. He gave curt little bows to Susan and Daphne. He gave them a tour of the restaurant before he showed them to their parlor. The kitchen was not as big as the one at Hogwarts, but it was big enough to accommodate at least 10 chefs who were busy cooking. The aroma of all the food being cooked was mouth-watering. They wanted to get at it immediately, but that it would have been considered bad manners. They let their host finish the little tour while he showed them the restaurant, the dining rooms, and then finally led them to a private parlor situated away from others. The walls were cream-colored with murals, paintings and portraits on the walls around them. He led them to a table. Then he left them to their lunch, giving them the menu and serving them enough appetizers to feed a small army. They munched their way through the appetizers while they browsed through the menu. After deliberating for 10 minutes, they placed their order, which not surprisingly was taken by Mr. O'Neill himself. After he had retreated, Daphne asked him, Do you get this sort of treatment everywhere you go? Susan chimed in, Oh yes, pretty much everywhere. Daphne looked at him. How do you feel with all this attention on you? Harry took a deep breath before he started speaking. Well, Daphne. Daphne interrupted him. Call me Daph. Everyone who is dear to me calls me Daph. He looked at Susan in apprehension, but Susan looked like she was not bothered by it at all. Harry sighed. Well, Daph, I've always been very uncomfortable with all the attention focused on me. Last summer I had some experiences that taught me better. I realized that since I can't stop people from gawking at me, I may as well use it for the good of the wizarding world. I can't run away from it, so why try? Lunch was a 2-hour-long affair. It passed very slowly. They talked with each other very comfortably until Harry realized it was getting late. He turned to Susan. Sue, I still have to go to the bank. Why don't you two return to the 3 broomsticks and to the castle from there? Susan said to him with a straight face. I need to visit Gringotts for some house business too. I'm sure Daphne can manage some more time with us. Daphne readily agreed. When Harry tried to settle the bill, Mr. O'Neill refused. Harry asked him, Mr. O'Neill, this is what you do for a living. You can't do this. O'Neill smirked. Mr. Peverell, I sure can do this. If you insist on paying, I will simply donate the money you are trying to give me. Harry paid him nonetheless. From there they flowed to the Leaky Cauldron. Exiting the inn, they quickly marched to the bank. In the entrance hall, he informed Ironjaw, I am here to see King Ragnarok. The teller almost jumped off his stool and said, Follow me, Lord Peverell. King Ragnarok is eager to meet with you. Harry followed the goblin to Ragnarok's chamber. Susan and Daphne walked to the office of her account manager. While Harry was on his way to meet Ragnarok, Susan went to the Bones account manager, Grimjaw. She didn't take long. In mere minutes, she and Daphne were on their way out and back to Hogwarts. Ironjaw accompanied Harry to Ragnarok's chamber. When Harry entered, Ragnarok greeted him warmly as a goblin would greet an old friend. May your enemies bleed under your sword, Lord Peverell. Harry nodded to him respectfully. May your gold always flow, King Ragnarok. He took the seat across the desk from the Goblin King. Before continuing, I received your letter the other day. I must say my curiosity was piqued. What do you have for me? Ragnarok asked him. What do you know about taking vassals? Harry told him what he had been taught by Rachel. Vassals are subordinate to a liege lord who is responsible for them. They can demand asylum, protection, etc. of him when they need it. Ragnarok thought for a moment before he said, that's only half of it. Don't you think this should be a two-way thing? Like the vassals old have to give something in return to their liege lord. Harry nodded. True, I can ask them to do acts of service, forbid certain actions, but I don't know all of that part. Ragnarok smirked. As you know, the family magic of the liege lord can help protect the vassal. Similarly, the liege lord can call upon his vassals to help him boost his magical powers if he needs it. For example, if you are involved in a duel where you are on the brink of exhaustion, you can supplement your power through your vassals who are honor-bound to provide it. If they fail or refuse to honor their commitments, Mother Magic has prescribed very harsh punishments for them. Harry's eyes widened in surprise as he replayed Ragnarok's words in his mind. He said with a tone of amazement in his voice, do you mean to say that it's a symbiotic association? Where I help them in return for them helping me? The Goblin King nodded. That's exactly what I mean. I know that you are in the middle of a war. You will need to fight. Even though you are immensely powerful, you are only one person. It wouldn't hurt you to have some backup ready, would it? Harry nodded. So, what are you proposing? Ragnarok's eyes had the gleam which one gets when something desirable is about to fall into his lap. Lord Peverell, as I wrote in the letter, Albus Dumbledore had asked me the price for the inheritance ritual to be conducted for the Muggle-born students. From what I can tell, there are about 200 Muggle-born students at the castle right now. Taking 100 galleons per student, the price would be pretty steep for an average wizard. There are many Muggle-born outside Hogwarts who don't have children in the school at the moment. They may have been descended from some old families. I want you to take in as many vassals as you can. It may make the difference between winning and losing. Harry asked him, I don't suppose that you're telling me this out of the goodness of your heart. What do you get out of it? Is there a catch? Ragnarok smirked. Nothing gets past you, does it? With the Muggle-born getting their heritage back, many vaults which have been sealed for years will be active again. Gold that has been lying around in those vaults can be of use again. Not to mention, it would give a boost to the economy of the wizarding world. So do you agree? Harry took his time answering. You can conduct their tests and give them their inheritances. Why do you need my help with it? Ragnarok sighed deeply. Then with the patient air of a long-suffering grade 2 teacher explaining to a very backward child that 2 plus 2 equals 4, he explained. In addition to the reasons I already gave, there are 3 more. Firstly, the laws state that we can't do this ritual for any Muggleborn unless they're sponsored by one of the houses. Secondly, this ritual will cost a lot of gold and there aren't many families out there who can afford it. Thirdly, you are an ally of Gringotts, so we will look out for your interests as you would look after ours. Harry nodded. Very well, King Ragnarok. I agree to sponsor any Muggle-born who wants the test and to pay the costs. For your part, every person who wants this test must understand what being a vassal means. You can write to Professor Dumbledore to tell him to announce the ritual and the conditions. Harry was about to leave when he remembered something. King Ragnarok. There is something I have been meaning to ask you. Ragnarok nodded. Please go ahead. If someone's magical ancestors lived in another country but their ancestors moved here, how would they get their inheritances? The goblin smirked. Since the parchment tells us about their ancestry, we can have those results run by our branches in other countries to find their ancestry and assets. Is that sufficient? Harry nodded and took his leave of the Goblin King. That was today's business done. Tomorrow Victor Crumb was scheduled to arrive. Harry would be there to greet him and take him on a tour of the Puddlemere Stadium where he had been invited by the manager. He apparated to the cottage on the hill where Sirius was staying with Emmeline after he had brought her there from the hospital. Healers wanted her to take a couple more days of bed rest before she got back to the business of being an Auror. Sirius had taken it upon himself to ensure this. Ministry of Magic. Alistair Moody was In a war conference with Minister Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, Rufus Scrimgeour, and Bartley Higgins, who was in for Sirius Black, who was on leave to take care of Emmeline. To everyone's surprise, Arthur Weasley was there too. Moody was asking, "Do any of you have any idea as to how we can ensure the safety of the Muggle-born? The Feliton idea was good, but we need something more. I mean, it takes about 5 minutes for us to send a team when an attack is happening. That's when we already know where we're going. In the cases where we have to make a portkey before we go, it takes even longer. With a couple of killing curses, a lot can happen in just a few minutes. They aren't starting with killing curses yet, but that can change anytime. When it does, nothing will stop them from killing a lot more people." Rufus said, "Couldn't we place guards near their residences?" Moody looked at him skeptically. "You know that we're already stretched thin as it is. We're talking about 100 or more residences here, Rufus. We just don't have enough people. Besides, when the blighters do show up, they typically do so in groups." "I'm not sending people out there to die," Bartley said. "We can use the same system as we use for underage witches and wizards. I mean, the tracers which we use can detect if magic is cast, right? Since the students are at the school, it stands to reason that 9 times out of 10, it'll be a Death Eater attack. We can keep the tracers active at all times, keep an eye on the map which locates where magic has been used. A small team of Ministry employees can be put together for this task. One group can keep an eye on the map while another would make portkeys to the location and hand them over to the Aurors. We could put them right on the Auror floor." Frank nodded. "That sounds like a good suggestion. Let's give everyone a chance to speak before we decide on anything." Alice spoke. "Can't we raise wards around their property or something?" Alistair shook his head. "That's a problem for 3 reasons. First, they're Muggles. They don't build on ley lines. Without someone to constantly refresh the wards, they would quickly run out of power. Second, as I said before, we're talking about more than 100 households here. We don't have that many ward masters. And the third reason is that Muggles depend on Electricity for many of their needs. Wards would stop that from working." Arthur asked, "Why can't we remove them to safe houses?" Alistair asked, "How many safe houses do you have, Arthur?" "There could be nearly 1,000 of them. Then there's the disruption to their day-to-day lives." Frank asked him, "Alistair, as I understand it, many of those students come from rich families. As such, their parents can afford private security for their residences. Besides, Muggle technology would be foreign to the Death Eaters. They can, maybe, save themselves with the help of those fire legs or whatever they're called." Arthur interceded. "They're called firearms. They aren't so common, especially among the Muggles of Britain. Mr. Creevy only had one because he was retired from military and he has a farm. The Muggle government takes a dim view of most Muggles even being in possession of the things." Frank nodded. "So, as Bartley suggested, we can employ a team of wizards to keep an eye on the map and pass information of every instance where they court magic is being used at a Muggle-born residence. Any instance shouldn't be overlooked, no matter how big or small. As soon as we receive a report, we will dispatch teams to the location. Further, we'll try to find out who among the Muggle-born can care for themselves so we don't have to try to protect them. Those which are totally helpless can be moved into the safe houses. We can ask the Chief Warlock if his order can find safe houses. Is that agreed?" They all agreed and the meeting was dismissed. There wasn't much more they could do to protect the Muggle-born with all the conditions at Shed, so they had decided that they would have to make do with what they had. Cottage on the hill. You didn't get to be an Auror by being the type of person who likes sitting around, and Emmeline was getting restless. Since she had been discharged from the hospital, Sirius had been fussing over her. He wouldn't even allow her to leave her bed. It was a loving gesture, but she couldn't just lay there all day. Sirius had gone out to run some errand this evening. She got out of bed to come and sit at the table. She was also thinking about their impending marriage. What they had to decide upon was the date of the wedding. Sirius didn't want to wait too long, and Remus was of the same opinion, to marry as soon as they could. They, however, had decided that they wouldn't be fixing a date for marriage before they talked to Harry. They wanted the boy to be there for their weddings because he was dear to all of them, in addition to being the lord of the family. Remus's father had been a pure blood, but Obadi had heard from Lyle Lupin for a long time. Nobody even knew if he was still alive. Emmeline had her father, Mr. Vance, who had told her that she was free to marry whomever she wanted to and he wouldn't assert his will over her. "I'll be there to give away the bride," were his exact words. Andromeda, by reason of being regent of House Black and the mother of one of the brides, had invited Mr. Vance to the Black Manor for the next day. Then they would decide upon other matters and make the arrangements. Suddenly, Harry appeared out of the air soundlessly before Emmeline and said, "Boo. Shish." He was so edgy that before she could think, she had shot a stinger which hit the boy on his hindquarters and made him yelp. He said indignantly, "What was that for?" She grinned, "That was your punishment for being a bad boy." Sirius chose that moment to come back. He saw Harry at the table and exclaimed, "I thought you would be at the castle, pup." Harry grinned, "You would hope so. Wouldn't you?" "Oh yes. He has been trying to dissuade me whenever I raise the topic of marriage," said Andromeda, who followed him in. "Auntie," he said joyfully before he hugged her tightly, "what are you doing here?" She informed him, "You should know that just after you left Street Mungo's the other day, Sirius decided to dispense with all the pomp and grandeur and just proposed to Emmeline. I've been trying to persuade them to marry sooner rather than later. Bill Weasley is slated to marry the day before Beltane. It would be the perfect time for a magical union. I've been trying to persuade them to marry on Beltane. I have heard that you suggested that Remus and Sirius could have a double wedding. I like that idea too." Harry grinned while rubbing his hands in anticipation. "So why not have the double wedding for Sirius and Remus on Beltane?" She nodded. "That's what I thought too. Since it is Beltane, you lot would have holidays too so everyone can attend." Harry nodded. "Great. With that decided, we can start on the arrangements. I will spare no expense. Everybody who is anybody will attend. It should be a marriage as befits a Black." She chuckled. "Your enthusiasm is contagious, Harry. All right. Tomorrow, Mr. Vance is coming. We will sit together and work out the details." Harry asked her, "Aunt Andromeda, will it be a bonding ceremony as per the old customs or a marriage as modern days?" She said, "As I remember, the House of Black and House of Potter both preferred the bonding ceremony, which suits us better than a modern marriage ceremony. Being unified with Mother Magic as witness is the best thing that can happen." He nodded. "So where do such unions take place?" She thought for a minute before she said, "For all the old families, they generally had a place sometimes in their Honor or a place which is steeped in magic. The Blacks always had their marriages in the copse of trees on the grounds of the manor. The Potters had it on the grounds of their manor." He nodded. "All right, Aunt Andromeda. To you I entrust the duty to look after the preparations for their marriages. I'll write a letter to Ripfang to give you as much gold as required and any other resources that you may want. Both of the marriages will take place on the grounds of the Black Manor unless Uncle Ted has some place else in mind." She shook her head. "No, Ted will have no problem with the marriages taking place at the grounds of Black Manor." He remembered something. "And Aunt, if you want, you are free to go to any of the vaults of House Black and take anything you fancy. This should be a marriage worth remembering." Unknown Castle. Bellatrix was trying to cast some of her choicest spells, but it just didn't happen. She had been fitted with a new wand when she was rescued from the prison because the Ministry had snapped the wands of all the Death Eaters. The snapped wands were left in the inventory of the prison for the Death Eaters to see and fume. A taunt to them from the Ministry. She dead that the problem must be that the wand she was using wasn't her best match. Dragon heartstring, iron wood, 13 1/4 of an inch, unyielding, should have been a good match for her, but something was wrong. She decided to confront the wand maker in residence. When she entered the room, he was busy fitting another Death Eater with a wand. She glared at the other Death Eaters in the room. "Leave us." They all left in haste. The moment the last one left the room, with a few quick gestures of her wand, she slammed and locked the door. Then cast silencing wards to be certain that none of their words could be overheard. She turned to the wand maker. "I have a question for you." The storm in her eyes, the venom in her voice was enough to make the wand maker shudder. He said meekly, "Yes, madam, how can I serve you?" She curled her lips at the corners and sneered, "Before we talk further, I want you to take an oath on your magic that you will not ever speak about what we discuss here." The wand maker looked a little hesitant but took the oath. She took a deep breath before she started speaking. This wand that you crafted for me doesn't suit me. It fails to do my bidding. Can you explain that? He wand maker took her wand and examined it for a few moments before he spoke. This wand's allegiance is clearly to you. There should be no difficulty. What kind of spells will it not cast? I learned my family magic when I was little. I know those spells like the back of my hand. I haven't been able to cast a single one of them with this wand. What's more is that some of the family magic which I got from the Lestranges. I can't cast those spells either. The wand maker asked her, do you have trouble using this wand for other spells too, madam? She replied, other than family magic, this wand is as good as my old wand for anything that I want to do. The wand maker said with a little meekness in his voice, is it possible that you have been ousted from your family madam and your marriage with Signore Lestrange was dissolved? If that is the case, it would explain why you can't use those spells. She protested, you are lying, you worthless fool. I am she couldn't say she was black as if she was choking on something. She glared at the wand maker, a word of our conversation goes out and you will die. With that she stormed out of the chamber to go and find Lucius Malfoy. If it turned out that the wand maker was right, then there would be a lot of pain in store for the Malfoy lord for having failed to tell her. She however couldn't say anything about it to others because that would make them think that she had lost her prowess. Her reputation would be so tarnished that it couldn't be salvaged. Lucius Malfoy was in his chamber. He was pondering about what his life had been since the Dark Lord rose again. When the Dark Lord was resurrected, he thought that perhaps he would be able to indulge in his practices as he had during the First War. He thought to get the of wizarding Britain as soon as the Dark Lord had overturned the government. He had done everything as the Dark Lord desired and even squandered half of his family wealth for him. His fortunes turned for the worse when Cornelius Fudge was ousted from the position of minister. Lucius hadn't even thought that the light side could actually fight back, but they did, and they bloodied the Dark Lord's nose with the first strike. The light faction was unified by one and even the neutral faction followed suit. He had failed to get wind of what had been coming. When out of nowhere, Potter came out to claim the lordship of 4 houses of the Wizengamot. Lucius knew that the dark faction was about to have their collective butt handed to them on a big silver platter. The Longbottom's recuperation and Frank Longbottom's ascent to the position of Minister of Magic was another blow. Unlike Fudge, Longbottom understood what was at stake. He wasn't influenced by Lucius's ministrations either. He danced to Light's tune from the start. He did whatever they wanted him to do. He, unlike Fudge, seemed to believe Potter's word from the start that the Dark Lord was back from the dead. Under the guise of long overdue changes, they had started their war preparations. Since Longbottom became minister, he hadn't allowed Lucius to be in the ministry fishing for information if he could avoid it. Except for the sessions of the Wizengamot, he had refused to meet with Lucius for any reason. He should have seen the warning signs when Bones presented the motion for recruiting Aurors by lowering the Rikici qualifications, but they failed to see it. Then they brought Alistair Moody out of retirement to take over for Rufus Scrimgeour, and they were still none the wiser. Moody was easily the best Auror by reason of having filled half the cells in Azkaban with the Dark Lord's followers. He had pursued his vendetta against them with renewed fervor. The change of the hierarchical system in the Ministry's hold have been a danger sign to them, but they chose not to see it. All the purebloods sympathetic to the cause had been sidelined under the new regime, and their interference was kept to a minimum. And there was the Battle of the Ministry Atrium, where they simply walked into a trap. If the Dark Lord hadn't the foresight to take so many followers with him, Lucius would have died that day. Last, Air was the boy who was the linchpin to the entire thing. Lucius had thought he was a mediocre boy when he had heard about him from Draco. On that day in the graveyard, when he saw the boy facing the Dark Lord, he had a premonition that if this boy lived, he would be the bane of Death Eaters. In the duel in the atrium, he had watched the boy fight with the Dark Lord. He had made the Dark Lord look like a puny kid. The Dark Lord's extensive repertoire of spells looked like naught when he faced the boy. He didn't just beat the Dark Lord, he had toyed with him. Lucius had never seen the Dark Lord look so helpless. When they had a battle of minds, The boy had caused so much damage to the Dark Lord that he couldn't wake up for 9 days. Merlin knows what would have happened if Lucius had faced him. "Lucius, I want a word," growled Bellatrix, who had just stormed in his chamber. She broke Lucius's reverie as he was sitting on his bed in his chamber. Bellatrix was getting on his nerves, but he couldn't do anything to her. She was a favorite one of the Dark Lord and formidable with a wand. Lucius wouldn't have tried to match with her. He would have tried to leave the Dark Lord's service if he thought he could. But the Dark Lord didn't take kindly to traitors. They typically ended up being hunted down and killed. He was also a wanted man in the wizarding world with a bounty on his head. The Ministry had posted a bounty of 500 G for his head. He knew that bounty hunters would be searching for him. He had never learned to live like a muggle, so he couldn't go out in the muggle world either. His only recourse was to live with the Dark Lord and serve him with all his devotion and hope that he would emerge victorious in the end. He noticed the angry looking witch standing before him and drawled, "Of course, Bella. What do you want?" She raised a privacy ward and asked him, "Tell me my full name, Lucius." Lucius actually smirked. "Bellatrix Nameless. That's what you are known as now." She barked, "I am AB." Again she choked when she tried to say what used to be her family name. Lucius smirked. "Has no one told you yet that Harold Peverell Potter Black Rosier, who was the new lord of House Black, banished you from the family and dissolved your marriage with Rudolphus? Have you been performing your duties as a wife towards Rudolphus since you escaped from prison without knowing that he isn't your husband anymore?" She screeched. "How can he do this? He cannot both throw me out of his family and dissolve my marriage. He can't. He can't. He can't." She looked like she would like nothing more than to kill Lucius. "Why didn't you tell me? When did it happen? How can a half-blood be a Lord of Black?" Lucius took great relish in telling her. "This summer, Harold Peverell took up the lordship of House Black as the adopted son of Sirius Black. The first thing he did was to prune his family tree. Also, he isn't a half-blood because his mother, Lily Potter, who really was a pure BL. Oud, was a daughter of Vincent Rosier and Amelia Weber of House of Weber of Germany. He dissolved your marriage, then kicked you out." She pulled out her wand and pointed it at Lucius. "Now swear an oath on your magic that you will not utter a word of what we have talked about to anyone, or I will simply kill you and tell the Dark Lord that you were trying to betray him, so I killed you." Lucius Perha P.S. understood what had got her worked up and said smugly, "So you can't use most of your curses anymore because that was family magic, Now imagine how poor Bella would fare before the Dark Lord, who would banish her from his presence." This was sufficient to get Bellatrix's dander up. She leveled her wand at him and intoned, "Crucio." Lucius started withering under her curse. He bent double with pain while Bella cackled like mad. She kept it up for about 2 minutes before she lifted the spell. She said, "I haven't lost my cruelty, Lucius. I can still make you wither before my might any day. Now are you taking that oath, or do you want more?" Lucius knew this mad witch could do as she said. He pulled out his wand and grasped it in both of his hands. "I, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, do hereby swear on my magic that I will never disclose a word of what has passed between me and Bellatrix Nameless in this chamber to anyone. If I break my vow, may Mother Magic smite me. So I say, so mote it be." As he finished taking the vow, Bellatrix leveled her wand at him again and shrieked, "Crucio." Black Manor. Mr. Vance arrived at Black Manor by the portkey which Sirius had sent him. They had decided not to share the flow address too much, since if Merlin forbid someone unwanted knew of it, they could get inside Black Manor. That would jeopardize their security. When he arrived in the flow chamber, Creature was there wearing the livery of House Black. He welcomed him. "Creature welcomes Mr. Vance. My master is waiting for you." Mr. Vance followed the ancient-looking elf to the main manor house, where Sirius received him at the front door with a firm handshake. The older man embraced Sirius warmly. "Sirius Black, how are you?" "I'm fine, Mr. Vance. Thank you for asking." Harry was in the Lord D's study in the manor where Sirius was leading him. He hadn't liked the idea and he had told Andromeda so. Andromeda had advised him that it was a power show which they were expected to put on. Failu. To do so would make him feel like Harry was a novo in these matters, which he clearly wasn't. He had to abide by her words at last. When Mr. Vance was at his office door. Creature announced in his loud bullfrog voice, "Mr. Vance to see you, Lord Black." Harry stood from his chair as Mr. Vance entered. The older man bowed very low to Harry, for House Vance was a minor house with the designation O.F. ancient house, while Harry himself was head of an ancient and reverent house. In return of his low bow, Harry returned a curt nod. This was noticed by Mr. Vance, but he chose not to comment upon it. He had expected this sort of thing with the House of Black. Harry waited for the man to extend his hand first, because Rachel had taught him that the one who was less in stature always extended his hand for shaking and not vice versa. When Mr. Vance extended his hand, Harry shook it warmly. "It is an honor to host you under my roof, Mr. Vance. Welcome to Black Manor." Mr. Vance took the offered seat. Harry asked him, "Mr. Vance, I would prefer that the present negotiations take place in a more informal setting. However, I would like to hear your opinion regarding this." Mr. Vance knew of this wordplay. While Harry was asking his opinion, he was indirectly asking him to agree with his words. He nodded. "I am also of the same opinion, Lord Black." Harry snapped his fingers and Creature popped in. Harry directed him, "Creature, please bring some refreshments to the sitting room. Also ask Lady Regent Black and Mr. Tonks to join us there, please." As Creature popped away, Mr. Vance asked him, "Do you usually request your house elf to do his chores that way, Lord Black?" Harry nodded. "They have emotions and feelings like we do, Mr. Vance. Giving them a little respect for all they do for you, and treating them as beings rather than beasts can make all the difference. It makes them all the more loyal to us. In my view, a little respect for undying loyalty isn't a bad bargain. And please call me Harry." Mr. Vance chuckled. "Call me Stephen then. I must say I was curious about you, and you are as interesting as others claim you are." When they reached the meeting room, Winky had laid some informal setting to the room. Refreshments had been laid out on a low table beside a low sofa. Andromeda joined them about 5 minutes later. As was tradition, she bowed a little low while raising her robes a little to show her ankles. "You called, my lord." Harry scowled. "You know how much I dislike that, Aunt Andromeda. You are my family. You should order me around rather than doing this." She chuckled. "Tradition, Harry. Now what do you require of me?" Harry turned to Mr. Vance. "Stephen, I must accept that I'm not experienced at these sorts of things, so Aunt Andromeda will be handling these negotiations with you. This isn't done to slight you or to show any disrespect to you." Mr. Vance waved him off. "Not at all, Harry. I understand it and I agree to it. Of course I know Andromeda and Edward." The talks lasted about 3 hours, including a sumptuous lunch. Beltane was agreed upon as the date for their marriage, and Teddy dutifully took the notes while his wife worked the meeting as per her own ministrations. Harry vehemently protested that they didn't need any money at all, while Mr. Vance forced it from his end. He said that it was tradition for the father of the bride to pay for the wedding expenses, while Harry argued back that since it was a double wedding and he had his own agenda for the occasion, that he would not allow Mr. Vance to bear more than 1/4 of the total costs. When they agreed on that part, the discussion continued on into dowry. At last they had decided that he would give the customary dowry in property. Mr. Vance insisted that his Emmeline would get a proper dowry from him. Harry insisted that since he had more houses than he had any use for, that they would receive a house from him. They would be doing him a favor, because one less house would be one less headache for him. Mr. Vance was not a very wealthy man, but he had done well for himself and he was able to provide a good start in life for his daughter. With the general terms agreed, Harry took his leave. He left it up to his very shrewd and admittedly somewhat scary aunt to work out the details. Since it was about time for Harry to go and receive Victor Crumb at the Portkey station, he apparated to the Portkey station located at the Muggle Airport. The Portkey station. Wizarding Britain had a Portkey station set up for international portkeys in a part of the Muggle Airport. A desk manned by a few wizards did the work of security and customs. This day, there was a clamor among those witches and wizards to shake hands with the boy who had come to receive someone from an international portkey. Harry knew that he would be mobbed as soon as he went out, yet he was here because he was to personally welcome his guest. He shook hands with some, patted the backs of a few others. He patiently worked on the masses until he heard a shriek, "It's Victor Crumb." At that moment, all of the attention was shifted from him to the newcomer. Victor found himself to be helpless and uncomfortable with all the people around him who wanted to touch him, to ask for his autograph or to just see that he was real. Harry chuckled as he stood aside to watch Crumb trying to extricate himself from the masses and failing miserably. He let it go on for about 5 minutes before he decided that it was enough. With a bang from his wand, he attracted the crowd's attention to himself. "Mr. Crumb has had a long journey. He would prefer to get some rest. I hope that you all would understand and give him the space he deserves. I am sure you will all get a time in the future to see him and even get some pictures with him since he is going to stay here for some time." He walked to Crumb, who shared a warm one-handed embrace with him, whispering, "About damn time you got here, Potter. I was getting mobbed." Harry chuckled. "They adore you, Victor. They wouldn't do any such thing." Harry saw the flash of a camera in the crowd. He decided that he had enough for the day. Catching Victor's arm, he disapparated to Hogsmeade. There, a cottage had been set aside for the Quidditch star. The cottage was fairly bare with just a few basic furnishings. When they apparated in, Crumb asked in amazement, "Am I to live here with nothing? I mean, a man has some requirements." Harry chuckled. "Hold your horses, Victor." He raised his voice and called, "Maddie." An elf appeared who was about 3 feet tall, had the trademark bat-like ears, snout-like nose and red tennis ball-sized eyes. She said in a tiny voice, "What can Maddie do for you, Lord Black?" Harry addressed her, "Maddie, Mr. Crumb is going to live here in this cottage from now. You will serve him as your master until I say otherwise. You are to fulfill all his wishes, starting with furnishing this house according to his wishes. You will serve him with as much dedication as you have served the House of Black." The elf bowed, "Yes, master." She turned to Crumb, "What are my orders, master?" Harry turned to Crumb, "Settle in, Victor. We will meet tomorrow. This place contains some very strong war wards. The ward book is on the mantel. If you want to avoid any potentially gruesome accidents, I advise you to study it first and set the wards. It wouldn't do to be lax in the present environment. Also, a word of caution. We are very near Hogwarts, so if I were you, I wouldn't go outside without taking some precautions unless you like dealing with screaming fans." Crumb chuckled at that. Voldemort was getting frustrated. He had been fighting for every step that he took in the fort which served as headquarters to the guild since he had entered. Still, he was nowhere in sight of his target. He was sure that he had killed at least 60 of them, but their numbers didn't seem to abate. He had been casting relentlessly. He had lost count of many killing curses he had used, yet he was nowhere near conquering them. He had entered the fort in a very unusual way. Others may have expected him to blast his way in or mount an outright attack. He had chosen a subtler way and thought it would have surprised them. He had flown directly to the guild headquarters and had tried to enter through a vent on the roof. The vent, however, was guarded by some very nasty jinxes. They wouldn't have killed Voldemort but severely inconvenienced him, so he had to land on the roof. As soon as he landed on the roof, he had tripped the ward scheme covering the entire roof, and it seemed to have exploded beneath his feet. If Voldemort didn't know how to fly, his body would have been blasted into smithereens. That would have been a setback from which he would have taken a great deal of effort to recover from if he could do it at all. After he was sure that the ward scheme had destroyed itself, he set foot on the roof again. Since then he had been fighting. He took a hit as he landed when a colorless spell hit him, but it seemed not to be affecting him. Since then he had been killing them one by one, but it seemed that they had an infinite number of soldiers to send against him. He hadn't taken a lesson from his duel with the brat a month ago. He was still relying on his favorite killing curses. He remembered that at any time there were 160 guards in the fort. As per his reckoning, he had killed at least 60 of them already, but their numbers didn't abate. Why were they all wearing the same dress? They even looked the same. He turned on his heels to blast away one of those who had crept up behind him. This one too looked exactly like the others who had been attacking him since he started fighting them. Did they have the same eyes too? No, that couldn't be coincidence. It was like all of them had taken Polyjuice Potion to turn into the same guy. Now they were all attacking him one by one. He also realized that his magical reserves were getting low, yet there was no end in sight. Where had the damned illusionist Weldham Meyer found so many? He couldn't complete his own line of thought as another dreadful thought occurred to him. He remembered that Weldham Meyer was an illusionist. He was so good that his illusions could force anyone to do his bidding. Now he was heading the guild. Maybe Voldemort hadn't been really fighting anything but illusions. He suddenly remembered that when the blasting ward went off, he had felt a spell hit him. He had dismissed it as a trick of the light. What if Meyer had cast such a spell on him at that moment, making him see these illusions? This also explained the uncanny similarities between his assailants. He decided to take a chance and not attack the next person who was going to attack him. He lowered his wand and let his opponent run at him with his wand raised. True to his thoughts, his assailant passed through him as if he was made of air. Using all his power, he cast a finite, and presto, he was still standing on the roof without all the dead bodies that he was seeing just a moment ago. With just one spell, Meyer had made him exhaust himself, and Voldemort was still where he had started. Raising his wand, he carefully walked down towards the lower floors of the structure. Despite all his precautions, he was caught in the next trap. The stairs were trick stairs. As he placed his foot on the first step, the stair vanished and his foot was caught in it. Bloody tricks. He blasted the stair to release his leg and decided to fly down. He drifted downwards without any trouble whatsoever. On the second floor, he ran into the regiment of guards. There were at least 40 of them. Without giving him a chance to cast, they started casting at him. Unlike him, they didn't cast killing curses at him but entrails expelling curse, bone liquefying curse, bone shattering curses, black lung curses, etc. He landed quickly and raised a mage shield. To his relief, these weren't very powerful wizards, so his shield would last longer. He kept at defending himself for a few minutes before he decided to go on the offensive. His duel with the brat had made him skeptical and doubt his own strength. These couldn't hold a candle to him. Dropping his shield, he turned on his heels to apparate behind them. With a wave of his wand accompanied with a roaring fiendfire, his opponents were running for cover. Tragically, only a few were able to apparate out before he burned at least half of them to cinders. He decided to liberally give a dose of his brutality to those who had provoked his ire. He had thought that perhaps they would be amicable and agree to serve him. But if they were bent on fighting him, then so be it. He started spreading his fire around, burning down everything that he could see in his sight when a team of wizards appeared near him. Meyer was at the head of them. He shouted, "Stop it, Voldemort. You pass." Voldemort ended the fire and leveled his wand at Meyer. "Since I have vanquished you, you should grovel before me and kiss the hem of my robes." The wizard sneered, "Do not delude yourself that you have vanquished us, Voldemort. You have merely proven that you are worthy of our aid. Tell me what you want of us and go your way." Voldemort laughed evilly. "You shall all serve me as I take my rightful place in Wizarding Britain." Meyer shook his head. "We will lease 100 of our mercenaries to you. That's all. If we send any more, the ICW may learn of it and send the war wizard contingent to Wizarding Britain to oppose you. You will treat my men as the highly skilled professionals that they are. You will not abuse them, force them to swear magical oaths to you, or brand them like cattle as you do with your own followers. When you emerge victorious in Wizarding Britain, you will, in return, assist us to overthrow the ICW. Are we agreed?" Voldemort would promise them anything they wanted as long as they gave him the 100 men he wanted from them. Perhaps it was better not to risk attracting the attention of the ICW for now. Later he could butcher them for treating him as if he were a common wizard. He drawled, "Of course, Meyer. I agree to your terms. Now tell me, where is Master Abaddon?" "Piddle Town, Dorset." The headquarters of Puddlemere United was situated somewhere along the Piddle River in Dorset. The clubhouse and stadium dated back about 5 centuries. The original structures that were built in 1163 when the team was founded had been destroyed by fire when an oil-burning lamp had fallen from a crumbling mounting. The burning oil had lit up the old structure like a tinder box. By the time anyone noticed what was going on, the entire structure was engulfed. The only things that survived the inferno were the goblin-wrought silver championship trophies. The new building was a mansion-type structure. Just inside the main entrance was an open reception area. The main floor also contained the dining hall, the ballroom, the game room, the conservatory, the infirmary, the kitchens and the servants' quarters. Quarters for the team members, the coaches, medical staff and the manager were all upstairs. The basement contained a small indoor pool, lockers, showers and state-of-the-art Muggle exercise equipment. The stadium appeared to be an open-air Quidditch pitch with seating capacity for about 20,000 fans. Besides the open area for the pitch with its 3 golden 50-foot-high hoops at each end, there was a very ordinary 4-lane track just in front of the first row of seats. What was not obvious was the elaborate scheme of wards and charms that kept the weather out of the stadium, watered the grass, improved acoustics and protected players from serious injury if they happened to come into contact with the ground at high speed. Taken together, it was more effective than any Muggle-engineered retractable roof. They also prided themselves for providing firebolt brooms to all players who joined their ranks. It was one of the chief reasons for the team's prowess on the field. Also, this team bragged of fans in the shape of Albus Dumbledore among countless others. The manager of Puddlemere United, Jeremiah Wright, was excited today. Of course he had been on cloud 9 since he learned that one of the owners of the team with majority shares was none other than the boy who lived. His excitement had doubled in the few months since Lord Peverell's steward Remus Lupin had sent a letter asking if Puddlemere United could accommodate Victor Crumb as one of their seekers. That was laughable because Mr. Crumb was no WN to be one of the best seekers in the world. To have him as one of the starting seekers would shoot the team's popularity through the roof. Harold Peverell had made arrangements for his stay so Crumb didn't have to stay in the team clubhouse. Jeremiah was paying him 50,000 galleons per season more than the last opening seeker. Today, Harold Peverell was supposed to be bringing Victor Crumb for the signing up and a tour of the stadium, something that Jeremiah could use to boost the popularity of his already popular team. He already had arranged for a press conference after the signing tee. The signing would depend on Crumb's satisfaction. Jeremiah had been serving Puddlemere for 2 decades now. He had decided to be in office for the next 2 years before he retired in favor of Filbert Deverell. He had been the new assistant manager for the last 3 years now. Jeremiah wanted to make his last 2 years a success before he retired. Crumb's joining was going to be the biggest thing to happen in his 2-decade-long career. At the appointed hour at 11 o'clock, Harold Peverell and Victor Crumb flowed into the headquarters of the team. Jeremiah warmly shook hands with Crumb saying, "Welcome, Victor. We are honored to have you here playing for our team." Harry stood at his side, smirking and gave a look to Crumb which said, "Told you so." After Crumb had been introduced to everyone on the support staff, it was time for the tour. A lot depended on the tour which they were going to take. Crumb would sign if he saw that everything was to his satisfaction. The first place was the reception where a pretty witch was sitting behind the counter. Harry could see that she was blushing in the presence of Crumb. She had hastily put up some makeup charms on herself. He mentally snorted thinking what Crumb would think of her. Crumb, like Harry, never really liked the whole fan-following thing. Crumb was putting up a good show of liking everything. The reception hall was tastefully decorated. Large, solid sofas were placed in the hall for visitors. The massive reception desk was made of solid teak wood. The gymnasium was in the basement of the building. Many of the team members were there going through their workouts. Jeremiah entered the gymnasium and introduced them. "Everyone, this is Victor Crumb. This is Harold Peverell." That got their attention. While most of the players mobbed Crumb, a shout was heard above all the din, "Harry, is that you?" A compact, well-muscled young man with a broad grin on his face came charging over in the person of Oliver Wood. He greeted Harry with a thump on the shoulder and remarked, "You've bulked up, Harry." Quote, Harry returned the gesture and said, "You're not doing too bad yourself, Oliver. Looks like being a professional keeper is agreeing with you. Jeremiah is giving Victor here a tour of the place. They were kind enough to let me tag along." Jeremiah asked him, "Are you already acquainted with Oliver, Mr. Peverell?" Oliver chimed in, "Yes, sir. He started playing Seeker for the Gryffindor team in my captaincy. He was the youngest Seeker in a century. In the 3 years that I played with him, he never missed catching the snitch." Harry grinned. "We beat Slytherin in the opening game this year too. Katie is the captain now." Malfoy is still sulking over the pasting we gave them. Victor whispered to Harry, "You forgot to tell me, Harry Potter, that you play Quidditch too and Seeker at that." Harry waved him off. "Yes Victor, but I play for the house team, not the national team like you." I didn't think it was worth mentioning. Jeremiah hadn't heard the little banter. He was saying, "Mr. Peverell's family owns 55% of the total shares of the club. He also volunteered to introduce us to Mr. Crumb, who I believe would play for our club if talks go well between us." As the tour continued, Oliver tagged along with them. He kept talking to Harry while Crumb paid attention to what Jeremiah was saying. Oliver asked him about everything that had happened since he left Hogwarts. The tour lasted for 2 hours before they arrived at the manager's office. There was a big desk in the middle of the room and an ornate high leather chair behind it. The desk was covered with training modules, parchments and even parts of brooms, while the walls were covered with photos of teams, posters of the star players. After they were given seats in the office, Jeremiah began to introduce the terms of the player's contract to Victor. "Mr. Crumb, our standard contract is an exclusive agreement for a 2-year term. While you are under contract to our team, you agree to certain conditions. First, you will not play for any other team. There are exceptions to participate as a member of your national team and authorized charity events. Second is medical care. You will submit to all treatments and procedures which are in the interest of keeping you fit and healthy while you are playing for us. During our tour, I noticed that you have some posture issues. Our team will get you straightened out. When you are coming to the end of your contract term, we have an exclusive 60-day option to pick you up for the next year before you can consider any other offers. As a foreign national, our legal people have arranged for your work visa conditional on you signing our contract. Your compensation package includes 250,000 galleons annually to be paid in 2-week increments. Full access to our training facilities, meals when you eat at the clubhouse, full medical, trainers, a house in Hogsmeade while you are playing for us, and a signature Sari S. Firebolt broom in the team colors that's yours to keep. In the unlikely event that you should sustain an injury that would prevent you from playing again, you or your next of kin will be compensated to the end of the term of your contract. In such an event, you will remain under contract to the team and we will make every possible effort to restore you to full health. If you do not choose to sign immediately, you have 48 hours to consult with a contract lawyer before this offer is withdrawn. For your reference, our previous seeker, who has joined another team, had a 200,000 galleon salary. We recognize you as world-class talent and offer to compensate you accordingly. We hope that you will like it here. Do you have any questions?" He presented a copy of the contract to Victor. Victor perused the document at great length. He asked about a few of the legal phrases in the contract as he went along. When he was satisfied that the terms were all in good faith, he signed. After they were done, Jeremiah rubbed his hands in anticipation. He said excitedly, "I don't know if you people like this sort of thing. We have to do a press conference and present you as the newest addition to our team." Harry nodded. Victor doesn't really like all the attention, but to play for our team, he'll put up with it. As for me, you'll be better off if I stay out of it. Jeremiah's expression looked like someone had just taken his favorite toy from him. "But Mr. Peverell, your presence in the press conference will be good for the image of the club." Harry shook his head. "If Voldemort ever learns that I have something to do with this club, he'll stop at nothing to destroy everything. No, it would be better if you don't include me in this conference. You can take Victor to this conference. I'll wait up here." Jeremiah understood and nodded. They left the manager's office to go back downstairs to the ballroom on the main floor. They returned after an hour to find Harry dozing in his chair. When they finally left the Puddlemere United headquarters, Harry failed to see the photographer who clicked their picture together before he disappeared. When they returned to Hogsmeade, Harry invited Victor to a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix to be held at the Black Townhouse that evening. He had asked Dumbledore to arrange for it since it was necessary for their new ally to know what they were up against. When he had invited Crumb to Wizarding Britain to play for Puddlemere United, he had told him only the barest details. Now it was time to come clean. Since he arrived long before other members of the Order, He called Creature to bring some refreshments to the meeting room where the order generally met. After Creature had laid down a sumptuous spread before them, he engaged Victor in conversation. Victor, do you get news of happenings in Wizarding Britain in Bulgaria? He nodded. Yes, our newspapers report what they learn from your daily prophet. I must say you have been busy fighting this Voldemort. Is he the one who killed Cedric? Harry nodded. Though he didn't do it himself, he ordered it to be done. He's the one responsible for it. Did you get any news of Karkaroff? Victor spat. That coward ran away as soon as you returned to Hogwarts. Nobody has heard from him since then. Even his mistress had no idea of where he is. She died rather painfully, I am told. Harry gasped. Who? Victor said with indifference. She was a teacher at Durmstrang. People said behind our backs that she was his mistress. Sometime during the summer, some of those mask-wearing goons found her and tortured her to give him up. Of course the poor woman did not know anything, so she could not tell them. Killed after a gruesome torture which lasted for about 3 hours. Harry winced. That's appalling. What is your government doing? He said dismissively. They are ostriches. They know the threat is real, but they are just sealing our borders, hoping it will not spill over into our country. As if Durmstrang does not have a crop of dark wizards to reap already. They should be fighting here, but they're securing themselves, hoping they won't be harmed. Harry nodded. Fudge was in constant denial about his return too. We had to get him kicked out of office. Since then we've made some progress toward preparing for our war, but we still need more wands. I was hoping you could use some of your influence. Krum said gruffly. You don't have to ask, Harry Potter. I have a lot of people in my connections who will help. I also talked with Antonia Alexandrov, who is the head of DMLE over there. She agrees with me that the only way to keep ourselves secure is to help the light faction here. Still, the minister is being a moron. He is working under the delusion that if we stay out of it here, even if you lose to the Pretender, he will not bother with our country. She agreed to muster people to help Wizarding Britain in secret. If it is needed, she would not hesitate in kicking our minister out. I think she wants to be the next minister. Harry chuckled. A determined minister might be the best thing for us right now, don't you think? Krum nodded. So tell me, Harry Potter, how you jeweled with him for 2 hours. Harry chuckled. Now that I think about it, it feels like it happened to someone else. It was tiring. I dropped from exhaustion after he retreated. It feels like a dream now. I'm sorry that I can't tell you in more detail about it right now. Krum had been looking around the room. He was transfixed by something in the room. He pointed at one of the crests and asked with some anger. What is that doing here? Harry was confused until he followed where Krum was pointing. Once he saw the Peverell crest, he recognized what he was saying. He asked Krum, what's the problem with it, Victor? He said angrily, that is Grindelwald's sign. What is it doing here? Harry sighed. He remembered Harsh telling him about how Grindelwald had perverted the crest of House Peverell and used it as an insignia for his forces. He adopted his best calm demeanor before he started speaking. I know what you are getting at, Victor, but this symbol is the crest of one of my houses, the House of Peverell. This represents the 3 Deathly Hallows which were gifted to the 3 brothers by death itself. I don't know if there's any truth to the old legend. It is taught to our children as one of the tales of Beetle the Bard now. Grindelwald too was fascinated with the lore, and he took it to use as the sign of his forces. I can see why you would be miffed about it. Trust me, this crest belongs to me, not anyone else. Krum calmed down. He nodded. What is this order you want to introduce me to? Harry gave him a brief history of the order, what it was supposed to do and how many members there were. While it was going on, Harry felt the wards chime and he rubbed his hands in anticipation. The order has arrived. This meeting was not attended by many members but a select few because they wanted to keep his involvement secret from others. The only ones who were in the know were Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, Amelia, Frank, Nymphadora, Alistair, Arthur, Alice, Emmeline and Kingsley. When they had all arrived, Dumbledore started to preside over the meeting. He introduced everyone in the meeting to Krum, saying, "We have met today to introduce a potential ally to all of you. I trust you all know Mr. Krum of international Quidditch fame. He has just this morning signed up with Puddlemere United and will be playing for them. In addition to that, Mr. Krum wanted to Know where we stand before he will commit to our cause. He turned to Crumb. I hope Mr. Peverell has told you everything about the present situation, Mr. Crumb. Crumb nodded. We have been hearing news over there in Bulgaria too. Our head of DMLE Madame Antonia Alexandrov is recruiting people to come to your aid. She believes that unless we tackle this problem together, we cannot hope to contain it within the borders of Wizarding Britain. She has promised that she and all her Aurors will come to help Wizarding Britain when the time comes. She however expects that Wizarding Britain would help us when it is our turn rather than sitting out, hoping to stay out of harm's way. There is major resentment against Wizarding Britain because they did not officially mobilize to help others during the Grindelwald Wars. A few of you participated but officially they were never involved. Most countries think that it is about time that Wizarding Britain was paid back in its own currency. Frank who had heard every word calmly started speaking when Victor finished speaking. Mr. Crumb, I am indeed thankful for the offer of help made by Madame Alexandrov. I agree that Wizarding Britain did not participate officially in the Grindelwald War, but my father, Jeremy Longbottom, his ally and sworn brother Charles Potter and Lord Arcturus Black were some of the warriors who along with their allies helped in the campaign against Grindelwald. We paid the price with blood and many of our allies died and we never received a word of thanks for it, but we did not complain. You might also observe that Albus Dumbledore, who was present here with us, was the one who defeated Grindelwald at that time when everyone had given up hope. Crumb raised his hands in surrender as if pacifying him. We do understand, General Longbottom. My father is trying to find people to help your cause as we speak. We will stand with you and fall with you. Dumbledore beamed at him. I find solace in this news that you bring. Now would you like to officially join the order? Before Crumb could speak, Harry intervened. Victor has already agreed to join another order, Headmaster. However, he will keep you updated with news as it comes. Dumbledore nodded. If that's so, then it's entirely his choice, Harry. Now is there anything else you want to tell us about? Harry shook his head. No, Headmaster. There's nothing at the moment. When the meeting was adjourned and everyone was gone back to their residences, Harry apparated to Weasley Manor. He had to talk about things with Molly Weasley. Unknown Castle. Bellatrix had a meeting of the Inner Circle as soon as she had received a message from her master that told her to arrange transport for 100 wizards to the Unknown Castle. A large company of wizards such as them was a headache for her. She had called everyone to figure out a way. To her consternation, she had to invite Severus Snape too, since out of all of them, he was the only one not being hunted by the Order of the Phoenix and the Dark Lord's spy. He could help them more than anyone else. When the Inner Circle met, Severus opened the meeting. He said in his deliberate low tone and irritating drawl, I remember the Dark Lord had said that he would not tolerate any more losses, Bella, but you lost us how many? 7 or 8 followers since he embarked on this quest. Is this how you are supposed to be leading us? She said scathingly. At least we got 3 of them compared to when we only lost followers when the Dark Lord was recuperating. Have you answered to the Dark Lord for that? Severus continued in the same slow drawl. I told him everything, Bella. He made the decisions. She said hotly. You manipulated him into believing you, Severus. You deliberately caused the slaughter of so many of the Dark Lord's followers. Snape raised an eyebrow. Are you insinuating, Bella, that I managed to hoodwink the greatest wizard in the world into believing a pack of lies? Of course it was a question which had no answer. She could not say that he had manipulated the Dark Lord after Severus proclaimed he was the greatest wizard in the world. Her even insinuating that he manipulated the Dark Lord would not bode well for her. After all, her master was supposed to be most powerful. Was he not? She however was not willing to concede defeat to Severus Snape and rallied. You gave him flimsy excuses for betraying him, Snape. You made him believe that you are his man, but you have been Dumbledore's lapdog all along. Snape still had not lost his cool. Bella, do you think he would have let me live? If I did not have good reasons for not returning to him sooner. I came back as soon as I could when he regained a body. I gave him my reasons for every question he had for me. I have been loyal to him more than anyone. She screeched. I went to Azkaban out of my loyalty for him while you were hiding behind Dumbledore's robes. Snape bristled a little but covered up his expressions and said coolly. You did not show your loyalty for him by going to Azkaban but rather your foolishness. If you wanted to demonstrate your loyalty, you would have kept your head down and looked for him quietly with no one being the wiser. Lunacy cannot replace loyalty. Besides, what good is your loyalty when compared with the information which I have given him? Stop it, you two, or I will hex you both into oblivion, snapped Dolohov. I can't believe that you two are still bickering like school children. The Dark Lord left you both in charge. We have called his meeting to further the dreams of our great master, not to bicker among ourselves. Rookwood added, I agree with Dolohov. We are doing nothing of what the Dark Lord wanted us to do when he left on his conquest. We must put our focus on our mission. She turned to the assembled men. The Dark Lord has sent me a message that he has found 100 men who are mercenaries from Germany. He wants us to find a way to transport them safely here. I see. No make a portkey nor can I guide them here. In fact, most of us have a bounty on our heads and we are being hunted. Who should bring them here? Lucius said. Without doubt, this task should fall to Severus. He is the only one of our number who is not being actively hunted by the other side. He can find a way to bring them here. Severus wanted to refuse but knew he could not. If he did, others would be suspicious. To his woe, he could not tell Dumbledore or the Order about it. Doing so would put the suspicion on Snape instantly. That was something that he wanted to avoid if he was to stay among the Death Eaters and find their secrets. He was furiously thinking of ways. One came to him even before they had made a decision. He interrupted their discussion. Before you people decide to send me, I have something to say. As you know, these wizards are German. They are not marked Death Eaters nor are they known or hunted in Wizarding Britain. They do mingle among the Muggles freely, so they know their way around the Muggle world. They can take any of those means of transportation to travel to London. From there, they can be brought here by any of you. The magical borders around Wizarding Britain are vast and they have their gaps. I know of at least 6 places from where they can pass undetected by the Ministry. You can also send groups of 2 or 3 to find and lead them here. Say many of the young followers won't be suspected because they have never been Death Eaters. Travers said, I agree with Severus. This is a sound plan. We won't have to depend entirely on one person. After that was out of the way, she turned to Rookwood. Augustus, the Dark Lord wanted us to eliminate the Ministry officials. I want you to attack the house of the blood traitor Weasleys first and to burn that place to the ground. After that, go for Amelia Bones and then Sirius Black. Rookwood nodded. It won't be too much trouble to destroy the Weasley home. Bones Manor, on the other hand, is a formidable place. It has centuries of wards on it. Even a ward destroyer would not make much headway against it. We will need people in large numbers to destroy it. At the same time, we will need the attention of the Ministry diverted to other places when we attack that place. As to the Minister, Greenhughes is guarded by some of the nastiest wards that the Unspeakables were able to develop during the last war. We can't get to it. As for Sirius Black, for all we know, he is living under a Fidelius charm. We can't get to him because we don't know who the secret keeper is to that place. Do any of you by any chance remember the place where the old townhouse was? I mean the general area. Severus answered before anyone else could. That place is not being used anymore. The Mud left it after the Battle of the Ministry Atrium. He is now living somewhere else and the building has been abandoned and put under stasis charms. We should concentrate on other places and plans to attack. Rudolphus put his 2 nuts worth in. We can send out teams to attack Muggles randomly and that will keep the Ministry Aurors busy. We raid, throw killing curses around and go away when the Ministry forces arrive. This way, they will all be distracted. We can attack our targets. We can also attack the Mudbloods who have stolen our magic. Severus listened carefully behind the facade of his disdainful sneer. He realized that their plan had a chance of succeeding. If the Aurors were busy at other places, they could not go to help the Ministry officials when they were attacked. He needed to supply that information to someone who could help them. They would need help and loads of it. The light side needed to up its game now before the Death Eaters could catch up to them, or that would be a recipe for disaster. The light was already stretched too thin. If pulled at any more, they may even be torn apart. Weasley Manor. When Harry arrived at the manor, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were just sitting down to dinner. As the flow roared, Mr. Weasley was up with his wand pointed toward the flow room. He challenged loudly, "Identify yourself." Harry said, "Mr. Weasley, it's me, Harry." Mr. Weasley was not convinced. He asked, "What did I say to Harry Potter when he was boarding the Hogwarts Express at the start of his 3rd year?" Harry replied, "You asked me to promise you that I would not go looking for Sirius Black who was out to get me." Mrs. Weasley rushed past her husband and embraced the teen, asking him, "Harry, how can you be here? Shouldn't you be at Hogwarts?" Harry chuckled, "Mrs. Weasley, I am out with leave from the headmaster. I had some house business which I had to take care of." She invited him to dinner and he accepted instantly. When they were seated, he asked, "Where's Percy?" Arthur replied, "He's at the ministry still. Frank likes his work ethic. He says Percy is a huge help in his office. He generally comes home late in the evening and is gone early in the morning." "And where are Bill and Charlie?" "They're not here either. Bill lives at the Burrow most of the time. Charlie is living near the Dragon Reserve in Wales. Generally it's just us around the place." He decided it was time that he came to the point. "Mr. Weasley, were your negotiations with Monsieur Delacour successful?" Arthur beamed at him. "Yes. Bill is slated to marry Fleur the day before Beltane. Preparations are being made." Harry asked Mrs. Weasley, "What's your opinion of Fleur, Mrs. Weasley?" Molly Weasley looked like she had sucked on a lemon. She grunted, "She's fine." Harry sighed. He knew there was a long chat ahead. "Mrs. Weasley, I know that you don't think that she's a perfect match for Bill, but I have seen them together. They are very well matched to each other. I have also seen your disdain towards her because she is a bit different from us. However, she is a powerful witch who complements Bill nicely. I know sometimes she can't help but make comparisons, but there are a few differences between here and there. She likes many things different from our customs and she has been trying to adjust to our customary way of life, but it's not easy for her either. I know that you suspect she might have bewitched Bill with her charms, but you are totally wrong there. Bill is an exceptionally powerful wizard and her allure has never held sway over him. That is one of the reasons that Fleur finds him attractive. She knows that his regard for her is genuine, not just some effect of her natural charms. A wizard as powerful as him needs a witch like her at his side. Like you and Mr. Weasley complement each other, it is the same with them. She is going to be family in about 2 months. It will not do to treat her as an outsider." Molly Weasley had wanted to admonish him for trying to tell her something, but she realized that he had a point. Yes, the girl had the allure. She had seen Ronald and Arthur among other wizards, tripping over themselves, trying to impress her, and she rankled her something fierce, but she had seen Bill being impervious to it. Yes, she complained about a lot of things, but they did things differently in France from Wizarding Britain, but she was also trying to adapt herself to their lifestyle. More recently, she had stopped demanding that they change to suit her lifestyle. She hadn't wanted to accept it. Fleur was the best match for her little boy. She turned to Harry. "Thank you for saying this, Harry. I realize that I was slightly in the wrong about it. I will see to it that I do not try to repeat it." Harry nodded. "I will also talk to Ginny about it, Mrs. Weasley." Hogwarts. The topic of discussion these days was the growing camaraderie between the heiress of Greengrass and the heiress of Bones. Many of the students who had started to know them since the start of the year were surprised with the way they were standing up for each other. For the observant ones, it was clear that they both had been infatuated with the boy who lived and could not stand to be near each other. It was only Harry who was the glue that kept them together. However, since that Hogsmeade weekend when Harry was supposed to be in London for family business, these two witches had been behaving like they were best friends. This behavior of theirs had even puzzled Hannah Abbott and Astoria Greengrass, who thought they deserved to know what happened between them, but no one was telling. The weekend had passed with Bones and Greengrass being very friendly to each other, and no one knew the reason why. It had actually started the day Emmeline was attacked. RRY had given his cloak to Susan to return safely to the Badger's Hole. Susan was on her way to the dungeons when she fancied that she heard some voices in the dark. It was a room on the side on the F4th floor which was not generally used. The door was shut, but there was no locking charm on it, nor was there any anti-eavesdropping spell cast to keep out anyone who might be listening in. Susan was not one to pry or to spy on others, but she knew the present climate was such that caution was better than later regret. Applying some silencing charms to her feet, she stalked silently towards the room. It was then that a better idea occurred to her. She cast a little spell into the room which would tell her what was being said. It did not take her long to realize that the girls in the room were Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass. She knew Tracy was appointed as the new Slytherin prefect after Pansy had been ousted from the school. She had no idea what Greengrass was up to. Her curiosity was piqued. She listened with bated breath. Tracy said, "Have you given up entirely, Daph?" Daphne said, "What do you mean, Tracy?" Tracy scowled. "Don't try to play dumb with me, Daph. It won't work on me. You know that I'm talking about Harry." Susan's heartbeat picked up as she listened intently. Daphne sounded like she had the weight of the world on her shoulders when she said, "I don't know Tracy. He seems to be quite enamored with Bones and won't return my affections. I guess I was too late in approaching him." Tracy said with a hint of sympathy in her voice, "Daph, it isn't too late yet. I would that you don't give up. It isn't written in stone that he will end up with Susan at last." Daphne said, "You know I won't do anything that would make him hate me, Tracy. Besides Bones, feelings towards him are as genuine as mine." Susan had been listening intently and she realized what they were on about. She knew Daphne was interested in Harry, but Harry was not showing any affection towards her. She also realized that Daphne's feelings towards him were genuine and maybe she even loved him. True that Susan had been angry with Daphne at first because it looked like she was scheming to snag Harry from her, but there was nothing to it now. She also knew that at some time she would have to make Daphne see reason. There was no time like the present. She walked into the room and said authoritatively to Tracy Davis, "Please leave me and Greengrass alone for some time. I need to talk to her." Tracy protested, "What are you doing here, Bones? Shouldn't you be in your dormitory?" Susan snapped, "The same goes for Daphne. She's breaking curfew too. Leave us be for a few minutes. I promise that I won't hurt your friend. You can collect her from here after an hour." Tracy looked at Daphne uncertainly. She nodded in answer. Tracy left the room. Susan locked the room behind her and cast a privacy spell around them so no one could hear them. She smirked. "This will ensure that Davis does not hear what I am about to ask you." Daphne nodded. "What do you want, Bones?" Susan said, "First of all, I want you to call me Susan. We've been in the same circle for the last 6 months. I think that it's about time that we called each other by our names. Second, I have a question for you." Daphne nodded. "Ask your question, Susan." Susan smiled. "So tell me, Daphne, what are your feelings towards Harry?" Daphne did not speak for a few moments before she started speaking. "I guess there's no point in trying to hide it from you since you overheard us. I was smitten with him from second year when I heard that he had slain the monster of Slytherin. I fell in love with him when he stood tall and behaved with honor towards even those who didn't deserve it." Susan sighed. "I know how he is, but for your own peace of mind and mine, I am going to tell you something. You must promise me that you are not going to mention it to anyone else." Daphne nodded. "What is it?" Susan took a deep breath before she started speaking. "Can you wait until the weekend? There is something that I should show you first so that you will know that I am being honest with you. Also, I am sorry to you for any slants that I may have committed towards you." Quote. Daphne nodded. "I accept your apology, Susan, and in return offer mine for any unintended insult which I may have given to you. What is the plan for the weekend?" Susan grinned. "Well, it should be obvious. I want to puzzle everyone and maybe get another best friend at the same time." Daphne grinned in response. "I like your way of thinking, Susan." Since then, Daphne and Susan had been amicable towards each other and they behaved like the best of friends. Susan found that Daphne was not as frosty as she showed to most people. Daphne found out that Susan was not the confident, smug type of individual she appeared to be either. Their friends were scratching their collective heads over what had caused this change, but neither of them was telling. Tracy grilled Daphne for hours, but she did not budge. Even Astoria was not able to get anything out of Daphne. When they returned from Hogsmeade, Susan asked Daphne to meet her in the room of requirement the next night. When they met in the room, Susan had asked it to provide a less formal setting. It had made a replica of the sitting room of the manor in Ireland where they had spent their holidays. When Daphne arrived, she raised an eyebrow over the appearance of the room and asked her, "Is this what the sitting room at Bones Manor looks like?" Susan shook her head. "No, this is the sitting room of a manor where Harry and I spent a part of our winter vacation with others." With Daphne's curiosity piqued, Susan told her everything about their holiday except the fact that he could fly. That was a secret which was not hers to tell. When she was done, Daphne whistled. "That was some holiday." Susan beamed at her. "Yes, it certainly was. We plan to visit again and stay much longer after Voldemort is gone for good." Daphne then asked the real question that she wanted answered. "What were you saying that day, Susan? I trust you were going to tell me something important." Susan said, "About the time I was born. My parents made a decision for me which fixed the course of my life for me. It was a decision that I knew nothing about at the time but came to know of it later." Instead of speaking further, she simply handed her a document which she had retrieved from Gringotts during the weekend. Daphne eyed it apprehensively before she took it and started reading. The moment that she realized what she was reading, her face started changing colors. As she read on, her hands were trembling and Susan fancied that she could see tears in her eyes. When Daphne was done, she asked in a very low voice, "Is this for real?" Susan said kindly, "Yes, Daphne. I wouldn't try to trick you. This is real. It was written by our parents when we were less than a year old. It employs all the terms which we standard in those contracts except for the most vulgar ones or those which would have been absurd. The infidelity clause is part of it. I don't know what they were thinking, but they agreed to it and I am bound to it, as is Harry." Daphne sighed. "I realize my entire effort was for naught, however I wish you had told me this sooner, Susan." "Does Harry know about it?" Susan nodded. "Yes, he knows. He only came to know about it a week before Samhain." Realization dawned on Daphne. That was when Harry went missing for a week. "I take it that it was his reaction to this news." Susan nodded. "That's right. You know, I would have rather had liked a chance to get to know someone before I made these decisions, but then maybe I could have done a lot worse. I mean, there aren't many blokes out there who would measure up to Harry. It is just that I feel cheated that the usual romance of properly courting is not quite there for us. It all feels a bit forced when we know there's only one way it can go. Having said that, not only is Harry seriously easy on the eyes, he's also as brave, as kind, as smart and as generous as any girl could hope for. Once he got over the initial surprise, he's been the perfect suitor." Daphne didn't say a word for a while. She was letting it sink in that she had been having empty hopes for herself. Susan could see the changing expressions on Daphne's face. She said kindly, "Daphne, you deserve better than to be chasing someone around who can't return your affection. I'm sure that with your charms and your smarts that you'll snag a guy who's just right for you. If things were different, I would be honored to have you as a rival. As things are, I hope that you can find it in your heart to be my friend and Harry's friend as well." London. In the early evening, there was the usual lineup outside of the Padella restaurant. The place didn't take reservations, but people who were in the know were willing to line up to partake of their excellent fare. The people in the line were taking in the cool evening air and chatting among themselves when there was a rapid series of curious popping noises around them. The jovial chatting stopped suddenly when they saw that a wild assortment of strange people wearing dresses and silly masks appeared all around them. Each of the strange people appeared to be wielding ornately carved sticks which they had pointed at people in the lineup. They started yelling some nonsense words that sounded something like abracadabra. People started falling as jets of green light from the sticks hit them. When the people in the crowd realized what was happening, all hell broke loose. Some of them bolted, running for their lives. Some of them just stood there and screamed. One of them turned and sprinted at one of the men in funny dress. He got a jet of the deadly green light in his face for his trouble and his lifeless corpse fell at the feet of his murderer. A few of the costumed creeps were uttering different words. Their victims were shrieking in pain or being doubled over in agony or feeling that the blood in their veins was being boiled. As the bobbies arrived, one of the attackers pointed his stick at the leading police car. It exploded in flames, killing the two bobbies inside. The next two police cars met the same fate. This went on for nearly 5 minutes before there was another series of popping noises, shortly followed by a series of red jets flying from the sticks of the new arrivals at the masked murderers. One of the masked men hollered, "Orders!" And the reaction was immediate. One of the masked men pointed his wand into the air, shouted something creating a glowing, green skull with a snake protruding from its mouth high overhead. In the next instant, the masked men who were still standing were gone. The new arrivals were dressed in a similar manner to those who had just vanished. The main difference being that they were not wearing masks and their robes all matched. Some kind of uniform maybe. Judging by the reaction of the people who just left, these guys must have been the authorities. One of them, an old, grizzled man, with a face that looked like a battlefield with one bright blue eye and one squinty dark eye, barked out orders, "See to the wounded. I'll call for backup from St. Mungo's." He surveyed the scene, shaking his head and said, "Merlin's beard, the Obliviators are going to be busy tonight." He pointed his stick into the air and muttered something and the fireworks overhead vanished. He growled, "The cretins had the gall to cast that right in front of us. What are they up to?" To the Muggles, it was a rather creepy-looking firework. The Aurors knew it to be the Dark Mark, the brand of the Death Eaters. When they went through the Fallen, there were 2 of the masked Death Eaters among them and they were mere children. Once they were taken into custody and their masks removed, they were identified as Theo Knott and Pansy Parkinson. Hogwarts. Victor Crumb joins Puddlemere United. Jerome Montfort. Yesterday was a historical day in the history of the British Quidditch League. One of the world's best seekers, Victor Crumb joined the prestigious Puddlemere unit. Ed Quidditch Club at a starting salary of 250,000 galleons per season on a 2-year contract. This is the first event of its kind in the history of club Quidditch in Britain and it has turned a lot of heads with the announcement. The ministry sources said that the Department of Sports had no objections to Mr. Crumb joining the league since there are no rules prohibiting international players from joining the league. The club has also made it clear that Mr. Crumb will be excused from his club duties to play for the Bulgarian national team when the need arises, as this is an explicit term of his contract. Jeremiah Wright, the manager of the club, said, "We are positively elated with Mr. Crumb joining our club. He will be our starting seeker in all our games during the period of his contract and we hope that he will be an asset to the team, helping us clinch the title with his performance." Mr. Crumb had the following to say on joining the club: "I am happy to be here playing club Quidditch for Puddlemere United. They will keep me in practice and I would love to know the people more. I visited Britain once during the Triwizard Tournament but I could not see the country. I hope I will get a chance to visit places when I am not playing. This news is sure to soar the club's popularity to new heights and there will be a guaranteed increase in turnout for fans for the games ahead. We at the Daily Prophet wish good luck to Mr. Crumb for the season ahead." The newspaper had also published a poster-sized photograph which showed Crumb and Harry side by side as they walked out of the building of the club. They seemed to be laughing in the picture and the caption read "Harold Peverell with Victor Crumb" after the latter was leaving the club after his signing. The news which accompanied the poster read, "After Mr. Crumb had been signed up by Puddlemere United, he was seen leaving the club with none other than the Chosen One, aka the boy who lived, Harold Peverell himself. What the Chosen One was doing there is anybody's guess. The rumors are that Mr. Peverell came along to show support for Mr. Crumb, who we are told had become friends with the latter during the Triwizard Tournament. A few sources close to the Chosen One suggest that he was asking for tips about improving his game from Mr. Crumb. It is pertinent to mention here again that Mr. Peverell, who plays as Seeker for Gryffindor, is one of the best Seekers to have ever played at Hogwarts. His record shows that he has never lost the snitch but once due to interference from Dementors. Susan finished reading the article. She chuckled. Daphne eyed her. "What's so funny, Susan?" Susan showed her the newspaper. "They are insinuating that Harry needs tips to improve his game. Also, I think they won't ever realize that Harry hates all the attention being lavished on him. Though I must admit that the poster is gorgeous, isn't it?" Hannah, who was sitting across from her, said, "I can imagine how many witches will have it pinned to He walls in their dorms and fantasize about them, can't you?" Daphne wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Do you have to be so crass, Abbott? I swear you and Tracy came of the same stock." Susan chuckled. Finally someone who agrees with me, but I'm with her on this one. It would be a wonder if by lunch we did not see this poster in girls' dorms in every house. I swear I will hex anyone who tries to do it in Hufflepuff though. Daphne grinned. It won't happen, at least in the 5th year Slytherin dorms. Lilith is in a serious relationship with Ernie. Tracy is busy with her redhead. I get to see the real thing before me every day, and Millicent is busy with Malfoy. She thinks he is the center of the universe. They had been at breakfast on Monday morning before classes and they were both waiting for Harry to return to the castle. They had chosen the Hufflepuff table this morning for breakfast. Their friends were sitting around him. Hermione's attention was on the 3rd page where the rest of them had not reached yet. The headlines screamed, "Muggle Massacre in Middle of London." Last evening, the Death Eaters raided the heart of London where they attacked unsuspecting Muggles outside a diner. Here was a substantial queue of patrons waiting to be seated. Before the Ministry Aurors could intervene, about 20 Muggles, including 6 Bobbies, Muggle law enforcement officers, lost their lives in the attack. When the Aurors arrived, they captured 2 underage wizards who were recently expelled from Hogwarts for trying to kill one of their year mates at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What is of concern is the involvement of underage wizards and witches in this conflict now. With the Dark not being choosy about its followers, how will we be able to retaliate against them? Hermione was frowning. Ron had one of her hands between his hands. He was consoling her, trying to calm her down. At just that moment, the double doors opened and Harold Peverell walked in. The students read a moment to see him and then they returned to the serious business of consuming food. Harry walked up to their friends and sat next to Susan. She opted to sit very close to him, almost as if hugging him, while Daphne sat on the other side of Susan. The way both witches whispered things to each other was still making Harry nervous. What exactly had happened between the two of them? Before he could ask anything, he heard someone clearing his throat behind him. He turned to find Severus Snape, pointing towards the door with a subtle movement of his chin. With that he walked out of the hall. Harry got up about a minute after Snape left. He walked out of the Great Hall with Susan in tow. Severus emerged from the shadows of the entrance hall when they entered. As they entered, he cast a privacy ward on the room and turned to them. In the last meeting, a decision was made to attack the Bones Manor. They have an elaborate plan to keep the Ministry forces busy at other places while they try to attack and maybe kill Madame Bones. There have also been talks about attacking the Weasley home and Longbottom Manor. I have told Dumbledore about it, but I thought it would be prudent to let you also know. With that, Snape walked out of the entrance hall. Harry pulled out his wand and cast the Patronus spell. The Snow Leopard burst out and he said to it, "Go to Bill Weasley. Tell him to evacuate the burrow and shift to Weasley Manor. The burrow will be attacked any day." Now, the Snow Leopard sailed out of the room. Harry returned to the Great Hall. When he had taken his place again, he turned to them. "Jeremiah Wright has invited us to Puddlemere United's opening game. It'll be some time during the Easter holiday and he has promised to keep some seats for us. I have accepted his invitation. Also, Bill Weasley is going to marry the day before Beltane and our favorite Marauder duo are having a double wedding on Beltane. I must say, I'm excited for these events. They promise to be fun." As breakfast was winding down, Dumbledore stood up to get everyone's attention. "Attention, students. This announcement is of particular interest to those of you who are Muggle-borns. I have recently received communication from the Goblins of Gringotts. They have consented to come to Hogwarts and conduct inheritance tests, right here, in this very hall. For those of you who wish to undergo the test, you must first learn what it means to become a vassal of an ancient house. Second, you must find a member of an ancient house to sponsor you. There is also a cost for the test, but this can be covered by your sponsor. Professor Lester will be giving a lecture with questions and answers, here, at 3:30 p.m. today for those of you who are interested in taking the test or sponsoring another student. The Goblins will be here in the afternoon next Sunday. Germany. Voldemort had to be content with his progress. True, he had failed to add any new Death Eaters to his ranks, but 100 wizards who were Ned mercenaries was nothing to sneeze at. He had seen them fight. Not only were they fearless, they were also superior in strength, more disciplined and had greater skill than most of his followers. Ire had carefully honed the men under his command, making them into superior killing machines by artfully using the knowledge he had gained from Master Abaddon. He had also curtailed his own ambition and ran an organization together with others, making them his equal. Meyer never had been the one to have very high ambitions for himself. He certainly preferred to sit back and watch the carnage rather than to step in and do it himself. Voldemort had plans for the immediate future that included starting towards Romania while collecting more followers in Austria. Meyer had agreed to hire out his best fighters to him. He was also trying to understand the disposition of ICW's forces and what he would need to overcome them. Unlike Meyer, he was not content with his sphere of influence being contained in Wizarding Britain. He wanted to expand into other countries eventually with a large army at his back. For the purpose of that army, it was necessary that Wizarding Britain fell before him. He would recruit some help in Austria first. Then he would go to Romania to make alliance with the vampires. The final leg of his journey would be to find Master Abaddon in Greece. His master would have the answer to his woes and may have a solution for him in the current predicament. He would be able to tell him some way that Voldemort would be able to kill the boy in their next clash. Voldemort knew that he could defeat Harold Peverell, but he needed some help which he would get from his master. He had already been briefed by Meyer that the reigning Dark Lord in Austria was not one to cooperate. So Voldemort would have to thoroughly defeat him to get the loyalty of his men. That Dark Lord, however, did not live in some fort but in a forest. The forest was teeming with creatures magical as well as mundane. There were many trees within the forests which were obviously magical and could kill anyone. Somewhere in the middle of the forest was his hideout. There was no saying how many followers he had. Meyer also told him that the wizard was adept at dark magics and particularly at blood magic. Voldemort would be careful to ensure that he did not let his blood flow or that his enemy got his hands on it. There was only one way to win over him, and that was in an open duel. He would kill him and then claim the loyalty of his followers as a right of conquest due to having defeated their master. Before he met him, however, he would have to locate them in the forest and brave his way through all sorts of dangers which were in his path. If he ever succeeded in passing through those dangers untouched, he would get to face his adversary. To Voldemort's astonishment, they did not even know his name but only that he was a force to reckon with. For now, he was in a hurry to leave because of the message he had received from Meyer. Meyer had housed him in his mansion and gave him all the comforts that were available to him, treating him as an honored guest, but Meyer, by his actions, showed that him under his roof. Voldemort was nothing but a guest. A day ago, Meyer had come into his chamber and said, "Voldemort, we need to talk now." Voldemort drawled coldly, "What do you want, Waldham? The ICW has got news of your presence here, and I have heard that they are going to close the borders of the country to try and contain you. Then they will let loose their war contingent upon us." He questioned in his cold drawl, "Why not fight with them? You have so many followers. Fight with them and annihilate them at once and for all." Meyer looked at him as if he had grown two heads. "Have I not told you, Voldemort, that we cannot fight the ICW? Their forces are huge. If they started their crackdown on us, we have nowhere to run." Voldemort asked him indifferently, "What do you want me to do then? I am immortal and they cannot kill me." Meyer sneered, "I will not have my men die for your delusion, Voldemort. I would rather that you leave Germany as soon as you can. We will fulfill our contract and give you the help we promised, but that is the extent of it. As for your immortality, I have heard how a mere boy made you look like a boy when he was fighting with you." Voldemort sneered, "Do you not value your life, Waldham? Is it your wish to die?" Waldham waved him off. "The wards around this mansion would not let you fire any lethal spells. I also have more than enough followers see to it that you will not leave here in one piece. Be reasonable. Take our contract and go quickly from this place." Voldemort had not wanted to fight Waldham anyway. He was a force to reckon with, and when the time came, he would make him bow to his wishes. He would brand him and make him his commander in his war against the ICW. For now, he would be better off if he went on with his campaign and move onwards towards his journey. The more time he lost here, the more time the Ministry in Wizarding Britain got to put their affairs in order. Behind the mirror on the 4th floor, headquarters of the Order of the Snow Leopard. A few selected members of the Order had come for an emergency meeting. The agenda was the news that Severus Snape had delivered to Harry. Harry started, "This mornin'. Professor Snape accosted me and informed me that Bellatrix, who has been acting in Voldemort's stead, has given orders for attacks on the residences of ministry officials and prominent families, specifically the Burrow, Bones Manor and Green Hues. I have already warned Bill Weasley to evacuate the Burrow and shift to Weasley Manor. I'm open to suggestions about what we can do." Hermione asked him. "The ministry can protect them, can't it?" Harry shook his head. "One part of their plan is to conduct raids, create mayhem and keep the ministry too busy and distracted to deal with anything else. I dare say the ministry would be hard-pressed to respond to every such incident effectively." Daphne asked, "What can we do while we're here at school?" Harry shook his head again. "There's a lot we can do, Daph. I think the reason that Professor Snape gave us the information was to let us form some plans of our own in case the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix were too busy to respond. Does anybody have any ideas?" Susan said. "We could try house elves." Hermione looked at her in disgust. "You mean we ask house elves to fight for us? That would be barbaric." Susan snapped. "No, that's not what I meant, Hermione. I mean house elves have different magic from us. They can come and go from the castle as they wish, and almost every one of us has a house elf. Our elves can inform us if an attack is happening. Then we can go there with the help of our elves and return the same way. That way we would be well equipped to respond to any situation." Harry nodded. "That can be done, but we will need more than one elf. Perhaps we can borrow a few from Hogwarts when we need to move a lot of people. Also, in case of an attack, we can have them evacuate with help of house elves, then appear there to fight. I will put Creature and Dobby on these tasks starting now. You all would do well to ask your elves to evacuate your families from your houses in case of an attack before informing you." Ron spoke. "How about to guarantee our families' safety and speed up our response, they just bring them to a safe house?" They were all nodding. Harry said further, "Also we need to decide who would go." Immediately everyone started insisting that they all deserved to go and that they had been training exactly for that. Harry pacified them. "Listen, all of you. We can't just appear as an army out of the school. That would make everyone suspicious if so many of the students have disappeared at once. We will have to form groups that can help. Now I would like you all to give your suggestions for the groups. For my part, one would say that we keep a maximum of 4 students in a group." The twins chorused agreement. "We can form 6 teams at least, and that would be sufficient." Harry turned to Hermione. "Have you worked out the task that I gave you?" She nodded. "I have marked 50 who would fight with us in case Hogwarts is besieged." He nodded. "All right, I'd like to hear who can lead those teams." Ernie chipped in. "One should obviously be you. Another can be Longbottom. The third can be me. The fourth should be Greengrass. The fifth would be Duvant, and the sixth can be the twins." Harry asked everyone, as that agreed. When they all nodded agreement, he asked, "Now as to the teams. Can we make our own choices?" It was agreed that they could pick their own teams. Harry went first. "I would have Sue, Hermione and Ron in my team." Ernie went second. "I want Justin, Lilith and Terry." Daphne went third. "I want Mandy, Tracy and Faye." Duvant went fourth. "Since you all had your pick, I don't have much to go on, Everyone chuckled and he continued, "All right, I want Padma, Adrian Pusey and Harriet Jackson." It was Neville's turn then. "I want Hannah, Rupert McNaughton and Michael Corner." The twins went last. "We want the old Quidditch team." All the Muggle-born had gathered for the session with Professor Lester, where she was supposed to be explaining about Liegelord vassal bonds. Harry had decided to attend because he wanted to see how much Professor Lester was actually telling the students. If she withheld anything of what he had been told by Ragnarok, he was going to interject. Harry wasn't going to take on any more vassals unless they knew exactly what they were getting into. Hermione had decided to attend the session too. Griphook had told her something about it, but she had not taken the time to pick up a book and learn more. She had seen the expanse of her estate and the family vault, including the gold, and ordered Ironjaw to invest her gold to bring returns. Other than that, she had no idea of how the houses worked or what her duties were as a head of house. She had started attending Professor Lester's lectures when she could, and she understood a lot of things better than before. The topic of vassals was an intriguing one which had her interested. The house tables were standing at the side of the great hall to make room for small tables placed for the students to sit at. Everyone had parchment and quill ready before them as they waited for Professor Lester to start speaking. Harry chose a chair at the side where Professor Lester wouldn't notice him. At the appointed time, Professor Lester stood. She pointed her wand at her throat and muttered, "Sonorous." Her voice was magically amplified so that everyone in the great hall could hear her clearly even though she spoke at her usual volume. After she was sure that she had everyone's attention, she began, "As the headmaster said this morning, I am going to tell you all about the system of vassals. Vassals can be individuals or minor houses who haven't been around for long, as such they don't have the standing as the ancient and most noble houses, nor is their family magic as powerful or rich as the ancient and most noble houses. Vassals can be termed as subordinates to the ancient and most noble or ancient and noble houses. The need for such a system arose because at the time when this system came into being there were many feuds in our society, and these disputes were usually solved by brute force and magic. Since the older houses had powerful magic, the minor houses needed the protection of older, larger houses so that they wouldn't be bullied by other larger and more powerful houses. To this effect, the minor houses used to find a liege lord. A liege lord in return for protecting the vassals enjoyed their loyalty. The houses would remain loyal to him and would assist in protecting the family interests. If needed, they could implore their liege lord to fight for them. Another part of this arrangement was that when the lord was engaged in combat, using the family magic, he could call upon the power of his vassals when he is in need. They are bound by honor and magic to respond. If a vassal fails to respond or even shows reluctance to respond, Mother Magic can impose a severe penalty, which is generally removing the magic of the offending parties or their descendants, making them squibs. The same is true of the liege lord if he fails to defend his vassal honorably. However, there are only a few known cases where this has happened, and they were all instances of vassals having a direct conflict with their liege lord. Many a blood feud has taken place in the past where the feuding parties had no direct quarrel between them, but the liege lord was fighting for their vassal. The most recent example of such a blood feud was not very long ago, and it involved a family which claimed to have descended from one of the founders and a family which descended from a reverend house. When she finished speaking, Harry's eyes spread in wonder as realization dawned on him. The blood feud between House Potter and House Smith was because House Potter was fighting for one of its vassals. It made him wonder about the identity of the vassal house for which House of Potter went to such trouble. Hermione raised her hand. "Professor, can you elaborate upon what a liege lord can ask from a vassal?" "I will give you an example, Miss Granger. Let's assume that House of Potter is your liege lord and Lord Potter is fighting a battle. Sometime during the battle, he is exhausted and needs strength to go on. Since you are protected by his family magic, he can call upon the family magic to give him strength, and the strength would come from you. The vassal would be like a backup for the lord." Harry's eyes spread in shock as he realized what she was saying. "Professor, do you mean to say if I am drawing energy from my vassal, then they would be exhausted in my place?" Professor Lester shook her head. "No, Mr. Peverell. What I mean is that the more vassals one has, the more his strength would be augmented. The most powerful houses of old had immense power at their disposal due to the number of vassals that they had." Harry nodded. "Professor, if someone is lord of more than one house, how would it work in that case?" She smirked. "In that case, Mr. Peverell, the lord would have to call upon the specific house magic to augment his strength. For instance, if House Rosier had some vassals, you can call upon the magic of House Rosier and the vassals of that house would augment your strength. I believe you know how to summon the house magic since you demonstrated it in the middle of the Wizengamot." Harry clearly remembered the day. On the day of his investiture, he had summoned the spirit of the magic of House Black to prove his claim. One of the Muggle-born was asking, "Professor, how can we decide who would be the perfect liege lord for our house? I mean, are there some parameters for the said consideration?" She nodded. "For that purpose, you would have to see the power that the lord of that house wields, its standing in the wizarding world, whether he is able to fulfill his duties as a liege lord towards its vassal. If the intended lord fulfills these criteria, they are the perfect one to fill this role. You can also choose a liege lord on your personal preferences." After a few more inconsequential questions, the session was declared over. Students started moving out of the great hall. Harry stayed behind deliberately. When everyone was gone, he approached Cassandra Lester. "Professor, can you tell me the name of the vassal house for which House Potter fought a blood feud with House Smith?" She gave him a mischievous grin. "Why, Mr. Peverell, it was House Leicester. Austria." When Voldemort left Germany, it didn't take him long to get to Austria. As directed by Meyer, he found his contact in Austria with little trouble. His contact was a warlock who had helped Meyer every now and then, and Meyer in his turn rewarded him with enough gold to keep him loyal. The warlock's house was not overtly big or pretentious, but he lived in a quaint little two-floor cottage that looked like it had seen better days. Voldemort thought he had been duped by Meyer because no warlock would be living in such a squalid place. However, then his mind returned to the Gaunt's hack and what had become of it due to ill-keeping and the neglect of the occupants. His uncle Morfin was a humiliation to the noble name of Salazar Slytherin, and so was his grandfather. They did not have had the finesse and subtlety that a Slytherin ought to have. They deserved to die the way they did. He had not heard of his uncle since that day, except when he read in the Daily Prophet that he was carted off to Azkaban for killing a family of Muggles. He had felt a perverted pleasure at the looks of horror on the face of the Muggle who had the misfortune to be his sire. He had abandoned his mother when she needed him. They deserved to die for desecrating a noble pureblood with their taint. He had never felt any remorse for killing them, nor would he ever. He had come a long way since then. He was practically immortal. No one could kill him, not even Harry Potter. The boy was powerful all right, but there was no way that the boy could kill him, not with all the Horcruxes he had created. Still, the boy would have to die because the prophecy said that he was the only one that could kill Voldemort. With the boy out of the way, nobody could ever get in the way of his plans to seize absolute power. His musings were broken when he felt the presence of a ward around him. With a quick detection spell, his eyes spread in wonder. There were blood wards around the property. They could prove inconvenient to him if his host saw him as a threat. The cottage, which looked like a squalid shack from the outside, was magically expanded inside. It was furnished with all sorts of furniture and fine things which could be found in a wizarding home. The floor was covered with expensive carpets, while the walls were covered with portraits or paintings. There were torches in their brackets on the walls which gave light to the room. Also, his host seemed powerful to him. He could sense that this was a wizard who would be hard to defeat. "How can I help you, Voldemort?" The man brought him out of his musings. Voldemort said coldly, "My name is Lord Voldemort. Remember to address me as such, fool." Power crackled about the other wizard as he said haughtily, "Your arrogance is matched only by your stupidity. I will not pander to the likes of you, especially in my home. I do not suffer fools gladly, but I will give you one more chance to state your case for the sake of my friend Meyer. Test my patience again at your peril." Voldemort recognized all the tricks this guy was using. The wards, the special effects and all. It was flashy stuff, intended to intimidate, but Voldemort only felt a slight interest and mild annoyance that this wizard had the nerve to try it on him. Still, the power and the blood wards could not be faked. Taking this wizard out to erase the insults he had just uttered would be more trouble than it was worth. Besides, a dead wizard could tell no tales, and it just might annoy Meyer if he killed one of his friends. Very well then, he came for information, not a fight. Better to play by this guy's rules for now. He asked the man, "What do you know of the Dark Lord in Austria?" No one has even seen him, nor do they know his name. His most loyal followers aim to have seen his face, however no one matching that description has ever been found. He is a recluse who lives in the middle of a forest. His followers protect him with their lives. He is an expert in blood magics. He would toy with the likes of you for quite some time before he would put you down like a rabid werewolf. At my last reckoning, he had about 100 followers with him. That is all which is known about him. Has no one ever tried to catch him? Voldemort asked. I mean, if they had the numbers they could have hunted him down. The other wizard scoffed. Many have gone looking for him. The few that have returned never got anywhere near him. He lives behind blood wards, and you know what they are like. You cannot get into a place protected by blood wards if they are keyed to Somio. Nay, and you have plans to kill that someone exactly. And I have even heard that he is a parcel mouth. Voldemort sneered, "Your concern for my well-being is touching. Let the Blood Wards be my concern. Now, tell me where I can find him." The other wizard shrugged. If Voldemort wanted to dig his own grave, he was not going to stop him. Their adversary was powerful and the wards he hid behind could be broken unless someone applied a great deal of brute force to them, and even then it would require time to bring them down. Even if he were capable of doing it, he would need a small army to keep the defenders off of him while he did it, and the effort would leave him too exhausted to fight if he ever got it done. Voldemort was asking, if one could fly to his place directly over the forest, would his followers be able to stop him? The other wizard laughed evilly. Do you think that no one has ever tried that? First, that would not circumvent the Blood Wards. Second, whatever you fly in on, be it broom, hippogriff or thestral, it will be shot out of the sky and you will fall to your death. Even if you somehow manage to get through the Blood Wards and survive the fall, there are the guards to reckon with. You are but one wizard and you can't fight all of them and expect to live. Voldemort smirked. Leave that to me. Just tell me where I can find him. Unknown Castle. Groups of Death Eaters had been sent during the last hour to attack Muggle London. Their orders were clear: apparate in, throw killing curses around and be gone as soon as the orders arrived. To ensure that the Mini-Stry would be forced to send large contingents, they were sending big groups of Death Eaters, like 10 Death Eaters in each group. Their success last night had bolstered their confidence and they were starting to think that they could do whatever they wanted. There was no one who could stop them. Now that they were sure that the Ministry Aurors were busy dealing with the attacks in Muggle London, it was time to make their attack on the bigger targets. Rookwood had made it clear that the wards around Green Hughes could not be broken unless they were analyzed, so there were only 2 targets left for today: the home of the Weasleys in Devon and Bones Manor. The Weasley home was not very big or very old. It was a known fact that it was built only a few decades ago. Floors were added haphazardly as the family grew. There would be some nasty wards around the place courtesy of Bill Weasley, who was one of the finest curse breakers at Gringotts, but they would not stand up against a ward breaker. Though, say devices were made for the purpose of tearing down wards. Given sufficient time, they could chew through centuries worth of wards and it would take them only moments to destroy the wards around the Weasley home. They had sent 5 Death Eaters to Weasley home with a ward breaker. They needed the numbers because the Weasleys were a large family. It would not be amiss to be prepared, just in case. For Bones Manor, they had decided not to use the ward breaker as it would not make much headway against their wards without taking a lot of time, so they had decided to use brute force on it. Augustus Rookwood, who was instructing his men, had told them clearly not to use any killing curse on the wards. It was almost certain that Amelia Bones had taken to live at Bones Manor because it had centuries of war wards. Using killing curses on war wards meant certain death. In a way, they were more dangerous than the Fidelius charm because while the charm would conceal, the war wards would kill. Bellatrix had dispatched 9 Death Eaters to destroy the wards around Bones Manor and kill Amelia Bones. She was a formidable witch who could deal with 3 Death Eaters at once, and they would need numbers to destroy the wards with brute force. The Burrow. Bill Weasley had received the Patronus from Harry but had not yet vacated the Burrow for the manor. He liked his freedom as it was and he was not in the mood to leave. Besides, he was proud of his strength. He knew that he could deal with 2 or 3 of the Death Eaters by himself. Also, the wards he had erected would keep them out and give him some breathing room in case he needed to escape. He was also excited about his upcoming union with Fleur Delacour. She was the perfect witch for him and she loved him with all her heart. When he had seen her at Hogwarts, he was smitten, but in the aftermath of the tournament with everything else going on, he had not connected with her before she had to return home. It was the best day of his life when he noticed her in the lobby of Gringotts. She had just been placed here on her first assignment and they had bonded so well since the start. She was always very considerate towards him. She even put up with his family and his mother, who for some reason did not like her. Molly Weasley was a very affectionate mother who loved her children, but sometimes she could be overbearing and that irritated him. He had moved away from home as soon as he graduated because he knew he wouldn't be able to live his life as he wanted until he was out from under her hand. That was the reason that Charlie had also moved away from home as soon as he could. Now they were all back here with the war on their doorstep, and the only bright spot was his upcoming wedding. Mrs. Weasley had pulled out all the stops for it, and she had been busy making preparations. Every day she was at the Burrow asking his opinion about everything, like the color of the decorations, the flowers, and all the silly little details that he couldn't care less about. All he wanted was to get married to Fleur, and that was all. The rest of the details would have to be worked out by his father. He was the Lord, and as such it was his headache. Suddenly he heard the ward's chime, and cautiously he peeked out of the window. What he saw was enough to make him wary. About 5 Death Eaters were at the ward line, and they had a device among them on which they were working. He was a curse breaker, and he recognized the device. It was a ward breaker. The wards he had erected would not stand up to it for more than 5 minutes. He tried to use the flow, but it was down. He had a moment of panic before he remembered the letter he had received from Harry during the day. It had said to call his personal elf if he was in trouble. He decided that he would escape and let the Burrow fall, but not before he had given them something to remember him by. They had dared to invade his house, and he would be damned if he did not make at least some of them regret this decision in their afterlife. In the tombs he often had to go in, he had learnt a lot of curses and jinxes. There were so many of them that he knew and never used, but now felt like a good moment to put some of them to use. With a blasting hex, he blasted the door away and stepped out. Next, he waved his wand in an intricate motion with a sharp jab at the end. A silvery gray cloud erupted from his wand. As the cloud floated towards the Death Eaters in the distance, he was already ducking back inside, hollering, "Dobby!" The elf appeared before him with a loud crack. He said in his high-pitched voice, "What can Dobby for be's doing for Master Weasley? Dobby, can you please take me out of here to Weasley Manor?" The elf shook his head. "I not be going beyond the invisible ward." Bill asked, confused. "Invisible ward? You mean Fidelius Charm?" The elf nodded, and he continued, "Then take me to Hogsmeade. I will go home from there." The elf nodded, and holding his hand they were gone. Outside, the Death Eaters saw Bill waving his wand, sending a silver-gray cloud towards them. They didn't know what it was, but it was a good bet that anything a curse breaker would throw at their enemy would be lethal, and not in a pretty way either. They ran for their lives as the cloud pursued them, but 2 of them didn't make it. As the cloud engulfed them, they first started to laugh uproariously, but soon their laughter changed into cries of fear and shock. They let out such harrowing cries that the other Death Eaters shuddered to their core. When the fog finally dissipated, all that was left of the unfortunate duo was their skeletons and their wands. At that moment the ward breaker finished breaking the ward around the Burrow. As the surviving Death Eaters stormed in, they were disappointed not to find anyone in the house. They checked the entire house from the ground floor to the top. The only living soul they found was the ghoul in the attic. In the frustration of their prey slipping out of their hands, they killed the ghoul and torched the Burrow. Placing the dark mark in the sky, leaving the house ablaze, they disappeared. Bones Manor. At the time when the Burrow was being attacked, there were attacks happening throughout the realm of Wizarding Britain. The idea of keeping an eye on the tracers was working, since teams of Aurors were being sent promptly. As they had feared, the Ministry was being stretched too thin. That was the reason that no help arrived when the Burrow was attacked. If not for Harry's forethought, Bill might have been killed. Another team of 9 Death Eaters were approaching Bones Manor to attack it. Amelia had just returned from the Ministry, and she was about to sit down to dinner when the wards flared. She had sent her protection detail to the Ministry to deal with the attacks, and she was alone at that moment. She, however, did not lose her wits. Calmly summoning her elf, she ordered her to carry a message to the Ministry. She could have escaped the Anor, but she was not about to let Death Eaters touch her house or cause any damage to it. She would remind them why their master feared her. The elf had been instructed by Susan to report to her if an attack was happening before going anywhere else. The elf popped into the Hufflepuff dorms where Susan was immersed in a book, preparing for her owls. When the elf appeared, Susan was instantly worried. "Squeaky, what happened?" The elf was shaken and could barely speak. "Mistress is be attacked. Bad wizards at the manor. Mistress sent for help." Susan was freaked, but Hannah, who was near her, had instantly calmed her down. "Sue, don't worry. Remember Harry had told us plan to deal with such issues. I will send a message to him right away. Susan ordered the elf, Squeaky, take the message to the ministry. When they have received it, return to the manor and stand by in case Auntie needs to be evacuated. The elf curtsied and vanished with a pop. While Susan was giving instructions to the elf, Hannah tapped her wand to the wand holster to send a message to Harry, Bones Manor being attacked now. Auntie Amelia is alone. Help her. When Harry received the message, he jumped out of his bed rousing Ron, get up Ron. We're needed. Then he sent a Patronus to Hermione while he retrieved his traveling cloak to put on. Ron was up in a moment lunging for his wand on the bedside table. By time they were both in the common room, Hermione arrived on the run. Harry was inwardly grateful that Neville was not in the dorms at that moment or he would have insisted on coming along. Harry had sent for Creature to take Susan to Bones Manor while Dobby, who had just left Bill in Hogsmeade, apparated Ron and Hermione to outside of Bones Manor. Harry knew where he had to go, so he had no problem apparating there. He instructed Dobby to inform Remus as soon as he had apparated Ron and Hermione there. When they appeared there at a distance from the ward line of the manor, he could see at least 9 Death Eaters who were casting at the wards, trying to bring them down. Being centuries old they were, built on ley lines and powerful, they wouldn't be down in 5 minutes like the wards at the Burrow. Given his experience with the Mystics, Harry thought he could reliably take on 6 of them by himself. That left 1 each for the Order members who were with him. So, a fair fight then. He awesome. Ed command of the team and started laying out the battle plan. With any luck, we should be able to take out 4 of them before they even know we're here. Attack from cover, attack their backs. Attack all at once on my signal. And make sure that we all attack different targets. We must use spells to cripple or kill, not stun or disarm. We cannot afford to allow any of them to re-enter the fight once we've got them down. While they were moving into position, there was a faint pop as figures started appearing out of thin air. Evidently a few of the Order of the Phoenix members had been at the cottage on the hill with Sirius and Remus. They had decided to come. There were Sirius, Remus, Emmeline and Sturgis Podmore. Sirius asked him, "What's going on, Harry?" Harry hastily explained, "Auntie is alone inside the manor. The Bones Elf came to warn us about it. I suppose Aurors will be on their way soon. We were just about to ambush them." Sirius looked like he wanted to chastise him but was trying not to. He gritted his teeth. "Stand back you lot, you have no business here. Harry, you should not have dragged them here." Susan protested defiantly, "That's my auntie in there. It's my choice to fight or not." Remus pacified them, "Why don't we change strategy? Emmeline, Sirius, and Harry will attack from here. The rest of you can go in and help Amelia bolster the numbers." Harry turned to Susan, "That makes sense, Sue." She tried to protest but he pulled her close and kissed her. "We'll have time to fight about it later, Sue. Let them handle it." She reluctantly agreed. He had the elves take them inside. When they were out of harm's way, Harry turned to them, "So what's the plan?" Sirius grinned, "Just one plan, pup. Attack." The Death Eaters realized too late that they were surrounded. They had not been able to make a dent in the wards when 2 of their numbers fell to the ground, their bodies twisted in such a way that there was no doubt that someone had used bone breakers on them. They turned around, realized they were about to be taken down by some of the most powerful wizards and wanted to run, but it was too late. Harry had already snared one of them in the firewhip, cleaving his head cleanly off his body, and engaged another. Sirius had pierced another one with a javelin through his heart and was trying to kill another with cutters. Remus already had one spread on the ground, his limbs flailing and his eyes vacant with a wound to the side of his head, and the other had raised a shield, wary of the werewolf. Emmeline had shattered the spine of her opponent and was standing by with her wand ready in case any of the others got into trouble. It was at this point when Moody arrived on the scene with 3 other Aurors. They responded as quickly as they could. WH.N. Squeaky had brought word to the ministry. The first thing he did was fire a bone-shattering hex at the back of the head of the one Remus was fighting. The other Aurors didn't have much to do as Harry's opponent went down to a spell chain of Shield Breaker, Bone Breaker to the wand arm and Bone Crusher to the chest. Sirius, opponent lost his wand hand to a cutter, then lost his life when his skull exploded. The only survivors among the Death Eaters were the first two who went down to bone breakers to their legs and wand arms. Just to be on the safe side, Moody stunned them, then bound them from head to toe with chains. It looked like they might be having trouble breathing in there. The other Aurors gathered up the wands of the fallen would-be assassins. The battle was over within minutes. Amelia was informed that it was safe to come out. When she did come out, she was scowling. "Harry, why did you bring Susie here? I had already sent for the Aurors and I could deal with them. There as no reason for children to get involved." Behind her, the three children looked queasy from all the blood and gore of the battle. Harry was sure that they would throw up sooner or later. Moody growled, "It's a good thing that they were here. Most of our men are already engaged in little skirmishes all over Wizarding Britain. By the time we were able to respond to your situation, it might have been too late." Harry approached Amelia. "I'm sorry, Auntie, if you feel that what I did was wrong, but you were important to us. We could not risk you." Moody asked him curiously, "How did you know that you were needed here though?" Harry shook his head. "Sorry, Master Auror. The Order of the Snow Leopard has its ways." Moody barked a laugh. "I will be sure to mention this order to the Daily Prophet." Hat'll get the Death Eater's robes in a twist. Sirius asked him, "What'll you do with the two survivors?" Moody growled, "I like to break them, Black. A man needs some entertainment, doesn't he? GHT even get some useful information out of them while I'm at it." It turned out that another one was alive. Well, sort of. By the looks of the wound to the side of his head, he wouldn't ever be talking again even if he did live. Leaving Moody to deal with the situation, the students returned to the castle. Sending Ron and Hermione up to the dormitories, Harry and Susan sneaked up to the astronomy tower. They chose a secluded corner to sit and cast some charms about them to keep the weather away and indulged in stargazing with mugs of hot chocolate in their hands. Susan asked him, "Harry, did you not feel remorse when you killed them?" Harry took some moments to answer her, "I don't take any pleasure in killing. They were there to kill your auntie. Who knows how many they have killed before. Rear would have gone on to kill if we had not stopped them. If I had not killed them, I would be responsible for every life they took from that time onwards. Non-violence is good, but when you're at war, non-violence and mercy may not be an option." "An intriguing thought, Harry, but seeing you are breaking curfew with Susan here, I think a detention and 20 points apiece is in order," said Albus Dumm. Blador, who was standing at the door of the astronomy tower, his eyes twinkling and a serene smile on his lips. "Ministry of Magic, what are we doing to ensure the safety of Muggles, Alistair?" Frank roared. "We are supposed to protect them and yet their casualties are mounting. Tell me how we can help them and protect them. It's one small mercy that he is not yet sending Dementors to do his bidding. If they were involved, we would be more hard-pressed to deal with those situations." Alistair Moody had no answer for the minister. They were able to dispatch quickly thanks to the tracers, but it still wasn't quick enough. If only there was a way to be there waiting when the Death Eaters arrived. But that was impossible. He shook his head. "I can't see any way that we would be foretold about an attack at any place. I mean, we try to be as quick as we can be, but it just isn't quick enough. By the time our people arrive, the Death Eaters have already fled, leaving carnage and the dark mark hovering in the sky. Our Obliviators are collapsing from exhaustion, trying to keep up with the workload. I swear, if it weren't for the International Statute of Secrecy, I'd enlist the Muggles instead of obliviating the lot of them. What's more, with all these random attacks recently, we're stretched pretty thin. We don't have enough people to deal with it all. The only thing I can think of is to put Aurors and trainee Aurors on patrol all over the country, but I'd rather not do that because I can only send them out in ones and twos so they could get jumped and killed. The other problem is that Rainey, who's out on patrol as a trainee, that's not training. We're just going to have to come up with another way to deal with this menace." Frank nodded. "Keep working on it, Alistair. One of us is sure to come up with something. Let's hear today's report. In the 10 raids that the Death Eaters did tonight, we lost about 30 Muggles. 10 more were grievously injured and were taken to St. Mungo's for treatment. The Obliviators are working double shifts and we lost 2 Aurors tonight. The burrow was burned to the ground and their family ghoul was killed. Bones Manor was also attacked. 6 Death Eaters were killed and 1 more succumbed to his injuries without regaining consciousness later. The two survivors are awaiting my attention. I am also told that Bill Weasley had just vacated the burrow on advance warnings of a well-wisher. We also found 2 skeletons at the burrow which we are certain were Death Eaters once. We intend to question Bill Weasley about it later. At Bones Manor, we were elate in responding to the distress call. Madam Bones, security detail was at the ministry. When we arrived on the scene, the members of the Order of the Snow Leopard and Order of the Phoenix were already on the scene. They had already handled the situation, he finished. The Order of the Snow Leopard. What is that? Frank asked. Moody grinned. It's a secret society like the Order of the Foen. Ixon, it works in close coordination with the Order of the Phoenix. The whereabouts of the leader are not known, nor is his identity a public matter. What we know for certain is that they have their own ways to reach somewhere ahead of the Aurors, and they can fight well. Frank glared at him. Don't talk in riddles, Alistair. What is this new order? Moody shook his head. Sorry, can't talk. I've taken a vow of silence about its members. Rest assured that they are friends. Hogwarts. Breakfast time saw most of the members of the Order of the Snow Leopard sitting at the far end of the Gryffindor table for breakfast under a silencing ward. Hermione was comforting Ron, who hadn't taken it well when he received a letter from Arthur telling him that although Bill had escaped harm, the burrow had burned down and the family ghoul had been killed. Arthur went on to say that he felt it was better to hear it from his father first than to read it in the Prophet. It was certain to be on the front page. Harry had told the twins and Ginny about it while Hermione worked on Ron. They were relieved that no one else was harmed, and Ginny joked that perhaps Ron was sad about the ghoul which had been his childhood companion. The Daily Prophet had a field day with the attacks the next day. The front page of the newspaper had a photo of the blazing inferno that had been the burrow. The story read, Ministry officials attacked. Yesterday, the Death Eaters attacked the Ministry of Magic officials' residences while attacks were being made on Muggles. In the raids conducted throughout Muggle London, it is estimated that about 30 Muggles were killed while 10 more were grievously injured. As it later turned out, the said attacks were done to distract the Ministry forces and keep them occupied while the Death Eaters attacked the homes of Ministry officials. One such attack happened on the home of the Weasleys in Devon. By the time firefighters, Muggle authorities who deal with fire and related catastrophes, arrived, the home was already a total loss. Luckily, the only casualty was the ghoul they kept in the attic. Lord Weasley had this to say about the incident: we had changed residence about 6 months ago after the Triwizard Tournament. We have always believed Albus Dumbledore and Lord Peverell's word that Voldemort was back. Accordingly, we took precautions to keep ourselves safe. That, however, was not the end of it. A short while after the attack on the Weasley home, there was another attack at Bones Manor, and Madam Bones was home at the time. The attacking Death Eaters were swiftly dealt with through the intervention of members of the Secret Order of the Phoenix and a new force calling themselves Order of the Snow Leopard. When Aurors from the Ministry arrived, led by Master Auror Mad-Eye Moody, there wasn't much left for them to do. The Ministry has commended the efforts made by the said orders and their members in helping the Ministry forces to tackle the menace of Death Eaters. There was another piece of news in the lower half of the newspaper which read, The Order of the Snow Leopard. Vigilantes are another menace. The press release issued by the Ministry of Magic Saint Knight stated that members of the Secret Order of the Phoenix and a hitherto unknown group calling themselves Order of the Snow Leopard combined forces to thwart the Death Eater attack on Bones Manor. It is widely known that the Order of the Phoenix was a factor during the last war, and they actively opposed the Death Eaters at great personal risk and sacrifice. What was not known was who the members of the said order were. It has been speculated that such upstanding members of our society as the late Edgar and Ellie Bones, the late Lillian James Potter, our General and his wife, and Alistair Moody were some of the members, with no less a personage than Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore as their founder and leader. As of this writing, little to nothing is known about this new Order of the Snow Leopard. If anyone knows anything about their membership or objectives, they're not talking. One Ministry insider has speculated that they are a splinter faction from the Order of the Phoenix that was not content with the older Order's leadership. The same source has also put forward that this new faction may have its own designs on controlling our society. Apprehensions remain about this order and its objectives, but we hope that it is not yet another threat to our way of life that has reared its ugly head. Harry read the paper and let out a long sigh. Mandy, who was sitting near him, asked, "What happened?" "Bad news in the paper," Hermione said darkly. "It's just the Daily Prophet being an idiot again. There's this stupid article, full of dark speculation about the Order of the Snow Leopard. It's nothing but speculation and innuendo and not solid facts or reputable sources. I thought they had stopped publishing this sort of rubbish." Daphne said, "Relax, Hermione. They're just speculating. I'd have thought you were used to it by now." Harry clamped down hard on his occlumency shields to keep from smirking. He said seriously, "Try to put yourself in their position. This EU faction shows up out of nowhere and takes out a bunch of Death Eaters and there's nothing known about them. When their reporter tries to investigate, they get stonewalled and they don't know if the new guys are helping out the ministry or eliminating the competition, and they can't publish any facts and certain types of rumors to sell papers. So, that's what they publish. I wouldn't worry too much about it." Hermione shook her head. "I guess you were right. I overreacted." Terry asked them, "So what happened yesterday? I mean, you people were obviously in the middle of it." Ron scowled. "Yeah, some adventure." He waggled his spoon at Harry with a potato still speared on it. "Before we could fire a single curse, some of our backup arrived and they forced us to safety. Among us, nobody except him got a chance to do anything." Harry turned to him. "Ron, this isn't some sort of kid's game. Some of us could have been killed if things went badly. We are last resort backup, not hardened combat troops. I'm glad the others showed up when they did, or we would have had to fight 4 on 9. I've said it before and I'll say it again, we are not the main force or ministry ors. We have to be more careful out there because we are less experienced." Neville asked him why I was not informed. Harry warily eyed him. "Did you by any chance forget that you have your own group? If needed, I would have sent Dobby to fetch you." At that moment, they heard the familiar slow drawl of Severus Snape behind them. "Potter, the headmaster has told me to inform you that you and Miss Bones will be serving your detention with me this evening at 7 o'clock in my office. As much as I loathe wasting an evening with you, I have to abide with the headmaster's orders." Harry actually had the audacity to smirk. "Of course, Professor. We will be there at 7 o'clock. As Snape turned to go, he said over his back, "And 10 points from Gryffindor for the smirk, Potter." When Snape was gone, Hermione asked, "What just happened? Was it my imagination or was Snape actually trying to smirk at you? And I noticed his voice didn't have the usual vitriol in it. Are we sure it is Professor Snape and not someone using polyjuice?" Harry gave her a very mischievous grin. "You would have to ask him, Hermione. As for whether it's Professor Snape or not, I don't think someone can actually copy his mannerisms." Hannah asked them, "Also, when did you get a detention from Dumbledore?" Harry blushed a little. "It was when we had sneaked up to the astronomy tower for stargazing after we had returned. Dumbledore found us there and put us in detention. Things in the castle, on other hand, were business as usual. The students were enjoying the last of their youthful innocence before war would claim it from them. Between morning sessions to start again, Harry reinstituting the morning workouts and the crunch of getting ready for their owls, it was getting hard to find the time to be up to anything else. For most of the 5th years, it was busy. For Harry, it was more so. There was the management of the Order of the Snow Leopard, the extra practice sessions in the Chamber of Secrets, business reports from Mooney, Inst. Ruction for the students practicing defensive magic in the Room of Requirement, and a number of students approaching him about sponsoring them for their inheritance tests. It was hard to find time to do the class assignments, and he wished he could use a time turner like the one Hermione had in 3rd year. He knew the material well enough, it was just finding the time to sit down and write it out. He had set certain hours to do the assignments on his weekly schedule, and he wanted to spend time with Susan too. Fortunately for him, Susan kept him honest. Whenever they got together, if he couldn't show her his finished homework, she encouraged him to finish it before they got up to anything else. If Harry objected, she simply reminded him that every minute he spent in detention was one less minute they could spend together. Her logic was inescapable, and Harry completed his work with a will. Flitwick was teaching at his usual pace, not fretting at all. He had made them revise all the charms he had taught them previously. At times he would quiz the students about how a charm could be used in a situation like a duel or a fight. At the end of class, he assigned 2 feet of parchment on the uses of the charms he had revised during the class. McGonagall was on the warpath since the term started. She was personally going after every student in the class. She kept after them until they could perform to her satisfaction. If some of them were having difficulty, she worked with them until they got it right. She would also keep testing them on things where she knew they needed work. Like Flitwick, she also challenged people in the class to come up with ways to use what she had taught that were unconventional. That forced the students to think. Simple book learning was not going to be enough to pass her class. It really showed the strengths of students who were good at the practical and thinking on their feet like Harry. Vikram had taught them the spells which were used as part of defensive magic, and he had not taught them anything more dangerous than a reductor or a blasting hex. As far as owls were concerned, that was all that was required. The curriculum of Hogwarts was such had it severely curtailed what he could teach to them, but with the spells that he had taught to them, even those who were not active members of the Order of the Snow Leopard would have no problem defending themselves if it came down to it. He had also taught advanced shields as well as the simple protega to students while stressing the importance of dodging. He had spent the entire year teaching all of them, making sure that they would be able to defend themselves even if they were not inclined to be fighters. Snape had been his usual sneering, drawling, sarcastic, criticizing self since the start of term, however, that had changed in the next lesson after 4 of his precious Slytherins had been expelled. They had just entered the dungeon and were taking their assigned seats when he started to speak in his low drawl. Since we have had 4 of our students expelled from amongst us, I believe it is time that we made certain adjustments. As there is not much time left in this term, you may all accommodate yourselves as you wish. Immediately Draco leaned in to say something in Runcorn's ear. She gladly traded places with Bulstrode. Runcorn moved over to join Dean Thomas. Parvati Poddle Pie read up with Fay while Lavender paired with the last remaining student, that being Seamus Finnegan. Of course, Harry, Ron, Daphne and Hermione, Neville stayed where they were. When the class started, SN. Ape had even smiled at Harry for something he said and at a comment which would have earned Harry a detention in the past. They had also seen Snape grin. Hermione thought she was seeing things. Nobody had ever seen Severus Snape grin, especially at anything Harry said. Evidently the sentiment was shared by Malfoy, who stayed after class. After others were gone, he asked him, "Professor, are you all right?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "What makes you think something is wrong?" He apprehensively said, "I have never seen you so much as smile before. Today you were grinning. And over something Potter said at that." Severus said indifferently, "I have my own plans for him. For now, that means that I have to appear to be friendly with him to win his confidence." Apart from that, Professor Sprout had Harry, Neville and a few other students come to the greenhouses a few times so that they could handle the plants which were housed in the new greenhouse. The new greenhouse was protected with some intricate wards and charms so that no one could get in by mistake. If someone got in there without knowing exactly what they were about, that would mean certain death for them. She had taught them everything that she wanted and had declared that they were as ready as they could be for the owls at the end of the term. The owls were the objective which they were vying for, irrespective of the war knocking at the door. Professor Hughes had them write 2 essays a week, and none of her essays were to be copied from the books. She never set a minimum length of parchment for them, but she told them to write in their own words, and she would mark them according to that. They would get their grades according to what they had written, so they would know how much more work they had to do. If she ever found that 2 essays were the same, she would put both students in detention and give them both T's for copying. A couple of students had actually started to think that perhaps they were better off when Binns was teaching them. Professor Hughes could be a holy terror. Hogwarts archives. Dumbledore was routing through the archives. They contained tomes, volumes, letters, and records of every type imaginable that dated from the time the school was first built. There were some volumes left by the founders that contained their personal journals and family records. That was the section where Dumbledore was looking. Harsh may have known the founders personally, but they didn't tell him everything. One such thing was the location of the Ravenclaw diadem. Albus knew for certain that the diadem was not with Rowena when she died. She had lied to everyone that she still had it, but the diadem had been taken by her daughter Helena Ravenclaw, who vanished with it. Alas, that was the end of the story which Dumbledore could find. There was no mention of the diadem anywhere after that. He, however, was hopeful that perhaps the diadem was recovered at a more recent point in time, or maybe Helena's descendants had attended Hogwarts under a different family name. Those questions could only be answered if someone accessed the family tree of Rowena Ravenclaw. Unknown to almost everyone, her family tree was kept in the archives of Hogwarts along with those of Hufflepuff, Gryffindor and Slytherin. He had once seen the family tree when he was introduced to the archives by Armando Dippet, the previous headmaster of Hogwarts. Since then, he never had a reason to access them. The next time that he had used that room, it was to check the family tree of Slytherin during the fiasco of the heir of Slytherin during young Harry's second year. The family tree had shown what he had always suspected. Voldemort Tom Riddle was the heir of Slytherin, since it never occurred to him that Voldemort could have made Horcruxes, or that one day he would have to find the elusive Helena Ravenclaw. There was no reason for him to check Rowena's family tree. The family tree was vast. It had so many branches that it took him quite a while to reach the name of Helena Ravenclaw. When he did, he was disappointed. Helena had died without marrying or having children, where meant there was no descendant of hers running around. It also made him wonder exactly how Voldemort had got his hands on it. He was about to leave when he found a very old journal kept neatly on one of the shelves. The name of the owner was scribed in neat bold letters on the spine and cover. Helena Ravenclaw. His heart started to hammer excitedly in his chest. Maybe this journal would be of some use to him to figure out what had happened to that diadem. It was a pity there was no portrait of Helena in the castle, or he could have asked it. Being honor-bound, it would have given him all the answers that he sought. He decided to read the journal thoroughly and try to find anything which might be of some use to him. Maybe he could enlist Harry and Neville's help in this task. They were young, had different ways of thinking than him. They would be able to see things in a different light than him. Clutching the journal tightly to his chest, he walked out of the archives. Unknown Castle. Bellatrix was seething. She had meticulously planned the attacks, and yet all she got for her trouble and 11 more of the faithful lost was a bonfire and a meaningless handful of dead muggles. No ministry officials. Not a single one of the ministry officials had died. She was sure that the ministry would find a way to keep the Death Eaters contained soon. The element of surprise which they had would not work for long. They lost 9 Death Eaters in the attack at Bones Manor, and 2 more had died at the Weasley home. She thought about why the Aurors were not so confident in the last war. It occurred to her that the Dark Lord always sent his commanders with any attack, and the Aurors feared them. This time they were sitting on their hands, sending their underlings to do their dirty work. The Aurors knew that the top brass would not venture out because of the huge bounties on their heads, while the underlings posed no threat to them. Perhaps it was time that she started venturing out on missions herself. That would bring some excitement to her and others. The castle was vast and the grounds extensive, but she was still starting to go stir-crazy. "What's the agenda of this meeting, Bella?" asked Rudolphus. She bristled. "Do not call me Bella. Try that one more time and I will crucio you." Dolohov pacified her. "You can sort your quarrel with him later. For now let us know why you've summoned us here. It is time that we went out and fought the Aurors ourselves. Rather than leaving that task to the troops. They will learn the meaning of fear when we show them our power. They shall see our faces and flee. They shall tremble at the mention of our very names. We shall not retreat when they show up. No, we shall stand and duel with them. They shall know pain, then they shall know fear, they shall know despair, and finally, they shall die." Dolohov grinned. "So when do I leave?" She smirked maliciously. "I will go first. I have some scores to settle. Maybe I will be lucky enough to run into Sirius Black and kill him." Keeping his face impassive, Severus listened to everything that was being said. He decided to relay this tidbit to the ministry. If the inner circle was going to step in, then the ministry was going to have to be ready to face a whole new level of threat. He would have no problem using an unforgivable after all these years. There was still enough hatred for the Dark Lord in him. It was time to channel this hatred. He gave a surreptitious glance around the room to consider who could be put under the curse and not resist it. Someone whose mind was already broken would be the perfect candidate. His gaze stopped, Head at Rabiston, who had been the most affected. As Severus understood it, the scion of the House of Lestrange never had much mental protection to begin with. Whatever he did have had eroded with the passage of time and exposure to the Dementors. He also did not have much in the way of willpower, so Severus would have no problem in subduing him. When the meeting was dismissed, he found Rabiston in his chamber. Lestrange. I want a word. Rabiston had once been a friend to him in school. He had helped him in some tight corners. He always saw Severus with favor, so it was safe to assume that He had no idea what was going to befall him. He smiled at the potion's master. Yes, Severus, do you need anything from me? Severus drawled. I was wondering if you had some fine meat around this place. I wanted to sit down with you and reminisce about the old days. Rabiston grinned. Funny you should ask. Father has been kind enough to send me so much that I won't run out for at least another 2 months. Come and have some. Severus kept him talking for about an hour. After he had filled him with enough mead, he leveled his wand at Rabiston and intoned, Imperio. Rabiston, who had no defense to begin with and was now deep in his cups, could do nothing to resist him. When Snape was sure that he was firmly under his control, he tossed a galleon to him. Whenever any of the members of the inner circle are going on a raid, send the place and time instantly on this coin. If you receive instructions on this coin, carry them out as soon as you are able. Be careful to act normally when anyone else is around. Never let them know that anything is amiss. If anyone suspects something, feel free to kill them discreetly. Now sleep. The coin had a protean charm on it which connected to a similar coin that Snape carried. The other man didn't need to know that detail. With that, Severus walked out of the chamber, leaving Rabiston to go to sleep. Snape had been avoiding having Harry Potter in detention with him since the beginning of the year, but orders were orders. Dumbledore had made it clear that Snape was to supervise this detention. However, he knew what he would have the boy in bones do. He had some frog brains in his stores that needed to be pickled, and he had been too busy to get to it himself with everything that had been going on. Not only could he get these two to perform this rather unpleasant task, it would also give him the opportunity to inform Harry about the changes in tactics the inner circle were planning. When they arrived, Severus was in his chair, reading a tome. He didn't look up from what he was doing. He said, You will both be pickling frog brains for me this evening. Gloves will not be required. Disgusting work it was, but Harry was a dab hand at it. Due to his extensive experience with the task from his detentions with Snape the previous years. Snape had not mentioned whether they were permitted to use magic for the task, but Harry decided that he'd best not push his luck and did it manually. It took them about 2 hours. Harry took a careful look around and could find no more frog brains to process. Harry carefully cleared his throat and addressed the professor. Professor, it would appear that we are done. Snape gave a critical examination to the line of freshly packed jars. Finding no flaw in the work, he nodded to Susan. Miss Bones, you can go. Harry looked quizzically at the professor. Then Snape continued, I want a word with you, Potter. Harry, being both curious and perceptive, realized that perhaps Snape had something important to discuss. The moment that Susan was out the door, Harry cast a locking charm and privacy ward. Snape did not disappoint, nor did he waste any words. In the last meeting at the Hidden Castle, Bellatrix Nameless decided that the Inner Circle members would start going on raids now. I don't need to impress upon you the gravity of this situation. If the Inner Circle is going out, things will almost certainly change for the worse. The Aurors may be outnumbered, possibly slaughtered. Certainly, greater care must be taken to prevent this. Of course, I have already told Dumbledore, but I thought you should know also. Harry nodded. He thought that up to now, the Inner Circle have been hiding, sending lesser minions out to do their bidding. So far, it hadn't worked out well for them. The Aurors had been killing or capturing about 10 times as many Death Eaters as they had lost in Aurors. If the Inner Circle were now desperate or arrogant enough to stick their slimy heads out of their hidey hole, Harry and his friends would have a crack at bringing them down. But he wasn't going to tell Snape that. Thank you for telling me, Professor, but I don't know what I would do with that information. It's not as if I am an Auror or a soldier. The Ministry is in charge and General Longbottom is their commander. We are in capable hands. A week later, Austria. Voldemort knew that he had to death. Eat the Dark Lord in Austria if he wanted to augment his forces. The major problem, he thought, was how to defeat the Blood Wards. Given time, he could break them, but not while having to fend off the followers of the other Dark Lord. Evidently there were many and they could all band together against him. He knew that even he could not face more than 6 or 7 at once, so that was going to be a problem. Besides, who knew what they could do to him? He did not know their capabilities, and Voldemort had no illusion that these would not be ruthless, cruel wizards just like himself. He remembered that Adon had told him that Blood Wards could not be broken by sheer will alone, because if one could do that, the Blood Wards would have been worthless. What he did know was that there was a limitation to the Blood Wards. One simply could not cast a Blood Ward over a very large area. If he could ascertain the limit of those wards, there was a lot more that he could do than just cast ward breakers mindlessly. Since he had started this quest, Voldemort had realized that he never attained the finesse that he wanted while he was young. He was subtle, manipulative and sneaky when he was still known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, but ever since he became Lord Voldemort, he had lost his touch. Everything that he did after he had become Lord Voldemort was known to the old fool. Albus Dumbledore knew everything that went on in the wizarding world, and he had always interfered with his work. He had been able to fool Armando Dippet when he opened the Chamber of Secrets for the first time. Opening the chamber was not a big deal for him. He had heard about the legends of the chamber, and asking a few questions of the right people, he had got an idea about where the chamber could be. It had taken him a few hours of roaming around the castle and inspecting every nook and cranny before he stumbled upon the bathroom. When he found the tap, he had no idea why there would be a snake on the tap, but his curiosity had been piqued when it opened with parcel tongue. However, before he could fulfill his dreams of eliminating the Mudbloods, Myrtle Warren had been in the wrong place at the wrong time and died from the basilisk stare as it emerged from the Chamber of Secrets. Her death had been ill-timed. His plans had to be put on hold. Ever since that day, Dumbledore had dogged his steps, and perhaps he kept track of his business with the help of sorcerers around the world. Dumbledore definitely knew when Voldemort started on his campaign. He had resisted him at every step. He was thankful that Dumbledore did not know about his Horcruxes, or the old fool would have been on the warpath to seek and destroy them. Little did he know that between Harry, the Mystics and Dumbledore, 5 had already been discovered, and they were already on the trail of the remaining 2. There was a link with Horcruxes that Voldemort had ignored over the years and had never stopped to think about it. He was afraid about Slughorn. If the potions master ever told Dumbledore about their conversation, his secret would be in danger. However, with Slughorn's whereabouts unknown, it was entirely possible that Dumbledore would never know about his secret. He thought, however, that he should have killed Slughorn just to be on the safe side when he had the time, but the pesky little fondness he used to have for the potions teacher and the thought that maybe Slughorn could be seduced to join the dark had stayed his hand. Slughorn was a fool who basked in the reflected glory of his famous students, was loyal to Dumbledore, and was firmly entrenched in the light. The very thought of undying loyalty made Voldemort's stomach squirm. He had never been loyal to anyone but himself. He had no delusion that anything other than fear, greed and prejudice kept his own followers in line. He tortured them every now and then to remind them why he was feared. He knew that they were no better than cockroaches who would run for cover when the light is turned on. Most of them had run for cover when he fell to Harry Potter. They had returned the moment he gained a body, but he was sure most of them only came back because they knew what would happen to them if they didn't. They were leeches, but he had his uses for them, or he would have crucioed them until the last one went insane or died from the pain. He had spent the last week probing the edges of this Dark Lord's blood wards, trying to determine their extent and how to bring them down. Even with all of the stealth at his command, he was being careful not to use too much power lest he attract unwanted attention before he was ready to fight. It was as he had been told. The amount of force required to bring the blood wards down by force would leave him exhausted and vulnerable. Bringing the wards down by subtlety would require time and a myriad of complex spells which he could not perform while fighting off defenders. Interwoven with the wards were detection spells that would alert the Dark Lord as soon as he started to try and bring the wards down. There was one place that appeared to be a weak spot in the perimeter, but this was an obvious trap. He decided, instead, to work on the place where the wards appeared to be strongest. It would be interesting to see what the other dark wizard was trying to hide there. Voldemort began his work by laying down some wards of his own. If any wizard came within wand range, he would know about it. Next, he carefully drained and dismantled the other wizard's detection wards. The next layer was the concealment wards. Under those were more detection wards. The ward stones were buried deep under the roots of what appeared to be ancient trees, but this was a lie. None of the trees were more than 20 years old. They had been force-grown and made to look ancient with magic. When he was absolutely certain that the last layers of detection and concealment were dispelled, he simply vanished the blood which formed the runes of the final blood ward. He could feel the power of the malevolent ward tremble, fade and finally die. The work of the better part of a day complete, and still, no defenders had appeared. Casting one more round of detection spells to make certain that he had created an opening, Voldemort took his first cautious step through the perimeter. Voldemort knew that defenders of some sort were bound to appear soon. Subtle or not, someone was going to notice his work and come to investigate. He wondered what kind of Dark Lord this man was. Did his people follow him with blind loyalty? Did they obey him out of fear of punishment as his own followers did? How many of them were willing to die to protect their leader? How many of them had to die before he would come out to meet the threat himself? Or would he use his minions as a shield while he made good his cowardly escape? Voldemort was curious, but it mattered little because regardless of what the answers might be, very soon, this man would grant his demands or die. He had only walked a few paces when he detected another batch of wards. These appeared to be older, less expertly made, but no less deadly. He guessed that this must have been the perimeter before the outer wards were made. Despite his firm belief in his own superiority, Voldemort was impressed. Even the oldest castles in Britain usually only had one perimeter of wards. Undaunted, he set up his own detection wards and set about his business again. He fully expected that sometime soon, one of the creatures or followers that this dark wizard had at his command would det him in spite of his best efforts at concealment. On the other side, the Austrian Dark Lord watched Voldemort's progress through his outer defenses. When one knew blood magic, it was a simple matter to turn any creature, insect or plant into a spy. Currently, he was using honey bees to do his reconnaissance. They can see into the ultraviolet, which makes the disillusionment spell useless. The snake-faced man had been poking around his perimeter for a week now. He had passed on the place where there were obvious weaknesses and decided to go where he was most strongly fortified. It wasn't a trap, it was a test of character. Whoever this fellow was, he was confident in his own abilities and not afraid of some hard work. He had already managed to create a breach in the outermost perimeter with the lightest of touch, showing that he knew how to detect and be subtle. But now, the man was working on the inner defenses, and that was going to need a response. With an apparition softer than thought, the man placed himself by the detection wards which Voldemort had placed earlier. He carefully removed the one that covered the tree where the rune stone was buried, then restored the runes in the next minute. The trap closed, he apparated back to his sanctum. Now came the time to test this intruder. Voldemort was still working on the first layer of concealment wards when a rapid series of pops followed by his detection wards flaring notified him that opposition had finally arrived. He felt a warm rush as his disillusionment spell was terminated. The first wizard died as his entrails exploded from his body. The answering bone breakers and stunners from the other wizards failed to find their marks as Voldemort was no longer standing there. An obsidian jet from Voldemort caused enough of the defenders to shrivel to a husk and expel a death rattle as he fell to the ground. Voldemort shielded as the remaining defenders blasted at him with Reducto Maxima and a wide-area stunner. For minions, these people were disciplined and seemingly not afraid to die. If he had dodged a second time, the stunner would have got him. They fired another volley at him, this time a shield breaker and 3 bone crushers. He dodged the shield breaker and returned the bone crushers. The third defender died as his skull exploded. With that, the defenders seemed to have had enough and they disapparated away. Voldemort attempted to disapparate away himself, but the result was a gut-wrenching sensation as he stayed right where he was. He tried to walk back out through the gap he had created earlier. But his magic let him know that there was something there that would be inconvenient if he attempted to pass through it. Left with no other course of action, he raised the 3 dead wizards as in fairy and returned to his work of destroying the wards. Knowing that subtlety was no longer useful, he went at it with a will. He had a war to start, a nemesis to kill and wizards to bow before him. Wizarding Britain was waiting for him. He had no time to waste. He was here to gain wands and knowledge to assist in his cause. It was time to bend this Austrian Dark Lord to his will or remove him from his path. He had always been rewarded in his quests for knowledge. Among other things, that had given him the Horcruxes that had preserved his life when he would certainly have died otherwise. His quest for power, however, that had led to his downfall with the Potter child, his body being distorted into its present form, that he had to forsake anyone who might have been his friend. Followers, minions he had. After today he would have more, but none of them were his friends. Eventually, he knew that there would be a day of reckoning, but he deluded himself that he could put off that day forever. The Austrian Dark Lord sat safely in his sanctum. As he heard the reports of his surviving followers, he was able to better size up the intruder. The wizard was methodical and deadly, not a hasty fool. He successfully fended off the coordinated attacks that were directed at him. He had no qualms about using the darkest of magic but was wise enough to stay away from the killing curse while within the wards. He had methodically dismantled the troops that had attacked him just as he had done to the wards. He had heard from Waldham Meyer that this Voldemort was actually a half-blood named Tom Riddle. He had been a favorite student of Abaddon, which meant that he knew of some old necromantic magic. The proof of that was how easily he had raised the dead wizards after they were slain. The other thing he heard was that this maniac cared nothing for the lives of his followers. He branded them like cattle. He would expend them at will if it served his purpose. Then why had he not brought any cannon fodder with him? Did he expect to take on the local Dark Lord and all of his forces single-handed? Was that hubris or confidence? From what he had seen so far, it just might be the latter. As he watched Voldemort chew his way through the layers of wards, he thought that perhaps, with an all-out battle, recklessly expending the lives of his followers, he just might be able to bring this wizard down. But the question was, would it be worth the cost? Unlike the invader, he cared for his followers. The way he taught and protected them in return for their service was much like the way vassals worked with the ancient and noble houses of Britain. Very well then, one more try before he confronted Tom himself. He asked for 10 volunteers to go out and face the threat, knowing full well that maybe none of them would come back alive. 30 of his most loyal followers stepped forward without hesitation, including the 3 who had already risked their lives against the unknown. He chose those 3 to lead 2 more men each. Finally, he chose out his best stealth expert for a special assignment. He knew Voldemort's reputation. This half-blood was the son of Merope Gaunt and a Muggle, Tom Riddle. The Gaunts were the insane, arrogant, sadistic, Muggle-hating last descendants of Slytherin. The maniac would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Perhaps it would be best to leave, to deny Tom his prize by vanishing to the ends of the earth, but he had never been a coward and he just couldn't resist the temptation to try his wand against someone who had become a legend among Dark Lords. Saint a drop of the invader's blood and he would see who came out on top then. To the remaining 20 volunteers he said, "I love all of you as I would my own sons. Thank you for your bravery and sacrifice. It is proof of the fierceness of your hearts that you put yourselves in harm's way without a second thought for yourselves. What I ask of you today is harder by far. You must gather up your brothers and your sisters and take them to safety. I and these few will delay that maniac so that you may live. Make haste. I don't know how long we can delay him." Dismissed. With that, the 20 scattered and began gathering up their comrades. Within seconds, only the 10 volunteers and their lord remained. He turned to his remaining volunteers. "You will form a 3-pronged attack from each side and his rear. Your squad leader will shield while the rest of you pummel the intruder with your deadliest spells. Pull no punches. You are not to attempt to take him prisoner. You, Schneider, will remain concealed. Take careful note of how he fights and report back to me when you have all the intelligence you can gather. The rest of you are to disapparate if he starts to take you out. Remember, the killing curse is a green jet. You cannot dodge it. You cannot shield from it. It can only be blocked by an intervening object or person. If he starts throwing those around, conjure or summon objects to take IT for you and get yourselves out of there. We have already lost 3 good men today. That's 3 too many. Am I clear? The men all replied, yes my lord, before they all disapparated. He knew Voldemort was here for more wands. He had heard of the fiasco that had been Germany and how the guild had bowed before him. But in bowing to Voldemort, Waldheim Meyer had actually shown good judgment. He had been able to prevent the loss of men, and at the same time, he had secured a promise from Voldemort that Voldemort would not brand the mercenaries loaned out to him. It was the best deal that they could get from the brutality that was Voldemort. He however had made up his mind to deal with Tom Riddle in a man-to-man confrontation. He might die but he would not bow to him. His master had not taught him to bow to a foe. He would not do that under any condition. By the time that battle came, he would know a whole lot more about the way Voldemort fought than the intruder would ever know about him. That plus the wards and just 1 drop of blood, and maybe, just maybe, he would have a chance. Ministry of Magic. Alistair Moody was in full drill sergeant mode, pacing back and forth in front of his best Aurors as he briefed them. They all stood at attention, following him with their eyes as he went. It was obvious to everyone present that the Master Auror was in a foul mood today, and that did not bode well for what was coming next. They wondered not for the last time that who in their right mind had chosen Alistair Moody to lead them. Alistair Moody was a menace. I trust you all know that we are at a crucial point in the war. I have received credible intel that the members of Voldemort's inner circle are going to come out of their hidey hole and take a personal hand in the attacks against us. This is supposed to be a surprise. He adopted a whiny sing-song tone. They expect that we will suffer massive losses and become terrified. He stopped pacing and glared directly at his troops. We are not surprised. The only terror that's going to happen is when they see what we've been training to do. You will not take any chances. The moment one of those slime bags shows up at a battle, your orders are to take them out with extreme prejudice. The only good Death Eater is a dead Death Eater. He roared, as that understood double exclamation mark. As one, the assembled Aurors snapped to attention and shouted, yes sir. He continued, in light of our current intel, I am reassigning your squads. With the intensity of battle being kicked up a notch, it is important that we send in our best fighters. All our best fighters have expressed their interest in going out there and fighting, and I am gratified that it is so. Rufus Scrimgeour will lead first squad. He has begged off his supervisor job in favor of remaining in active combat. Proudfoot is in charge of second squad. He has proved his worth in his service time and again. He turned to Savage. You, Savage, will lead third squad. He pointed at another Auror, Hestia Jones. You get the fourth squad. He continued, Vance, you have fifth squad. You are assigned to undercover surveillance and patrol. Dawlish, you have sixth squad. You are Poe, stead to Hogwarts, where you will keep an eye on the castle and the village. All additional squad leaders will be hearing from me as they are assigned. Alice, who was present, asked him, and what will be my role, Alistair? Alistair barked, you will be here at the ministry as our chief of logistics. You will keep an eye on every operation. You are also a part of our special ops tactical squad which we have created. You will be sent in only when heavy-duty backup is required. However, you will be on the front line at the final battle. Sirius asked him, what about me, Alistair? And you for that matter? How can you restrain yourself from going out where the real action is taking place? Alistair barked, you will be here, Black, training the recruits and showing them the ropes. Bartley will be assisting you as was decided. You are also a part of the special ops, and I would like it if you wouldn't venture out unless the general says so. I am tethered to my job of extracting information and coordinating our men. With that they were all dismissed while Alistair asked Sirius to stay back. When they were alone, he asked him, Sirius, can I ask a favor of you? Sirius nodded. What is it? Sirius, despite what we say or how we carry ourselves, it is not a secret that we are nowhere close to winning this war at this moment. Until the final battle, we can only wait, and while we wait, our losses are mounting. I have seen that wizards live all over England, and many of those came from Muggle-born families who live in Muggle areas. We can appeal to them to protect themselves and their Muggle Neighbors with a few protective charms which are quite easy to cast. The problem lies in the fact that Frank does not want them to endanger themselves and that the ordinary folks won't listen to us. But a figurehead, that might be a different matter. I figured that if your son were to make such an appeal, it would go a long way toward inspiring people to help each other. Sirius nodded. I understand what you are asking, Alistair. I can't speak for the lad, but I will speak to Harry and see if he will help out. As Sirius was about to leave, Moody said over his retreating back, just so you know, Black. Bellatrix is very vexed with being kicked off the family tree. She is actively looking for you and your son. Unknown Castle. The inner circle was meeting to decide which of them would be the first to go out. Bellatrix was presiding. Who do you propose should be sent on this raid? Mulciber Sr. volunteered eagerly. Let me go. The Aurors have taken my son captive. I know for certain that I won't ever see my son again. I want to avenge him. Glances were exchanged between Bellatrix and Dolohov before Bella asked, how do you propose to proceed? I will go to a Muggle-inhabited area and create mayhem around there. When the Aurors arrive we will kill as many of them as we can before we make our exit. Bellatrix sneered, fool, if we were still going for the shock and retreat strategy, why would we send a member of the inner circle? Whoever goes will be challenging the Aurors before going on to slaughter them. You'd have to show ruthlessness, cruelty and brutality to them to make them fear your name. If you can't do this then don't go at all. Lucius said, I want to go. I have scores to settle. Bellatrix snapped, you keep your tongue behind your teeth, you worthless animal. You know that the Dark Lord is not pleased with you and will punish you when he returns. You have disappointed him too many times. You have yet to redeem yourself. I sent you to kill 2 Muggles you returned after having lost 2 of your companions and only killed 1 Auror. You have been the cause of more harm than benefit to us. Dolohov, who had been quiet all this while, spoke, I propose. That we let Mulciber go and that we send a big concealed contingent with him. When the Ministry responds, we will swat them like flies. He slapped his hand down on the table to make his point and continued. And in the unlikely event that we do have to retreat, we'll take our accounting of them before we do. It was agreed that Mulciber would lead the first raid with 19 other wizards. The target they chose was the edge of the woods in Cardiff, where there would be enough Muggles slaughtered to attract the attention of the Ministry, but not many places from where the Ministry could attack them. Also, with the woods at their back, they could disappear into them. When the meeting was over, Rabiston did not waste any time in sending a message to Severus that Mulciber would be leading the first raid 2 days later. Severus relayed the message to Dumbledore and a trap was being laid to catch Mulciber. For the 20 Death Eaters, the Ministry intended it to be a death trap which would make them fear the Ministry. The same message had been received by the raven-haired teen at the Gryffindor table. He shrugged it off. The Ministry was more than capable for this. Alistair called the best RDERS of the Department of Mysteries to his office and told them of his requirements. He needed some ward masters from the Dom and told them about the general location of the area where they expected the ambush to happen. Their assignment was to remain hidden, out of combat, and lay down anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards around the place, which would go up once the Death Eaters were in. He assigned the 2 teams led by Scrimgeour and Proudfoot to the job. Since the Unspeakables tended to be private individuals and they didn't wear the scarlet robes of the Aurors, they wouldn't be easily recognized. They could even blend in with the Muggles if they wished to. In any case, they were under strict orders to make their escape as soon as they had laid the wards. There was bound to be carnage and slaughter. Maybe they would get their hands on some important members of the inner circle. Austria. The forest was ancient and dense with foliage. Trees, both mundane and magical, grew in abundance in the forest around him. Positioning his undead servants to act as shields for him, he continued chewing his way through the wards while keeping his wits about him. He did his best to appear oblivious to the imminent threat, to be far too intent upon his work to have any attention to spare. Although he knew full well that disillusionment and scent masking were ineffective against these foes. He restored the spells anyway to give the impression that he might think himself safe from detection. He had decided not to use the killing curse, shouting at the top of his lungs while his wand was emitting brilliant, slow-moving green jets was not going to be very useful in this battle. These wizards had already proven that they were hard to impress. Besides, killing them just meant that he would have fewer followers to recruit when the battle was over. But, by the same token, he had to inflict enough mayhem to bring their leader out sooner rather than later. He heard a rustling sound off to one side. With a movement faster than thought, he shot a blood-boiling curse in the direction the sound had come from. The cry in response felt extremely satisfying to him. The next time he felt someone approaching him, he sent a bombarda in that direction. The blast accompanied with a cry told him that he had found his mark. Believing that his luck had finally turned and he was getting things done his way, he sent a few more curses in different directions. This time, he heard 3 distinct calls of Protega, and he was disappointed to know that his spells had not found their marks this time. With the exception of where his bombarda had torn through the undergrowth, the foliage was too thick for him to see the attackers clearly. He kept his senses sharp, taking sound shots at anything that moved. A few of his curses had found their marks, felling creatures, but the ones that would have hit his attackers hit nothing but shields. So far, they had not fired back. Still, this was not good. He was alone, outnumbered and pinned down by the wards. He considered the emergency portkey that he wore. At this range, if it worked at all, it would almost certainly drain him to the point of death. He would only risk using it as a last resort. He had made good progress through the inner wards. Just a few more spells and he would be able to get through, but that wasn't going to happen. Why? The unknowns hiding in the bushes were waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Maybe his efforts at concealment were successful after all. He had also faced an Acromantula which had perhaps thought Voldemort was a tasty snack and had to pay for its foolishness with its life. The stalemate had been going on for about an hour when he was directly confronted for the first time. About 8 wizards paired around him and 5 of them shot different curses at him while the other 3 shielded their comrades. By the time he dodged them the best way he could, they were all gone. The next moment, he had to fend off 3 curses coming at him from different directions. While he dealt with those 3, he found 2 more curses from different directions hurling at him. They were attacking him from different directions and not giving him a moment to regroup and think of a strategy. Clearly, the disillusionment charm was not effective since they could find him under it. He could not turn invisible, so he could not fool them that way. He had to find them any way he could. First, he commanded the undead to go and drag the wizards into the open. Then he remembered another art which he had not practiced for a long time, the art of finding people by their magic. Master Abaddon had told him that every being or beast which was magical had a magical signature, and if he could identify it then he could always locate people by their signature. Since he had become Lord Voldemort, he had not practiced this trick as he had never needed it. He was capable of tasting the fear in people, palpable in their body, but these people did not fear him. He needed to find them by their magical signatures. While the Inferi created a distraction, the sight of their former comrades attacking them as undead was quite disturbing. Voldemort stretched out his senses, feeling for the sources of power that were the dark wizards he faced. He found 9 of them altogether, a pair, 2 groups of 3 and another, some distance off. Trying to remain hidden, that one by himself would be an observer, he thought, the one who would report back if everyone else was killed. Well, he would have something to report now. By this time, they had dealt with the undead. With a single non-verbal flip of his wand, the one group of 3 sported deep slashes across their stomachs. He raised a mage shield which rang like a gong when the answering volley of curses hit it. That was fine. This battle was going to end really soon. Voldemort's next attack was a spell chain with a shield breaker, bombarda and reducto. The group of 2 was now only 1. The attackers were furious. They wanted Voldemort's head, but they had their orders. With 5 of their number down already, they disapparated, taking the injured and slain with them. Just to be perverse, Voldemort casually killed the observer with a dart cutter to his neck. He fell from the tree where he had been perched with a final thump. He refreshed his detection wards and set about the final dismantling of the last protection wards. The fight had been challenging, invigorating really. It felt good to know that his skills were still up to the job. Ruling over his own people required nothing more than a few crucio here and there, the occasional Avada Kedavra against those who did not dare to even try to resist him, but nothing more. This had given him the chance to use his repertoire, devise tactics on the fly, and yes, he could still dance. They had retreated before they died to the last man. That meant that these people did not live in mortal fear of their master. He must actually care about them. If Voldemort was any judge of character, it wouldn't be long before their Dark Lord came out to confront him personally. The smell of blood and burnt flesh filled the room as the injured wizards apparated into the sanctum. Out of the 10 who had been sent, only 2 managed to remain unscathed from the battle. They had dispelled the blood-boiling curse in the field. That man had survived and even continued to fight until they had to retreat. Of the 3 who had been slashed, 1 was dead, but the other 2 might survive as their lord worked on healing their wounds. There was little left of the 2 who had been hit with Bombarda, but their friends brought their bodies back anyway, if for nothing other than to deny the invader more undead. Speaking of which, they had to burn the 3 undead who had been their companions just to stop their relentless attacks. There was nothing left of them to bring back. The Dark Lord took a head count and quickly realized that Schneider had not returned. When he checked, he found that his link to Schneider was gone. He asked his men, "What of Schneider?" He was sent to observe. What happened to him? His men shook their heads in response. The one who was considered to be senior among them said, "He remained concealed. We never saw or heard from him. We simply don't know." The Dark Lord nodded. "All right then. Tell me of how this invader fights." In the next few minutes, they recounted Voldemort's efforts to remain concealed, how he had defended against each incoming curse and what measures he had used to detect and attack them. They made sure to also tell of how he had used the corpses of their former comrades against them. When they were done, their master nodded his head in acknowledgement. "You have done well. I would be proud to call all of you my sons. Now, I must ask a much harder thing of you. You must go. Leave this place alive. I will contact you if I survive." The men all stared at their master, slack-jawed. Every one of them felt like they had just been punched in the gut. It was Von Pelt who recovered first. He yelled at the men, "What's the matter with you men? You heard our lord. We have to get out of his way so that he can deal with this intruder himself. He can't have us in his way when he's using that kind of magic. Let's get out of here." The effect was like spraying the men down with an icy cold fire hose. They snapped into action. Gathering up their wounded, they all dissipated, not with a bang or a crack, but the simple pop of inrushing air. About another 15 minutes had passed since Voldemort had sensed any defenders about him. He had tried to raise the observer from the tree, but headless corpses made poor undead. He had, however, managed to raise the Acromantula, which was keeping its 8 eyes on everything from its perch in the tree canopy overhead while he finished off the last of the wards. He had identified and dispelled the anti-disapparation wards. If this Dark Lord proved to be too much for him, he could make good his escape. The creatures had stopped attacking. There were no more defenders. The forest was eerily quiet. After all that patient work, it appeared that he finally had a passage through the wards. One more round of detection spells and he would see if this Dark Lord was a coward or if he would face him, man to man. It was then that a fiery inferno arrived as a wave from the north direction with a roar of fiendfire, and the undead spider fell to the ground burning like dry tinder. About a minute later, Voldemort came face to face with the elusive Dark Lord, who was about a head taller than him, stockier, brown-eyed, and his face was obscured by camouflaging charms. As Voldemort turned his wand on him, the man stood his ground, seemingly unafraid. After ensuring that they were alone, the man turned to him. "What do you want, Voldemort?" Voldemort drawled, "Your life and the loyalty of your men." The other wizard laughed. "I will neither die easily nor submit to you. On the off chance that you manage to take me down, I promise you that my people, whose undying loyalty I have earned, rather than branding them like cattle, will hunt you down and destroy you with their last breath, but they will never serve you. Although it will profit you nothing, if a fight is what you want, I will be happy to match wands with you." Voldemort realized that the plan to kill the other wizard and claim the loyalty of his followers was in vain. If he did that, all he would gain was some target practice, as he was forced to kill every one of them. No, he would have to subdue this one and force concessions from him to gain anything at all. He turned to the other man. "Brave words. We shall see if you are still so brave when you beg me to finish you." Without saying anything more, Voldemort fired a bone breaker at the man. He simply disapparated to appear behind Voldemort, where he fired a blood-boiling curse. Voldemort sidestepped the spell as he twisted around and replied with a bone breaker. But the other wizard wasn't there anymore. From Voldemort's flank, he banished a brace of daggers at him. Voldemort raised an earth wall to block them, but the other wizard guided one of the daggers over the wall and it pierced the shoulder of the snake man's off arm and stuck there. Hissing with pain and rage, he pulled the dagger from his shoulder, healing the wound instantly, and contemptuously tossed the dagger aside. That was the mistake the Blood Mage was waiting for. He kept Voldemort's head down with a series of confringos while he quietly summoned the bloodied blade back to him. Voldemort raised a shield against the weak bombardment and replied with bone breakers intended to disable and cause pain. The wizard laughed maniacally as the dagger returned to his hand while shielding against the bone breakers. He could see the shining red fluid that would mean defeat for this intruder dripping from the weapon. "Incendio!" he roared as roaring jets of fire shot from both his hands at Voldemort. Taken by surprise by the two-handed wandless casting, he overestimated the power behind the spells and raised a mage shield again. By the time he realized that the spells were nothing but a distraction, the Blood Mage was gone again. For a moment, Voldemort wondered why the other wizard had retreated. He hadn't managed to land a spell on him yet. But, only for a moment, because in the next moment, he was reminded of why this Dark Lord was feared. He screamed in agony as every drop of blood in his body seemed to catch fire at once. Some part of him wondered at the pain, if this was what it was like to be on the receiving end of the Cruciatus curse, because as many times as he had used it on others, nobody had ever dared to turn it on him. The Blood Mage reappeared, holding the bloody dagger which was now glowing with a ruddy light. He made slashing motions and the steaming boiling blood came from fresh wounds on Voldemort's body. This was unfamiliar magic to the half-blood pretender, but it looked like a variation of the blood-boiling curse and the Dark Cutter. He knew that if he did not act instantly, his body would be destroyed again. Seemingly of its own accord, his wand snapped into position and fired a bombarda at the taller wizard's wand arm. The dagger flew several feet from the man's side as his wand arm was blown to pieces and the man was knocked to the ground. The relief was immediate. So, this wasn't the blood-boiling curse, it was some kind of sympathetic magic like the voodoo priests use. It only took Voldemort a few seconds to deal with the wounds across his own chest. In the next moment, he staunched the bleeding from the stump of the other man's arm. Then, with a gleeful grimace, he conjured a cloud of silver vapor, and a limb, similar to the hand he had given to Pettigrew, attached itself where the man's arm had been. He summoned the dagger to his hand and promptly tucked it away in his robe, muttering, "It would not do to allow you to get a hold of that again." The other wizard was looking at his arm in wonder, when Voldemort, with the casual cruelty that came so easily to him, pointed his wand and intoned, "Crucio." He kept the torture going for a good 2 minutes before he lifted his wand again. To his credit, the other wizard only groaned a bit as the torture seemed to go on and on. Voldemort turned his slit-pupilled eyes on the defeated wizard. "You have fought honorably and well. Lord Voldemort is pleased with your bravery. Commit your followers to my cause and I shall spare you." The other wizard, who was still on the ground, grunted, "I never enslave them, nor will I let you brand them. If you promise not to enslave them, I will lend you 100 of my men to aid in your war, in addition to teaching you the use of blood magic." Cardiff. When Mulciber apparated to the woods near Cardiff, he immediately felt something was wrong. There weren't as any people around the area as there should have been for one. It was too quiet for another. He could feel in his bones that there was something in the air which felt hostile to his skin. He was mostly surprised because this area of the woods was supposed to contain some Muggle activity, and he had intended to cause as much mayhem as he could so that it would attract the attention of the Ministry. There was nothing in sight to shoot or kill. This ruined their plans. Suddenly he went stiff as he could feel a ward being raised around them. If it was an area inhabited by wizards, it would not bothered him, but wards around an area frequented by Muggles made him suspicious. With a quick detection spell, he quickly recognized there were some anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards around them. He cursed loudly and roared to his men, "Let's leave. We have been betrayed." Before he could go, however, the oars broke cover. Bellatrix and Dolohov had sent about 40 men with him at the last moment, so he thought he had enough to destroy the 20 oars who were arrayed against him. He also recognized Rufus Scrimgeour, who had his wand pointed at him. "Surrender and you'll live. Resist and it will be the last thing you ever do." Mulciber growled, "Never," as he let loose with a spell chain of Bone Breaker, Confringo and Bombarda.